Yeah. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past and present, and also acknowledge any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders peoples with us present today. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceeding will be published on the committee's webpage. I would like to emphasise that the public gallery is open today at the discretion of the committee, which expects proceedings to remain orderly and peaceful throughout. I now welcome Maritime Union of Australia, Australian Council of Trades Unions and the United Services Union to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Daniel Sherrill. I'm the Senior Policy Officer on Climate and Energy for the Australian Council of Trade Unions. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I'm Narelle Rich. I'm the Manager of Energy, Utilities, Private Sector and Airlines at the United Services Union.
Thank you. And Mr Newland?
Yes, coming in by telephone, Jamie Newland, Assistant National Secretary, Maritime Union of Australia.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to all make a brief opening statement and we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current member or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
Sure. So I'm not a member of any political party. I am a proud member of the Australian Services Union, and like many Australians, I assume my super fund is invested in the energy sector.
Yep. Thank you.
I am a very proud member of the Australian Labor Party and a 33-year member of the United Services Union, a branch of the Australian Services Union nationally. And like Dan, I assume that my super fund has shares in some energy sources.
Thank you. Mr Newland?
Yes, member of the Maritime Union of Australia, member of the Australian Labor Party, and equally assume my superannuation fund.
Thank you. Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we head into questions, and we'll start with you, Mr Newland, while you're online there.
Well, thank you, Chair. Well, the Maritime Union of Australia represents roughly 13,000 workers in the shipping, offshore oil and gas, stevedoring, port services and commercial diving sectors. We are a division of the 120,000 member Construction, Forestry, Maritime Employees Union and an affiliate of the 20 million worker member International Transport Workers Federation. Basically, I think our submission really speaks for itself, but today we'd like to focus on three core issues: the transport and shipping of uranium and nuclear waste, the rights of First Nations and the storage of nuclear waste, and particularly the potential of offshore wind as a bulk source of electricity that is cheaper and quicker to develop than nuclear power. I might just leave it there, Chair.
That's okay. We've allowed it for others, so that's okay. Yeah. Mr Sherrill?
Thanks, Chair. Members of the committee, I know this hearing is standing between all of us and holiday break, so I'll get into it. An attempt to build nuclear generation in Australia would do significant harm to workers across the country. It would hit them in their hip pockets, in their job prospects, and in their safety at work. Nuclear power is one of the most expensive energy options available to Australia, period. Experts estimate it would cost between 2 and 6 times more than renewables like wind and solar, which are now by far the cheapest sources of new built electricity in the grid. That would jack up energy bills of working Australians by an average of $665 annually in the middle of a cost of living crisis. If instead the government were to underwrite the entire industry, as is sometimes being proposed, those costs would come through to workers in their tax bills. So either way, working people would be on the hook to pay for an expensive and, more importantly, unnecessary boondoggle. Contrast that with the $500 million the government just invested to retrofit social housing with solar panels, batteries, and electric appliances. Each of those houses is now projected to save $1,800 annually on their energy bills, while taking back control of their power production and storage right in their own homes. Though big promises have been made about job creation, the reality is that nuclear power is unlikely to ever create a single job in Australia. That for the simple fact that the economics simply don't stack up. Every single nuclear project that has commenced construction in a comparable economy over the past 20 years has been subject to massive cost blowouts and long delays. In the United Kingdom, for example, the proposed Hinkley Point C nuclear reactor has blown out from $18 billion to $93 billion Australian, with the startup date not projected to 2031, a full 15 years behind schedule. Meanwhile, the only small modular reactor project in the United States, Idaho's NuScale Power, was terminated completely due to exploding costs, with the project running almost 300% over budget, even with generous federal subsidies. And these are countries that have some history and expertise building nuclear power plants. Australia would be starting from absolute scratch. That explains why renewables saw 27 times the global investment flows of renewable last year. Particularly in Australia, nuclear has not and will likely never be able to attract the investment necessary to get off the ground, let alone grow to scale. So in the very unlikely scenario that a nuclear power industry did get up in Australia, it wouldn't come online until the 2040s at the absolute earliest, 2 decades too late for the workers and coal communities who need new opportunities now. And an emerging body of epidemiological research shows that even if they did finally arrive, those jobs would subject workers to significantly increased risk of cancer and circulatory disease. Final point, an attempt by the government to foist uncompetitive nuclear into the energy grid would draw effort and resources away from the transition to renewable energy, significantly slow down renewable investment by introducing high levels of investor uncertainty, hog grid and market space that cheaper renewables would be barred from contesting, and decrease the reliability and efficiency of modern grid operations with its inflexible demand-agnostic supply. In other words, nuclear would artificially delay the decarbonization of our economy by at least 2 decades. Workers simply cannot afford that delay. The climate crisis is impacting all workers in all sectors right now. Whether you're a nurse, you're a firefighter, extreme heat waves, storms, bushfires, and floods are making work more precarious, more grueling, and more dangerous. The health and safety of workers across this country depends on climate action. The nuclear fantasy would undermine that action, leaving working people at the mercy of rising temperatures. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rich.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the committee for coming to hear us. I'm the Manager of Energy, Utilities, Private Sector and Airlines at the United Services Union, and we represent more than 30,000 members in New South Wales, primarily in local government, energy and utilities, but also in public and private sector clerical administrative jobs and airlines workers. We're a branch of the Australian Services Union, which has more than 130,000 members across Australia in those same industries and more. In every locality, village, town, and every small, medium and large metropolitan city across New South Wales and Australia, the United Services Union and other state branches of the Australian Services Union have members who maintain our roads and bridges. They collect our garbage, they ensure that we have safe, clean drinking water, they maintain our footy ovals and netball courts where our kids play weekend sport. They check out our books at the local library, they look after our children in council-operated childcare centres. Our members work in call centres. They do administrative work at your doctor's surgery, our accountants and lawyers' offices. They are our lawyers. They staff airports across New South Wales. But our members also work in the energy industry, from generation to retail. Our members work in local coal-fired power stations, which are being closed now. Our members need good, safe, well-paying jobs that they can get on merit. They need a just transition to these jobs with targeted training that builds on the transferable skills that they've got so that they can get these jobs of the future. But these coal-fired power stations are already closing and our members need the jobs now, not in 15, 20 or 30 years' time when we may see nuclear power stations come up out of the ground. Now. They need them now. They've got families to feed, to house, to clothe, to educate, and cars to fuel, and the list goes on. I believe you were in Muswellbrook recently, a regular country community. With people losing their jobs at power stations like Lake Liddell, it means that may mean that they have to move away from those towns that they've grown up in, that they've lived in and raised their families in. But when a worker loses a job in a rural community, it's not just one job. That worker generally has a partner who also works in the community, and they may have children, so it may mean that 2 or 3 children might have to leave a school. In one small school, the loss of 1 or 2 families with a couple of kids each could mean the loss of a teacher from that school and reductions in other areas in the town. Some years ago, during the threats of local government council amalgamations, the United Services Union commissioned research by the Emeritus Professor Brian Dollery from the University of New England, and that research showed us that it's actually 2.4 jobs that go from a rural and regional community when one job is lost. It's not just one job. So because this nuclear fantasy won't deliver one job in the next 20 years, you are denying our members 20 plus years of opportunities. Our members know a false promise when they see it.
Thank you, Ms Rich. And we'll start with you, Mr Chester.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. Just to the ACTU, I note in your submission you refer to being a single representative voice for working people. And we heard in our inquiry in Latrobe Valley, Mark Richards from the MEU actually supports lifting the ban on nuclear and sees potential for jobs in Latrobe Valley for coal-fired power station workers. So do you acknowledge that at least some of the union movement have a level of support for considering nuclear, and it's not unanimous in terms of its opposition?
So the ACTU has had a policy opposing nuclear on economic, environmental, and safety grounds since 1981. It was ratified in our 1981 Congress policy, ratified by all affiliates. I believe the Mining and Energy Union in their submission to this inquiry were opposed to the idea, and that is for the simple fact that 90% of coal generation in this country will be retired by 2035. The earliest that nuclear could come online, and this is being very generous, is the early 2040s. So the timing simply doesn't match up to transfer those workers. And I think I'd add one more thing. On lifting the ban, first of all, the ACTU's position is absolutely not to lift the ban, because as I can discuss later, these jobs in nuclear power reactors are inherently dangerous. And I'm not talking about the risk of catastrophic meltdowns, which of course does exist, as we've seen with Fukushima not so long ago. I'm talking about long-term exposure to low doses of radiation, and there is an emerging body of epidemiological research that shows an established causal link between working at a nuclear power facility and increased risk of mesothelioma cancer. In residents surrounding that plant, the increased risk is also of thyroid cancer, and of circulatory disease, with the impacts felt most by children under 5. So for these reasons, we absolutely would not support lifting the ban, because these are not safe jobs. But again, even if we did lift the ban, that wouldn't change the fact that this industry simply cannot compete economically. And I think the final point I'll make is we're not really, the proposal on the table, as far as I understand it, is not merely lifting the ban. It is subsidizing this uneconomic industry to the tune of tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer money, and that we are opposed to in the most strident terms possible.
So just to clarify, the evidence you gave then in relation to medical concerns, does that come from any medical training on your own behalf, or from research, looking at other reports, and you're quoting other reports, or do you have some background in medical areas?
Yeah, I am. So this comes from a 2024 academic meta-analysis in current environmental health reports,
which is professional opinion. It's
based on. This is one of the top academic public health journals in the world, and I'm happy to provide you with it off record. Yep.
Provide that later.
Yep.
That'd be great.
No
Thank you.
You also just said in your submission that it would take into the mid-2040s, which is not the evidence we've heard from other international experience in any case. Draw your attention to some evidence we received from US Professor Jacopo Bongiorno in relation to the total average cost of energy being reduced if nuclear was in the mix. And his argument was that you would reduce the need to overbuild renewables, in the sense that renewables obviously have an installed capacity, but they have an intermittency factor, so you would reduce the need to overbuild. Are you aware of his work, and do you have any thoughts on that the total average cost would be reduced by having some nuclear in the balanced mix?
So on the question of total average cost of firmed renewables pathway versus a nuclear pathway, the CSIRO, this country's premier scientific expert body that has provided sage advice to government for decades, on which it has acted, has consistently established that the firm renewables path is the least expensive pathway to decarbonizing our grid, period. And that's not surprise, right? That echoes the plummeting costs of wind and solar around the world, which was one of the big stories in energy of the past decade. Just last week, the CSIRO established once again that large-scale reactors are about twice as expensive as wind and solar, small modular reactors 4 to 6 times as expensive, and there are a lot of experts that think that was too conservative because it's not taking into account first-of-a-kind premium in Australia, and it's not taking into account the fact that we haven't really seen cost declines and learning curves in the nuclear industry over the past decade. If anything, in many countries, it's getting more expensive because you have to add safety features to prevent the next Chernobyl. So the Australian Industry Group, a body that it's safe to say we don't always agree with as the ACTU in forums like this, they've described that CSIRO analysis as scrupulously fair. Again, quote, scrupulously fair. So I think that when we're making decisions for Australia, we should rely on the body that is set up to provide expert energy advice on Australia, and that body has unequivocally said that this is far more expensive than the firmed renewable alternative. The last point I'd make here is that, again, we don't have to rely on a he said, she said story here. We can look to examples abroad where countries, comparable economies, are attempting to build these plants and seeing cost blowouts or delays that make snowy hydro 2.0 look relatively modest. And again, Australia would be starting from absolute scratch. Really the only country to deliver a nuclear power plant on time and on budget in the last 20 years have been China and the United Arab Emirates. And these are countries where you can pay workers peanuts, if you pay them at all. It's countries where you can bulldoze communities with impunity, where you can flout what little environmental regulation exists. So this is, I trust that for all the members of the committee, this is not the sort of country we would like to see Australia become. I think the last thing I'd say is, when you look at China, the Chinese invested 300 times more in renewables last year than they did in nuclear, 300 times more. So even if you're looking to that example, you can see where the wind is blowing. And yes, the pun's intended.
Thanks, Chair. And my final question, again, to Mr. Sherrill, just in relation to the impact of large-scale industrial renewables on regional communities, and I assume, I shouldn't assume this, I assume you live in a metropolitan environment. Do you have any appreciation for the level of angst and concern right now in many regional communities in relation to the lack of respect shown to them for some of these renewable projects, and their view that they would like to see a smaller footprint for renewables as part of the balance mix rather than a 100% renewable grid? Do you have any appreciation for the level of angst and frustration in regional communities right now?
Thanks for that question. I think I have an appreciation for angst on both sides. There was polling released just last week by Demos AU that showed that there are only 38% of men and only 18% of Australian women who would be okay with a nuclear power plant being sited in their communities. So if we're talking about angst, that is a very clear indication of the public's opinion on, and frankly, level of comfort and safety with the nuclear power industry. But I think I'd also like, there's a premise embedded in this question that I'd like to contest, that we can have a system that's, you know, some nuclear, some renewables, and the former would back up the latter. And in fact, the opposite is true. These are mutually incompatible paths, and nuclear doesn't back up renewables, it undermines renewables, and that's for 3 reasons. First is if the government were to foist an uncompetitive energy source like nuclear onto the energy grid, that would undermine investor certainty, and investors like...
To the actual question in relation to the impact on regional communities and the concern about the size of the footprint. We haven't got a lot of time, so I'd prefer to talk about the actual question I asked.
Yeah, so again, I guess what I'd say to that is the level of concern from the polling data that I've seen is far greater for nuclear power reactors, and that's understandable given the health and safety risk to workers and residents that I just reviewed. And secondly, the proposition that you included in your question, which I wanted to address, that nuclear and renewables can coexist, is simply untrue. Nuclear undermines investor certainty for renewables. It, in many cases, would force rooftop solar off of the grid, and it would draw workforce and resources away from the frankly enormous progress we've made on nuclear, and pour them into an industry that will likely never be stood up because the economics cannot work.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Chester. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence. I'll start by saying that I've been a proud member of the Maritime Union of Australia for 18 years, both as a member directly and as an associate member, and worked in the offshore gas and oil sector for 10 years. So I'll direct my questions to Mr. Newland, if that's okay. Jamie, if that's all right, if I can use it on a first-name basis, given we've been long-term friends, but I'm interested to get your understanding of the shipping requirements that will be needed for transportation of both uranium and enriched uranium and waste around this country, and what measures the MUA would be looking to have in place with Australian seafarers, etc.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Burnell or Matt. Nice to talk to you. Look, I think from the outset, we don't want to be shipping nuclear waste or enriched uranium in Australia. Our submission is about the opposition to nuclear power and the nuclear industry. The submission speaks for itself. I'd like to sort of draw your attention to the transportation of nuclear waste and some of the problems we've seen, even from an Australian context where we've had to ship spent nuclear waste from Lucas Heights to Port Kembla, and then shipped to France, reprocessed and returned to Australia. There is really no mechanism for checking the safety of these vessels, and one example that we've highlighted in our submission is the vessel BBC Austria, owned by a company called Bruce Schiffer, a company with a terrible safety record that has been detained in Australia and Spain, and was banned from carrying government cargo in the United States for failing safety inspections. That vessel was required to carry spent nuclear fuel rods from Lucas Heights in and around Australian ports, and that's something that we don't want to see. And one of their other vessels, the BBC Shanghai, was chartered with bring reprocessed fuel waste from France to Australia, and again, that was a vessel that was banned from carrying United States cargo. So we would need really sufficient safety measures and standards in place. We have a very good regulator in Australia, although they could probably do with some more funding, given the amount of foreign vessels operating on the Australian coast that are often deficient and not paying the right wages. And similarly to an earlier contribution around the nuclear industry in China and UAE, some of these flag of convenience vessels have very poor labour conditions and wage rates, and it is what you would refer to as wage slaves or working slave labour. So we think there needs to be a lot more scrutiny on the transportation of nuclear material, and that's even before we get to the point of nuclear waste and how we transport that from any proposed nuclear reactor or nuclear power plant in Australia, and where that might be put.
So just going on from what you're talking about, those employment opportunities. So, and we keep hearing a lot of rhetoric around this is going to be a jobs bonanza for Australians across the country. So you're saying that under the current mechanisms in place with the Anstone facility and the export of waste offshore to come back recycled, I think that's what you were saying, that's currently not done by Australian seafarers, and I got the assumption that's unlikely to happen, to change.
That's correct. Foreign shipping and flags of convenience shipping is the main source of conveyance in Australia to export countries and importation. and it is incredibly unlikely that an Australian ship would carry any of that waste around Australia, diminishing any job opportunities. However, in saying that, there would be significant job opportunities in the maritime sector with offshore wind and renewables.
So on that front, so let's shift into the offshore wind proponent. So what does that look like for Australian seafarers and proponents of those construction projects in the way of jobs and ongoing employment?
Well, it'll be a massive boon for jobs in the regions in particular, and an economic boon, I think, for some of those regional areas, whether people live there or not, given the amount of approved offshore wind projects. And there's been reports delivered jointly through AREA, the Australian Resource Energy Employers Association, MILE, the Maritime Industry Australia Limited, and the three maritime unions around the need for increased training in the maritime space to be able to ensure Australians can have these good jobs in the renewable sector, in the maritime industry, and we think that'll be in the thousands, and good, high-paying, well-paid jobs.
And just my final question, Jamie, it goes to recent announcements by Peter Dutton, I think it was earlier this week, walking away from some offshore wind projects. Is there concern from your membership about those potential future jobs if the coalition are to continue to walk back from commitments in offshore wind generation?
Oh, absolutely. With the decline now we're seeing in the offshore oil and gas industry, just through natural attrition, we're having the decommissioning of offshore oil and gas assets now, and our members see there being a step program from decommissioning of offshore oil and gas assets into the renewable space, given you'll have very similar type vessels in that industry. So, yeah, our members see this as a growth opportunity and would be very disappointed if it was cancelled.
Thank you, Mr. Bennell.
Thanks, Jamie.
Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Newland, just starting with you, I saw at your national conference there was a motion passed that said the National Conference of Members resolves that the union commits to banning the handling of waste, noting extreme health and safety risks, further commits to communicating with other transport unions on this issue. Given we've got waste from hospitals, universities, research labs, mining, defence, given we're embarking on AUKUS, which will produce nuclear waste, are you opposed to any of this waste also being transported?
Well, we have medical waste. I mean, this is a long-held discussion, and there's been debate in this country for a long time. Most of this and our opposition is that, you know, First Nations people and communities where nuclear waste is proposed to be sent have free, prior and informed consent before that goes on, and my union in particular has been involved in the discussions in South Australia. We've been involved in the protest in Muckaty in the Northern Territory over a couple of campaigns.
But you admit we already have nuclear waste here.
Yes.
In 150 sites. Is that fair?
And that was my point. And a lot of it, is hospital grade, low level waste that sits in a lot of hospitals. We also know that the ANSTO facility at Lucas Heights has the capacity for the next 40 years to store the intermediate level waste that.
So are you against? Could I just get you to answer the question directly? Are you against that waste ever being transported?
No, that low level waste is already transported.
How about enriched waste? How about enriched?
High level enriched waste we disagree with.
How about enriched waste from AUKUS? Are you against that ever being transported?
Well, AUKUS isn't here yet, so let's wait and see. Our view is
That's policy, bipartisan policy. It's being rolled out. We're planning for it right now. The Albanese government's looking for a long-term waste facility. That's happening right now. Are you for or against that?
Well, our view is there needs to be prior informed consent before that that waste is sent anywhere in Australia.
So do I take from that you could be for it if there's consent? Is that what I take from that or not?
I'm saying that until there is informed prior consent,
then you could be.
We're not agreeing.
Okay.
We disagree with that concept.
Sorry, Mr.
If
Chair,
I could
I've got a
comment on
question
that
for you
briefly on the waste question, could I comment on that
Well,
briefly?
could I ask you a specific question, just because we're short
I'll
on
add in the
time?
waste. Yeah.
I think you were referencing gen cost about the costs of nuclear, and I also believed you said something to the effect of nuclear does not complement renewables, but it undermines it. Might not have quoted you exactly, but that was the theme. Is that right?
That is right, yes.
So we had some, and we've tabled a report's been tabled to us from the US Department of Energy and their nuclear scientists, where they modelled the grid of California, and they looked at a solar and wind grid, and then they looked at a solar and wind grid, in their words, complemented by nuclear. In that solar and wind grid, they found the grid complemented, renewables complemented by nuclear. They found it was 37% cheaper. Strikes me California has a lot of sun. It's on the Pacific. It has a lot of wind. What do the scientists at the US Department of Energy not get that you get and we get? What's going on there? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah. So I assume, Mr. Kennedy, you're referring to the DOE's Energy Liftoff report that they released last year. So I think this is really comparing apples and oranges to Australia for three reasons. The first, the U.S., again, already has an existing nuclear fleet, so it's not starting from scratch like Australia on cost, which is a huge deal when you're talking about first-of-a-kind premium. The second is that the report assumes that the new nuclear plants would be built simply as additional units to existing sites, which helps keep costs low, which, again, Australia cannot do because we have no existing sites.
Just to challenge
And finally, it warns that delivering the first projects, I'm quoting, delivering the first projects reasonably on time and on budget will be essential. And the latest track record doesn't give us a lot of confidence on that, right? Like the last large-scale reactor to be built in the U.S. was the Vogtle plant in Georgia. It was 7 years late and $17 billion under budget.
Talking about California, when you said they're building them on existing sites, California's only got one very small site.
Yeah, Diablo Canyon. Yeah, that's
correct.
what's being proposed.
Well, I don't think they're just proposing to build it on one single site in California.
The costs in that report assume that the large majority of new nuclear plants are being built as
But
additional
we're talking
units
about
to
the
existing
California.
sites.
Yes, that's the report for the entire tripling capacity by 2050. I think that's what you're referring to. My question,
For DOE
that report,
liftoff.
pardon?
For DOE liftoff?
Yes, it proposes to triple nuclear capacity by 2050, and I think they talk about how to get to there. I'm talking about the specific California example, where you said, I believe you said nuclear does not complement renewables, it undermines it. How does the US Department of Energy get that it complements it and could bring 37? How do you reconcile
I'm not
those two
contesting.
statements?
I'm not contesting the expertise of the U.S. DOE. What I'm saying is the U.S. is in a deeply different situation to Australia because it has an existing nuclear fleet, and it's failed to deliver the first
Please have some
projects on
respect
time.
from the people behind.
But
I'd also say-
But does that take, it may not undermine renewables if it doesn't in California? Can you admit it may not undermine renewables in California?
No, and I think my point about it undermining renewables in Australia was actually quite different. So, 3 points, if I
But
may.
sorry, the question was, can you admit that it may not undermine? Or you think it
No.
you think it undermines renewables in California? Is that your evidence?
I think it undermines renewables in Australia for three
I asked
reasons.
you about California, sir.
I don't know it. I'm
Well, then feel free
providing
to pass on the
evidence about
question.
Australia.
The question I'm asking you is comparing to the US. So
And
you can answer that question.
And the statement I made, because this is an Australian government hearing, is that it undermines Australian renewables for three reasons.
Sir, that wasn't
Undermines
my
investor
question. With
uncertainty.
respect, that wasn't my question.
Okay, fair enough.
So if you'd like to pass on the question, that's fair. But if you say I don't know, that's okay as well.
I think splitting that question into two, I can take it on notice the specific California example.
Okay.
The assumption that in that DOE report do not apply to Australia because the U.S. has an existing nuclear fleet.
Yeah,
I've read
if,
that.
if you could take it on notice, the California question, we'd love your answer. Sorry, is that the last question, Chair? Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. My question's to Ms. Rich. The United Service Union represents power sector workers in places like Muswellbrook and Singleton and Cessnock and all through the Hunter and many other areas as well, where the nuclear reactor is slated to be. I note yourself, you are the manager covering the energy and utility sector. What are you hearing from your members and when it comes to nuclear? And what do your members, places like Muswellbrook, think that that's a good idea there or not?
So I think Dan earlier provided some statistics on the number of people in Australia who would be happy with a nuclear facility in their area. And I think I'd have to say that from the members that I've spoken to of ours, they kind of bear those statistics out. What members are telling me is that they just don't know enough about it. They're worried about the safety risks. They tell me that they're concerned about the health impact. And again, I think there was some statistics spoken about earlier about the long risk of cancers, and many different types of cancers to people who are working in that industry, and not just those people, but their families who are in and around it in their towns. They're worried about water. With nuclear being such a thirsty industry and water supply being so uncertain, that's a real concern to them. And in the current cost of living crisis that we're experiencing, people are worried about how they're going to buy a loaf of bread now with such an expensive industry. What's that going to look like into the future? I guess that's just a few of the things that we're hearing from members.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And how do you think the prospective jobs differs from nuclear energy, a nuclear power station there, versus renewables in the area as well? Does it have a big impact, do you think?
Well, I don't think that our members, without certainly a great deal of training to make them ready for those jobs, some of the skills are transferable, but I don't think that they all are. And I think those people are really worried about how they get access to that with the such a big difference. They're, like I say, they've got some of the skills. Yes, some of them are transferable, but how are they going to get the skills? How do they train for them? And how long is it going to take before they can use them? But also, what are they going to do in the meantime?
Are you concerned about Liddell's already closed?
Yep.
Liddell Power Station's already closed. Rewiring is closing in 2 to 4 years. Just depends on what agreements come with state government there. Bayswater's closing by 2032 from AGL, and these are all being done from those private businesses that own those power stations. Are you concerned that there is a timing difference of when nuclear may come on versus when coal-fired power stations are slated to close in our area? Absolutely.
As I said in my opening statement, we don't have time to wait until a nuclear power station gets up out of the ground. That's going to be however many years down the track. We've got members who have got to feed families, clothe families, educate kids, do all of those things right now. This is going to take too long. It is going to be too expensive, and it is too dangerous.
Thank you very much. Ms Mascarenhas.
Good morning. One of the witnesses was talking about the time delays associated with the build of nuclear power plants, and I think the time delay that was quoted was 15 years. And I just wanted to double check, was that maybe like 10 years of construction time plus 5 years of delay, or was that like a construction time period plus an additional 5 years?
My understanding of that 15-year figure is that it comes from CSIRO Gen Cost, and they're not building in significant delays, which is why several other researchers, namely Dr. Dylan McConnell, has said that actually it's likely to be much longer and be more expensive. But if we could comment on jobs more broadly for a moment. Again, we very much doubt that nuclear will ever create a single job in this country because it cannot attract investors, because it cannot compete economically. It's forecast to remain among the most expensive power sources in Australia for decades, and is currently, and for good reason, illegal federally and in many states and territories. And so when you ask Chair about the jobs and renewables, luckily we don't have to count on that mirage materializing in 2-3 decades. We've got jobs now in the renewable economy. So renewable generation is supplying at least 26,000 jobs in this country right now. And the renewable supply chain, so, critical minerals industry, for example, that's supplying about 13,000 direct jobs right now. The projects in the pipeline, just the projects in the pipeline, represent another 21,000 ongoing jobs. We've got 46 green hydrogen projects in the pipeline, and those are slated to create 24,000 direct jobs and 170,000 in construction. So these are huge industries. We've just put rocket fuel under them, thanks to the government's Future Made in Australia bill that was passed last week. So, we've seen analysis from Accenture that I'm happy to table if it's useful, saying that those industries, green hydrogen, critical minerals, renewable manufacturing, that were supported by Future Made in Australia, they could create 400,000 new jobs in this country by 2040, which is, in the most generous analysis, the year in which nuclear would be taking its first baby steps. So again, we don't have to rely on it. It's unnecessary for jobs, and it's unnecessary for energy. We've got cheaper, quicker options that are far better for the climate.
I have an additional question which relates to safety incidences associated with nuclear power plants, but from the perspective of the construction phase. And so over the life of a project, so construction but also operation, there'll be safety incidents. One of the things that we haven't necessarily seen statistics on is safety incidences during construction. And this was a question that I asked for some people that were working on nuclear projects in the UAE. Has the union movement done analysis on safety data from lost time injuries, etc., for new nuclear plants that are being built?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So I think we haven't conducted an analysis, partially because it is, you would be surprised to know that the data out of the UAE on worker health and safety is obscure and often inaccessible. So what we have focused on in terms of health risks is, once it's built, as I've mentioned, the long-term cancer and circulatory risks from low doses of radiation, again, within regulatory limits, and they are still causing significant causal increases in mesothelioma cancer in workers at those plants. And this is from a study that looked at 175 nuclear power plants around the world, sample size of about 500,000 workers. And this is a study published this year. So I'm sure I'm happy to look into that, the injuries and workplace hazards in the construction phase of nuclear. But even after the construction phase, those safety risks don't go away. They're actually, we are finding out, inherent in the industry because those workers are exposed to low doses of radiation every day they go to work.
So one of the inquiries I've been working on has been on financial abuse and about products being designed with safety by design. Do you think that this can be done in the nuclear power industry in Australia?
Sorry, you said safety by design?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so look, when we talk about safety of a nuclear power plant, you can't really mitigate around that risk of low-dose radiation exposure that I'm aware of, given that it's inherent in the industry. And in fact, those risks for increased cancer, thyroid cancer in particular, in that study were actually higher for residents surrounding that plant because workers at the plant do have in place certain safety measures. But I think we again have to look at the risk of, the other risk that's sort of the elephant in the room here, which is of catastrophic meltdown, which we saw with Fukushima in Japan. It is fair to say that this is a low risk, and that there does exist, since the days of Chernobyl, let's say, anti-seismic technology that you can put in nuclear power plants that mitigates the risk. But again, that technology is really expensive. So either you're exposing communities to a small but very real risk of catastrophic meltdown, or you're adding enormous cost to these plants that leads to even further cost blowouts. It's very difficult to get out of that bind.
Thank you, Ms. Mascarenhas. Unfortunately, we've run out of time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for coming in today, and thank you for coming online as well, Mr. Newland, and have a great day. And can I just remind everybody in the gallery, please, to make sure you're being respectful to the witnesses and respectful to the committee members, or else you will be asked to leave, okay? So please, if we can keep comments from the back down. And now we will suspend standings or suspend the hearing until 10:30. Thank you all. I reopen this public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I now welcome Climate Council of Australia, Climate Action Networks.
Excuse me, can we just have a little bit of quiet? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennell. I now welcome Climate Council of Australia and Climate Action Network Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start with you, Ms. McKenzie.
Amanda McKenzie, the CEO of the Climate Council.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Vaughan. I'm former regional president of VP Australasia. Used to be an advisor to Mrs. Thatcher on climate change and energy.
Thank you.
Barry Trail, Director of the Solutions for Climate Program for Climate Action Network Australia, which is an advocacy NGO.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement. We'll start with you, Ms. McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. The world is at a critical juncture. Immediate deep cuts to climate pollution are needed to keep Australians safe. In the 20 years that we would be waiting for a single watt of nuclear energy to enter the grid, we risk catastrophic conditions that led to Black Summer becoming average. There are two urgent challenges for the Australian energy system, and the first is the climate crisis that is now all around us, harming Australians, from the communities in southeast Queensland to northern New South Wales who've experienced disastrous back-to-back flooding, to the tens of thousands of Australians that can no longer afford to insure their homes as the risk of disasters increases. We've known for decades that burning coal, oil and gas is driving the climate crisis, and esteemed scientists have told us repeatedly that slashing climate pollution to zero by 2035 is necessary to protect Australians. We must put our shoulder to the wheel this decade. The second big challenge is that our coal-fired generators are rapidly declining. 90% of them are slated to shut by 2035 and they'll all be closed by 2038. Like a clapped-out 50-year-old car, they're increasingly unreliable and expected to maintain. We oppose nuclear reactors for Australia because they will take too long to contribute to the urgent project of slashing climate pollution. There will not be a watt of nuclear energy before all of our coal has shut down and before the window to tackle the climate crisis has closed. We simply don't have 20 years to muck around. I have a 3-year-old son and he'll be an adult before a nuclear reactor is built. A scheme for nuclear reactors kicks the can down the road, shirking our responsibility to our kids and increasing the climate and energy security risks they face. Fortunately, we're the sunniest country in the world and one of the windiest. There's solutions at our fingertips. 40% of our power already comes from renewables, and we can continue on that trajectory and back renewables up with batteries, with pumped storage and a small but declining role for gas in our system. Experts tell us that we can power our economy 24/7 with renewables, and we can do it well before we'd even have a watt of nuclear power in the system. Nuclear is a delay tactic. It's a choice to ignore the climate crisis and betray our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Mr. Vaughan.
Thank you. I was Mrs. Thatcher's special advisor on energy during the UK's electricity privatisation. And at that time, we could not get rid of the nuclear fleet. It was not possible to do, in which case it was kept in government hands and a nuclear levy was put on all suppliers and consumers in order to keep it running. It was not commercial then. 35 years later, little has changed. It's not commercial now and cannot compete with renewables and storage. Since that privatisation, the UK has transitioned from 60% coal and 20% nuclear down to 0% coal, 13% nuclear and 45% renewable energy, and the renewable energy is continuing to grow. For Australia, even the spectre of nuclear is a dragging anchor on our progress in transition. In reducing emissions, we have no time to waste. However, building nuclear in Australia for the first time across 7 proposed geographically separated sites, each geotechnically, socially, environmentally and logistically different, means that every project would be first of a kind, inevitably leading to delays and cost blowouts. In my over 50 years in the energy business, I've been involved in many multi-billion-dollar projects, and the construction projects just show you that blowouts occur all the time. Expense blows out, time blows out. No amount of optimism and hope can change that, which is why no investor in Australia would want to touch nuclear power. There's a flood of misinformation out there and political spin, but it's worth remembering that not a single investor is lining up to build nuclear in Australia. But when it comes to renewables, they're practically knocking down the door. And globally, 10 times as much investment is going into renewable energy than is going into nuclear. As we head out to 2050, nuclear is meant to be dropping down to about 5 to 7% of the world's total energy supply. For this reason, Australia is going to go renewables, and it's going to go there very, very fast. It is the only way if we want to tackle our emissions.
Thank you. Mr. Trail.
Thanks, Dan. Our submission focused very discreetly on the issue of how much pollution would occur if the coalition proceeded with the plan. We made some very conservative, very optimistic assumptions that nuclear would proceed, that would be as fast as the fastest ever build rate, which was in France, and other assumptions that a moratorium would be put in place on large-scale renewables, as has been identified by senior coalition leadership, and other, as I say, optimistic and conservative assumptions favouring nuclear. Our assessment on that is that there would be 2.3 billion tonnes more pollution if the nuclear plan proceeded, at least 2.3. That's 5 times Australia's current annual emissions. So we have more detail there. Happy to go into that. But if I could add a personal thing, a personal note, which I think is relevant. These numbers become very esoteric. They're somewhat meaningless to the public. They're often just become numbers to bat around by all of us in this space. Over the last 10 plus years, multiple friends and colleagues have lost houses to fire and floods. A greater number have had severe trauma or close shaves with fires and floods. 2 friends of mine were killed in Black Saturday 2009 with their partners. 174 Australians died that day, one day in Victoria, in Gippsland in central Victoria. I'm a Royal Fire Brigade volunteer in Queensland. Like thousands of others, I had a very difficult year in 2019-2020 in the Black Summer and was nearly killed or seriously injured when on deployment in New South Wales when a large burning tree came down on our truck. Now, if this was just myself and my immediate circle and a level of bad luck and trauma that happened, well, Malcolm Fraser often got it right, is that life wasn't always meant to be easy. But it's not just me and a small circle of people. There are literally hundreds of thousands of Australians who have suffered and lost and had trauma and disruption to a similar level to my own personal experience. So I really much call on the coalition. You have to have a plan to reduce emissions this decade. You can't bat it off to 2050. You have to have a plan that will reduce it. The only conceivable way that can happen is by bringing in large-scale renewables and massively accelerating that. Waiting for nuclear, even if it can occur, even if it is cheap enough, even if all the other expert estimates are wrong, will not reduce the risk to Australians. As MPs, you have that duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trail. And we'll start with Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, Mr. Trail, what's your view on exporting uranium?
We don't have a position on exporting uranium.
So you're not for it, not against it?
No.
So Australia is world's largest uranium provider. World's largest uranium resources, 3rd largest provider. If we increased our production to meet global demand, a lot of the Western world saying they want to triple nuclear capacity, we could offset more than Australia's entire emissions in a year. Would you think that would be a good thing given the climate action crisis we're facing globally?
It's not my field of expertise. My understanding is it's not a shortage of uranium around the world that's holding back increased nuclear power production elsewhere. I go back to my basic point.
We heard evidence in South Australia, though, from the uranium industry that we heard uranium miners, we heard South Australian Energy and Mining, that they believe there was a supply side shortage. Do you have different evidence to what we...
I have no evidence, I have no expertise on that. That's not relevant to my submission, which is how are you planning to reduce...
No, but I think one of the ways Australia could drastically reduce global emissions could be to increase the export of uranium. That's what I'm putting to you and saying, wouldn't that be a good thing to reduce global warming if we could do that?
I'm putting to you...
what I'm trying to get at, honestly, is your opposition to nuclear globally? Are you pro-nuclear globally? Are you against nuclear globally? Or is it just an Australian-specific position? That's what I'm trying to get with this question.
Okay. My organisation does not have a position on nuclear globally. We're focusing on the Australian situation and circumstance.
But it's a global problem. Australia's emissions, yes, we need to decarbonise. You know, I like to think, the Liberal Party and Labor Party, I believe what you say, it needs to be bipartisan to decarbonise Australia, but I also think it needs to be global to decarbonise the world. Given most of the emissions are overseas, shouldn't we be looking to play our role with our exports as well and how we decarbonise those? And if not, it's just curious that you wouldn't have a position on that, but you'd be so passionate about Australia's emissions. It's just, I struggle with that, honestly.
All I can say, Simon, is we don't have a position on that, and I go back to the fundamental premise, regardless of what we've exported on uranium, how does that actually deal with the matter in hand for Australian MPs of reducing our emissions here?
Well, because I think our policy on what we do with uranium matters enormously to global warming. It's global. And if we can play a big role in that. But I understand your evidence. Ms. McKenzie, I noticed in your submission it says... where is it here? AEMO has been clear nuclear is unviable, uneconomic and an inappropriate energy solution. We heard evidence from the CEO, Daniel Westerman, I think in our first week. AEMO can only model government policy, so it has to model hitting 82% renewables. And they said they're actually prohibited from modelling nuclear, I think I've got here. And the CEO also said, well, nuclear is a debate worth having. So what are you pointing to when you say nuclear? AEMO has been clear, nuclear is unviable, uneconomic and inappropriate energy solution.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah.
So I don't have that in front of me, that point, but we can follow that up with you. But I think the core point that we're making there is referencing also the work that the CSIRO and AEMO has released in the last week as well, looking at nuclear in this context is very relevant to this debate, given that showed again the time pressure that we are under, that we need to slash emissions this decade. And this is the core point we're trying to make through our submission, is that the climate crisis requires us to slash emissions right now, and that nuclear will take too long to be part of that decision.
Okay, but look, if you can take it on notice, I haven't seen AEMO pushing that point, but if there's something we're missing, it would be great to see that.
Thank you.
You mentioned GenCost. GenCost, the latest report in its own words on page 57, because it measures the levelised cost of energy, says LCOE is not a substitute for detailed project cash flow analysis or electricity system modelling, system cost, which both provide more realistic representations of electricity generation, project operational costs and performance. So given GenCost itself warns against that, given we've got a submission given we've got a report tabled from the US Department of Energy where it's looked at a solar and wind grid and found nuclear complements that in bringing down the total system cost, why wouldn't it be worth looking at that as a solution in Australia? Why would you oppose that?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of questions here. The first is, how do we meet the crisis that we're facing right now? And as I've detailed around pollution levels right now and the need to slash pollution now, and then the need to replace our coal-fired generators, that is very urgent. So looking specifically at the Australian context, we don't believe that there is a possibility of nuclear coming in that time frame to solve the problem. So we don't debate the merits of nuclear significantly in our submission because we don't feel like it can solve those problems.
You just said 20 years in your submission at the start. We've heard evidence as short as 8, as long as 20, to be fair to you, but 20 has not probably been the most cited number. I'd say most of the numbers fall between the 10 to 15 year range. Given even under the AEMO ISP, which you referenced there, we're adding new capacity, late 2030s, we're adding tons of hydro, we're adding hydrogen at the moment, which is looking increasingly uneconomical. Twiggy's just pulled back a bunch of investment from there. Shouldn't we be looking at other clean energy mixes in those later years, or what's going to fill that gap where if hydrogen doesn't come on, if hydro, what's going to fill that gap? Okay, I'll have one more after that.
Yeah. Well, it is an important part of the equation, of course. We believe that batteries will increase in volume very substantially. The cost of batteries reduced 20% in the last year.
But that's storage, not generation. My question is about generation.
The generation specifically. Yeah. Well, solar and wind can do the lion's share of the generation. It's really about where is the backup for solar and wind, which is the batteries, pumped hydro, etc.
And Mr. Bourne, last question. I heard you say we're going to go there very, very fast with regards to the renewable rollout. We've had evidence from a whole host of people. Dr. Greg, an Australian who works at Princeton University, who was an academic on Australian net zero, also American net zero. We've had the chief scientist, former chief scientist of South Australia. We've had, there's even been public comments from Matt Keane, the climate chair, Chris Min, saying they believe we're not going to make, I think Dr. Gregg said we've got no chance to make 2032 82% targets. And then we've seen today in the Australian, even the current energy minister has signed on a mechanism that will allow states to actually extend coal because they're worried about it. We've even heard evidence from our chair and others that we don't want to close coal early because there's worries about that. What evidence do you have that these other people don't, where you think we're going to hit that very, very fast?
The speed at which you can build a solar farm or a wind farm is just amazing. I have been involved in building a wind farm in Tasmania. But perhaps one of the things that you should look at in detail is the IEA's forecasts of renewable growth. Totally wrong every single time. The renewable growth has just gone exponentially. It will continue to go exponentially. Prices are still coming down elsewhere. But everywhere IEA, therefore experts, have been forecasting it's going to flatline. They forecast it would flatline 15 years ago, 14 years ago, 13, still forecasting will flatline. But the money is going into renewables. It's going into renewables fast.
But
building these plants
just on my question,
really very, very quick.
Our climate czar, Matt Keane, Chris Minns, our energy minister, Mr. Bowen, you think they're not aware of the IEA's research? Why are people expressing concern around that, and you have a different view?
The biggest issue will be with regard to the overhang of coalition policy about trying to slow things down. That is just putting a risk into the commercial entities. That needs to be removed. We will move faster. I have absolutely no doubt about it. History will prove it correct.
Well, thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. McKenzie, do you think nuclear has any role to play in tackling climate change in Australia?
Thanks, Chair. As I noted in my opening remarks, I think that the climate crisis is so acutely urgent. We need to slash climate pollution so rapidly. The science is very, very clear, and the science that we refer to, as I mentioned, was by Professor Leslie Hughes and Professor Will Steffen, who are two very prominent global scientists, and it was backed up by a whole range of others, showed that we need to slash climate pollution 75% this decade and then to net zero by 2035 if we are to stay well below 2 degrees, which of course is in the Paris Agreement. So that's the scale of reductions that is required is obviously very extensive, and that's well before you get to 2040. So the role of nuclear power is just so far down the track that it actually has no role to play in tackling the climate crisis right now.
Thank you. And you said in your opening statement that bringing nuclear reactors online in Australia would take some time. What do you see are the risks of this?
I think the risk is that we just kick the can down the road, and in the meantime we have increasing climate disasters. We see Australia's climate pollution just continue to increase, And we see, as Greg mentioned, the investors pull away from renewables because the policy environment has changed unfavourably. And we then see our coal-fired generators start to become more and more unreliable and harder to maintain as they inherently get older. So the kicking the can down the road is both from an energy security perspective and a climate risk perspective.
Thank you, Ms McKenzie. Mr Bourne, so given your extensive experience in big piece energy infrastructure around the world, what is your opinion about the timeframes in which a nuclear reactor could be built in this country?
What I see from any coalition inputs is basically, if you like, the heroic end of the argument. It could be done quickly because it was done quickly in this one particular location. But when you are building things, and Dan, I'm sure you'll know it, that when you're building things and you're having to construct civil engineering works, you're having to do geotechnical works, you're having to bring the community along around you, you're having to look at all the environmental side, let alone the legislative side of things, that at the beginning takes a huge amount of time. When it comes down to doing the civil engineering works for a nuclear reactor, which I have never built, but I have watched them being built elsewhere, it is the thing which always trips them up, and time blows out. There are more examples, many more examples of nuclear power plants which have gone over budget and over time and out to the 20-year time frame than there are that have been exactly on time, on budget. If you'd like to tell me one which has been on time, on budget, I'd love to know.
So would I, thank you. Question for the whole panel. Will baseload nuclear shut down household solar?
Okay, sure. Okay. If the market, or if the government more likely, says these nuclear power plants will run all the time, and we, the government, will underwrite all of the costs in the market that are entailed, it will very definitely have a big effect on household solar in the middle of the day. If battery storage is there in a very big way, a very big way, then that's how household solar may be able to be saved. That goes to driving EVs at a high rate into the market, and that will make quite a bit of difference. But basically, if the government were to underwrite that those nuclear power plants will run all the time, no matter what the market price is, and pay for it foolishly, and I will say foolishly, those costs will go on to all taxpayers, and household roofs will actually be shutting down.
Thank you. Did you want to add to that, Mr.
I think make the obvious point, which has been made by many people. I grew up in Morwell, in Latrobe Valley. First job was in Hazelwood Power Station, bless its dirty old soul. Is that coal stations and nuclear stations are slow to ramp up and slow to ramp down. And its whole cost basis the returns are based on that. It's not like a gas plant or a battery we can switch on and off. So for nuclear to compete with the solar duck in the middle of the day is heroic. Someone's got to pay to keep it going, but the government or the consumers, which ultimately comes back to taxpayers one way or the other.
Thank you very much.
The final point that I'd just add is that over the last 20 years, we've gone from a few thousand homes with solar panels to 4 million homes. In the next 20 years, the trajectory is very steep. So the amount of Australians that would be affected by this and the scale of solar that would need to be turned off is very high.
Thank you. Mr. Chester.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. I start with something that I'm sure we agree on. We're talking about a global challenge, and while Australians are relatively high emitters per head of population, our total contribution to global emissions is somewhere around 1.5%. Is that about accurate?
Yeah, that's my understanding, Darren, yes. In Scope 1 emissions, but then the Scope 3 emissions, of course, which are exports, which is, depending on your estimate, slightly different estimates. I think it's 4.5 to 5%. I'm looking sideways at Amanda there. Yeah.
Okay, so we are in some level of agreement that we are dealing with a global situation. I just want to refer to the Climate Council of Australia's submission and the evidence in there that all coal-fired power stations are on track to shut down well before nuclear energy could come online. While there is some dispute around the timelines, it's not actually true to suggest that every coal-fired power station would close in the timelines you're referring to. I understand that Loy Yang A is scheduled for 2035 at the earliest, and Loy Yang B somewhere around 2047. Is that your understanding as well?
I believe that's the time frame that are slated for those two plants. However, as Amanda mentioned earlier, a lot of these things are pretty much like an old car, where you're going to pop a valve here and there, blow a gasket, and indeed they become more and more unreliable. You're then faced at that particular time of, do you put in a huge capital cost for the remaining 5 years, for example? Clearly, the answer is no. What you do is you basically say, cap in hand, I need to shut down earlier. I would predict that those two plants will shut down earlier than those dates.
So that's your prediction. My prediction is quite the opposite, given the media coverage today in relation to the orderly exit management framework that the state governments have signed on to in relation to prolonging the retiring coal and gas-fired power plants. So we disagree on the potential timeframes of those closures. Does it surprise you, though, that we've heard evidence from a former Greens candidate who's concerned about the total footprint of the large-scale renewables? Not opposed to renewables, and I don't think anyone on the panel is opposed to renewables, but concerned about the overbuild which is going on in order to meet the generating capacity, and particularly concerned about what's happening in Queensland with some of the remnant biodiversity being impacted by large-scale wind projects. Does it surprise you that in these regional communities, which are directly impacted, there is a high level of contention in relation to the way the renewables are being rolled out, the impact on those communities, and the way the communities have not been respected by the companies involved?
Hi, Darren. It's Barry here. As a Queenslander, I might take that, and has worked in conservation a lot. Certainly some projects, some of which I think have sensibly been knocked back. Some of the proposed wind farms in far north Queensland have been knocked back. Certainly there can be impacts and can be conservation impacts and local concern. I think there's a whole basket of things that need to be ensured, better social engagement by renewable companies to get to a stronger best practice. And in some cases where the impacts are too high, and that may be, wind farms in a rainforest is not a sensible idea, just to use an extreme example. They shouldn't be approved in the same way that any unduly destructive proposal of any type should not be approved.
Thanks, Mr. Trail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Trail. Sorry. Just in relation to your and thank you for your work, obviously, in volunteer firefighting. I'm interested just in some perspective around here on. We tend to blame every major bushfire event at the moment on climate change, when the evidence would suggest that you can't blame individual events on the greater trend. I'm not going to have an argument at that point. But I'm just interested from your perspective as a firefighter also in relation to the lack of practical land management and the impact that's having on our forests, in the sense that while the states have primary responsibility for that public land estate, there is a huge failing in terms of fuel reduction and protection of communities in terms of mechanical clearing around towns, that type. Any comments at all about this is not purely a question around climate, there's also questions around practical land management?
Yeah, no, very happy to talk in detail about that, Darren. It's my field of expertise. And a heads up, I grew up in Gippsland, so I spent a lot of time in the forest there. The first fire I went to, just take a sort of slight diversion to frame it. First fire I went to was 1983, the precursors to Ash Wednesday in East Gippsland. So obviously Gippsland particularly, but also large parts of other Australia are fire prone and have always been so, and that goes back to a long history, including Indigenous fire management. What has happened, I've seen it both personally as a firefighter, I've seen it as a fire expert. It has been well documented that around the turn of this century there was a step change in conditions. And I'll emphasise this, and it's important to distinguish between fuel and fuel management, which of course can be an issue, and catastrophic fire conditions. Catastrophic fire conditions are simply weather conditions: humidity, temperature, wind speed, and time since last rain. That's it. When you have, and there's and I'm happy to provide it on notice.
The start of this century you're referring to, before we started coal-fired power station in the Valley. Yep.
Yes. So from, if you know, there was, and so sorry, I lost my train there. Catastrophic fire days, such as caused, of course, the Churchill fire, the central on Black Saturday, and of course the Black Summer, come from catastrophic fire days, and fuel conditions are not completely irrelevant, but they're largely irrelevant. So yes, can we manage forest better? Yes, I think we can, but that won't protect people in any way adequately with the increasing number of extreme fire days we have. And that's simply a factor of climate change, as predicted, unfortunately, when we have drought conditions and more extreme heat, dry days, off we go.
Just in relation to the communities that host large-scale energy infrastructure projects, whether they're renewables or nuclear or coal, we heard evidence in Latrobe Valley from the Mayor. The local council receives millions of dollars each year from the coal-fired power stations in some sort of royalties payment. It's not quite rates, but it's a payment that gets made to council. So when those power stations close, that money is no longer available to councils. Do any of the witnesses have any view about the need for a legislated community benefit fund of some form? So not just payments to the landholder who may host a solar farm or a wind turbine, but also a legislated community return for many communities that host large-scale energy infrastructure in the future, given that all of these projects are going to occur in regional areas, none are occurring in the cities.
Let me try and answer partially that anyway. Any extractive industry is destined to have a transition to not being an extractive industry. The resource obviously runs out at a particular time, whether it runs out physically or runs out economically. Those communities have to transition. Governments of all colours need to be thinking about how to transition that community. Now, if some of that is social transfers of wealth, that might be it. If it is the stimulation, for example, of renewable energy works in those areas, that also could be it. But working on the transition for people is critical, and it should not be a partisan part of the political world. So I think I have seen transitions occur, for example, in North Sea oil, which fortunately was actually thought about really quite well right from the word go, but there's a lot less people working in that field. I've seen it done badly as well in the UK coal instance. That was shocking. So what I would say to all parliamentarians is you have to think about transitions. Transitions are the norm. They are absolutely the norm. You have to think about it. Dan, I'm sure you're thinking about this a lot.
So, Mr. Bourne, the question sort of relates
Final question, Mr. Chester.
What's occurring right now. We have evidence from Queensland, from local councils in those areas, that the companies responsible for installing large-scale renewable projects are not always acting in good faith in terms of any defined return to the community. So my question relates to, should there be a legislated community benefit to assist those communities to adjust, also to make sure some of those benefits do accrue locally, if in fact most of the energy ends up in the cities, and your evidence is that it's a cheaper energy form for metropolitan people, but it's the country people that are bearing the cost in terms of impact on their local environment. And my question relates to what support or benefits should be legislated to go to those communities.
I can jump in on that one too, Amanda here. I think it is really important that the transition is done right and communities are receiving benefits for hosting renewables on their land. So I do think it is worth investigating and looking at where it is working well in Australia and where it has worked less well. I think it's also about that sort of honesty with communities about where things are going. And Mr. Chester, I think we disagree on the timeline around coal closure, except I think what probably everyone agrees is many coal-fired generators will be closing within the next decade and certainly within the next 2 decades. And so there needs to be a plan for what is there in the interim. And without concrete plans, you see a transition that is messy, and that has impacts on communities, of course. It's important that communities are aware of what is the transition that is going to happen and have the capacity to benefit from that as much as possible. So the more that there is clarity for communities that these generators are going to be closing and what are the alternatives that can come online right away to give them certainty, the better.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Chester. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. Dr Trail, I just wanted to start with you. So your organisation represents more than 160 climate organisations nationally. What would you say is the view of your members on the Coalition's claim that nuclear reactors are the only way to reach net zero by 2050?
We're essentially the industry body, the secretariat of a very diverse range of groups, and on many issues there's a diversity of views. On this one, without exception, I cannot think of anything that's even a nuance or a tweak. Our membership is very clear. They cannot see that this is a pathway except for more pollution, lower pickup of renewables, delayed transition, and higher cost and delay. It's unanimous.
Thank you. What would be the impact on Australian population if the additional 2.3 billion tonnes of climate pollution were to be released?
If that was the trend internationally, and I'll look at Amanda, who's probably slightly greater feel of the exact figures than me. Correct me if I'm wrong, Amanda. That's a pathway to average global temperature change of around a high 2 degrees or 3 degrees. I cannot describe how catastrophic that is. It is actually difficult to conceive. So the best I can do is to put it in simple terms, is Dubbo will no longer grow wheat. Margaret River will no longer grow wine. Extreme fire years like the Black Summer with those catastrophic fire conditions unrelated to fuel will be something around 1 in 3 or 1 in 5 years, more extreme wet years and so on. It would be catastrophic if the whole world continued on that pathway. And I think this is a really key point here. This is a global problem. It is occasionally pointed out, Australia's only 1%, what should we do, etc., etc. Well, Australia was 1% of the Allied war effort in World War II. We didn't say let's leave it to the Yanks and the Brits and the Russians. So we're 1% of Scope 1 emissions. If you include all our coal and fossil fuel and coal and gas production, it's up towards 5%, which is very significant. And we are still expanding our export coal and gas. And I'd really like to point that out. This is a comment on the Labor government. It's not just the coalition. And so there's an estimate from Climate Analytics, a very experienced set of operators who experts, and they estimate that if our current exports continue around 9% of future carbon before we can crank down to zero, it will come from Australia, around 9% of total global carbon budget. So we have to deal with it in Australia, both for our own internal reasons to protect our citizens, and also to be part of being what's a global initiative, and which I think in the last 2 years Australia has started to step up to the plate and COP with Chris Bowen, etc. But so I can't exactly detail how many people are going to die. I can't detail exactly how many people are going to lose their houses. We are getting somewhat better at reacting to disasters. There's more volunteer firefighters, there's more SES, so on. Though it is, frankly, an increasingly tedious load, hard load, not a tedious load. So you can't get exact numbers. Climate disasters aren't that easy to predict, but we will have much more, and we have to turn that around.
Thank you. Excuse me. And probably my last question for you at this stage, Dr. Trail, is what are the risks for Australian businesses from trade restrictions if we don't act to reduce emissions?
It's probably getting somewhat outside my personal expertise, and I might pass to Greg, just with his much greater business depth. But when I talk to senior diplomats, I was in Azerbaijan at the COP there, diplomats from other countries, particularly but not only Europe, increasing focus on carbon taxes, on CBAMs, on essentially carbon tariffs for incoming exports. It's hard to see anywhere except an increasing trajectory of such things. Now, Australia is currently, tending towards the side of the angels on that, but we're still increasing our exports. But if we revert to a policy where we're flatlining on reducing our domestic emissions, there will be consequences, I would assume.
I'll answer maybe in an odd way, and that is, we have just seen the tariffs on lobsters going into China stopped, right? So we can now finally re-export lobsters from Western Australia, where I come from originally, back into China. China is the largest renewable manufacturer and emplacement country in the world. If China decides that they're going to do a border adjustment on us, it would be very, very easy, and it would be very, very swift. Very, very swift. China has a lot to lose from climate change because of the shape of its topography, a lot to lose. I have no doubt about it that border adjustments, tariffs, etc., will come in on countries that are not pulling their weight. We need to pull our weight, and we need to pull it well. And coming back to Barry's point, we need to be thinking about this in terms of our overall emissions, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. We cannot hide behind the fact that we don't burn it, someone else does. So I would hate to be in a border tariff war on carbon with China.
Thank you. I just wanted to go to the Liberal National Party's nuclear policy plan that they dropped nearly 7 months ago. There's been a lot of commentary around the percentage of energy mix that will be put into the market if the pursuit of those 7 sites were undertaken. And I do note that the Coalition have said that these are the only locations that they're prepared to consider for nuclear reactors to be built. All other locations across the country are off the table. I am interested to get an understanding about what the potential implications of the pursuit of that. It's been said about 4% of the energy mix by 2050, but the investment into that 4%, what is the trade-off from the renewable sector side of investment and development in that interim period before we start to get energy to the grid? But is there a real risk of de-investment in renewables, therefore a shortfall in energy production more broadly, even though they say that they are backing in renewables as well as part of their broader energy policy? But I'm interested to get your thoughts on what the broader implications of that 4% energy mix from nuclear power generation means for our energy market here in Australia.
Perhaps I'll start, and Greg, you might.
Yep, sure.
What I consistently hear from business is that the biggest issue for them, and particularly renewable energy investors, is the stop-start nature of the Australian policy environment, and that has been increasingly, that has been just very difficult over time, that there has been periods where we've had a renewable energy target, periods where there's been a tax on the renewable energy target, etc., and now a massive pivot at this time, which would be all publicly funded, would be a big indication of where Australia is going. So I think that what we need in Australia is a certainty around our policy environment, particularly if Australia wants to go down the pathway of a clean energy superpower. Mr. Kennedy mentioned before our role in global emission reductions. One of the best roles that we could play is by manufacturing things like green steel, green aluminium, all the components of those things. But that requires a very big grid. It would be a great opportunity for us in terms of what our exports could be for the 21st century, but requires a whole lot of certainty to allow the massive build-out of energy, clean energy, particularly renewables all around the country. So it would certainly get in the way of that.
Yeah. I think one other way to look at this is we are transitioning our grid, and indeed, throughout the world, people are transitioning their grids. They're re-envisaging them altogether. We're heading towards, massive distributed energy resources, and indeed massive consumer energy resources. In a sense, we're democratizing the electricity supply. We will see many, many more benefits regionally and locally from the way we are going forward. If these nuclear plants were to be built, the moment legislation is made and a government at a particular time says we're going to put them in, you immediately put an overhang in all other investments. You throw uncertainty completely around the place. Given with our 3-year political cycles, it could flip-flop the very, very next time. The way investors look at Australia is for certainty of policy, long-term. We need this to be going out to 2050 and beyond. And if we are going to create an Australia which is embracing the future rather than hugging the past or playing around with nuclear, if we're going to do that, we need to be thinking, we need to be clear-eyed, and we need to be bringing benefits to everyone.
If I could actually disagree with the sort of premise you had in there, Matt, which is that the coalition has said that they will back renewables to some stage. Mr. Ted O'Brien has said that, but it's always important when you're looking at whatever political party is doing, saying it's the whole spectrum of things. Sometimes for understandable reasons, a government or a party will have strategic ambiguity in what it says. It just sort of, yeah. So what I perceive very strongly is that the coalition is saying, oh yes, there'll be some renewables in the mix. But every specific statement, that's got any specificity to it is anti-renewables. Everything that's specific. There is no wind farm that's been supported by the coalition, to the best of my knowledge, and been looking closely. There is many, many, many wind farms that have been directly attacked by Mr. Dutton, by others. I would happy to hear an exception.
Yeah, I think the sitting member, Darren Chester, is supporting the wind farm off his electorate in Gippsland, straight there. Look, I'd like you to table it. I think there's a lot there that's not quite right, but that's
okay. I'll actually. That's a good point. That's a good point. Darren has been very strong support.
I think that's slightly.
Yep.
Anyway, we can get into it afterwards.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for appearing. We appreciate it. Cheers.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
I now welcome Simon Holmes a Court, Page Research Centre and Blueprint Institute to give evidence today.
There's other, anyway, we can talk afterwards. Yeah, sorry to jump in.
For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee, and we'll start with you, Mr. Record.
Yes, it's Simon Holmes a Court, and I'm appearing in a personal capacity.
Hi, my name is Liana Downey, and I'm here in my capacity as the CEO of the Blueprint Institute, an independent economic policy think tank.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jared Holland. I'm appearing as CEO of the Page Research Centre.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please? We'll start with you, Mr. Record.
Yes, I have never been a member of a political party, and a small portion of my investments, less than 2%, are in Australian renewables, which I believe is similar to most Australian super.
Cheers, thank you.
Hi, I'm not and haven't been a member of a political party. I'm not a member of a union. I may have been a member of a union in my teen years.
All good.
And I have no direct investments in renewables or nuclear.
Thank you. Mr. Holland.
I'm a member of the National Party, the Bathurst branch.
Thank you. I now invite you to all make a brief opening statement before we head into discussions. Mr. We'll start with you.
Thank you very much. Let me start by disclosing that I'm a big fan of nuclear energy. I've visited 7 nuclear power stations, 4 operational, 3 in various stages of decommissioning. I have taken a nuclear energy course at MIT. I've visited nuclear companies such as GE, Hitachi and Bill Gates' TerraPower, and met with asset owners such as Ontario Power Generation and Southern Company. I think nuclear technology is amazing, and I wish Australia had built nuclear instead of coal in the 1970s and 80s. There are 3 points I wish to land today. First is on cost. Just this week, CSIRO came out with its updated Gen Cost report. The report lists a nuclear nth-of-a-kind cost of nearly $9,000 a kilowatt. My learned colleague from the Page Research Centre claims that similar figures are too high and we should be using costs that are 60% lower. The figure from Gen Cost is not an estimate of what the first unit in Australia would cost. The Shadow Energy Minister keeps referring to next-of-a-kind cost. CSIRO is not presenting next of a kind, but rather nth of a kind. This is a very different metric that I hope the panel can get their head around. Nth of a kind is the cost you pay when there is a warm supply chain, one that has built a number of units without delays between, one after the other after the other. CSIRO's modelling is very simplistic on the South Korean experience, which has enjoyed a well-established nuclear industry that has constructed 30 reactors over almost 50 years. Even with a mature design, the first unit built in Australia would encounter significant first-of-a-kind costs. A 100% premium would not be unusual. In fact, if the cost of our first unit was double CSIRO's nth of a kind, it'd be the cheapest nuclear built in the Western world this century. Even in the US, where 2 reactors were recently completed, a recent MIT study confirms that CSIRO is in the ballpark of NOAK, or N of a kind, but they estimate the next of a kind units would cost between 13 and 16,000 Australian dollars per kilowatt, and that's with a warm supply chain. But we should be wary of the NOAK trap. NOAK assumes that nothing goes wrong, and we will get better with each build. Most Western countries have seen costs generally escalate with each build, what is known as a negative learning rate, or as what one of my colleagues recently called a forgetting rate. A 100% premium for the first unit in Australia would be generous, and that's just the estimated cost. The Danish mega project expert Bent Flubier has compiled data from thousands of mega projects to show that billion-dollar projects habitually blow out in cost and schedule. In his list of 25 project types, nuclear power comes in as the 3rd worst with an average cost overrun of 120%. Our Commonwealth has sponsored construction projects over the last decade, such as the National Broadband Network, Snowy 2.0, Kurri Kurri Gas Peaking Plant, the Inland Rail and the failed commuter car parks project. Our Commonwealth has a terrible record for project delivery. On schedule, the two supposed experts have told this inquiry they believe we could build 7 reactors before 2037. This is complete nonsense. In my submission, I have set out an optimistic schedule, including a Gantt chart, showing 2044 as an optimistic estimate for commercial operation of our first nuclear plant. And that's with fantastical assumptions. That assumes we have durable, multi-partisan support that exists at both the Commonwealth and state level over 7 to 10 parliamentary terms. It assumes that the program enjoys smooth passage through environmental and nuclear approval processes. It assumes that the multi-billion-dollar mega project is completed on time, on budget. It assumes that governments and the public turn a blind eye to the terrible economics, and it assumes that the significant integration challenges that nuclear faces in Australia do not impact the project schedule or viability. 2044 would be an optimistic target for commercial operation of the first nuclear power unit. it is practically impossible to go faster, and even 2044 relies on the coalition controlling the House and the Senate 6 months from now, the states dropping bans and keeping that support in place for 20 years. Lastly, I want to talk about the gap, the energy gap. It's a mistake to think there are some crossroads where we're pondering whether to go renewables or go nuclear. We are well into an energy transition. A dozen years ago, just 10% of our electricity came from renewables. It's now almost 40%. AEMO projects that a dozen years from now, more than 90% of our electricity will come from renewables. Our electricity demand is set to double by 2045, and nuclear has no realistic prospect of contributing to that growth. Even if we were to get the first plant built by the mid-2040s, continue to build at the rate that France did in its heyday, nuclear power could provide almost 1/4 of our electricity in 2050, but only 4% of the energy in our grid between now and 2050. Shoehorning in any more than a trivial amount of nuclear means pausing or significantly slowing our present transition. If we were to stop large-scale renewable energy development today, which some, including the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, have suggested, we would have a gap of 3,700 terawatt hours to fill. That's the equivalent of 18 years of all current generation. The obvious way to fill that gap is to extend the life of the 17 aged and increasingly unreliable coal power stations in the NEM by 20 plus years and add a huge amount of gas we don't have. The increase in carbon emissions is measured in gigatons and would prevent Australia from fulfilling its international net zero commitments. Extending the life of coal power stations is hard. The Commonwealth doesn't own any of them. The extensions would be incredibly expensive, and historically they have a poor history of success. Gas is currently the most expensive form of bulk energy in our grid, at least until nuclear comes online, whereupon nuclear would become the most expensive. The last few years have been painful for consumers, but such a plan would only double this pain. A plan for Australia to slow down renewables and wait for nuclear power is a plan for higher emissions, higher costs, and lower reliability of our grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Report. Ms. Downey.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Commission. I've worked on the question of the economic implications of decarbonisation on the Australian economy over the last 20 years, including leading the development of first greenhouse gas abatement cost curve for Australia in 2008 while working at McKinsey & Company. And I've worked on strategy and policy on energy and climate-related matters on and off over the last 25 years. My interest in the subject of climate actually came out of my work in financial services. It was work in insurance and with actuaries, the number crunchers at insurance companies who live and breathe by the cold, hard facts of cost. And these reinsurers have been raising the flag on climate change since the 1980s, and for good reason. Extreme weather events are costly, and the increase in number and cost of extreme weather events has been fivefold. It costs Australia currently, on average, $38 billion per year for extreme weather events, a cost that's set to increase up to $94 billion per year by 2050. The transition is costly. Not undertaking the transition is also costly. I make this point because it's really important to understand the idea of a 2050 target is not an arbitrary point in time. It's a target that's based on an annual reduction in emissions, because if you think about emissions as pouring salt into water, every year you continue to pour salt, the concentration increases. There's a direct correlation between the increase in carbon in the atmosphere and this increase in adverse weather events. And it's important because it's critical to understand that it matters not what we do in 10 years or at 2050, it matters what we do each and every year, because we actually need to slow the rate of that salt pouring in the water to ensure that we stabilise the concentration. Our recommendations are about the no-brainers, the things that we urgently must do as a society, and we must do them now. We need to establish technology-agnostic biodiversity and environmental standards. That needs to happen now. It may be in our future that nuclear comes online. The time to think about the standards that we want to set is today. We should have done this in terms of biodiversity standards, waste management standards for renewables. We haven't. It's an inefficient thing to do, to wait until you have a technology come online and then retrospectively ask for changes in policy. The US government can talk to this. In the last year alone, there have been 4 major national litigations regarding nuclear waste. The legal liability of the US government could rise to about $16.2 billion. It's critical to get clear, and Labor's failure to deliver on commitments to overhaul the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act are a real problem. They're an economic problem. Secondly, it's good to see the improvements in NEM system planning. There's been much discussion about the ISP, and let's be clear, the ISP was never intended originally to be a kind of start from scratch plan. It was a delivery by a department to answer the question, how might we get there given existing government commitments? So it's good to see the increased scrutiny of the ISP and the commitment to ensuring that there is a good shared understanding of what is and isn't in that document. Obviously, there's lots of confusion about LCOE and total system cost, something the Commission has talked about extensively. I think it's important to note that LCOE is the only metric you can compare technology by technology, because total system cost is a function of the mix in the whole grid and system. You can't have a total system cost for a particular technology because it depends on how much you've got and where they sit. So it's critical that there is good scrutiny on that modelling, that it includes full system costs, committed and anticipated transmission, and we believe that there is a huge opportunity to revisit transmission planning in a way that reflects new technologies and doesn't simply replicate the existing model of plugging and playing with existing poles and wires into existing locations. There's an opportunity to reduce transmission costs if that transmission is revisited. It's important to acknowledge that any inclusion of nuclear will also include transmission costs in the same way that renewables increases transmission costs. Good modelling should also include the do-nothing scenario because of the costs I talked about earlier. The costs of the 38 billion are very close to the total system costs of the transition, but those are the costs of doing nothing. It's critical that we avoid ideological divides by including both renewables and nuclear scenarios so we can have a good shared understanding of what might be possible and how much things cost. We urgently need to address imminent supply gaps. As we've just heard, we are not doing well on our renewables rollout. We are not on track to deliver the commitment, and we need a good hard look at why that is the case. There are real constraints that Australia is facing. Those are constraints that would absolutely be the case with the inclusion of nuclear as well. We are struggling to deliver housing for people who need it. Building a house is a hell of a lot simpler than building a nuclear power plant. And we have real constraints around construction, around skills, around labour. We also, as my colleague just referred to, we have a poor track record when it comes to large-scale infrastructure investments, and we need to be honest about the skills that we have when we make our plans. Lastly, it is critical that we enable and support further research on emerging nuclear technologies. For a long time, for a decade now, there has been good promise around SMR technologies. They're not yet commercial, and so I think we need to always tread that with caution. But it's critical that we actually have good, clear, shared understanding of what might be possible. Some of those technologies address the very real concerns that Australians have had around nuclear. Some of those technologies promise waste reduction. They promise addressing the role of waste. They promise safety concerns, and they address things around nuclear weaponry proliferation. It's critical that we continue to ensure that we do have good research. This is an area where we have struggled in Australia to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holland.
I'd like to thank the inquiry for the opportunity to speak. So, as I mentioned, I'm Gerard Holland. I'm the CEO of the Page Research Centre. The Page Research Centre is a regionally based think tank that is primarily concerned with producing the best outcomes for rural and regional Australia. We are firmly convinced that with our regionally integrated economy, the better outcomes for the regions mean better outcomes for all Australians. This particular research focus brings us to the areas of national security and defence, productivity, and in particular, energy policy. And we've been trying to uncover how do you produce energy as cheap, as reliable, as secure as possible, while still maintaining our fundamental responsibility to steward the natural environment. A couple of things have happened over the last couple of years, and I've been talking to some regional producers who are really feeling the pinch because of these increase in energy prices. Watermelon farmer I was speaking to near Cowra a couple of weeks ago now pays $130,000 a year in electricity bills just to keep his watermelons chilled before the supermarkets can come and pick them up. This is because we've seen a real increase, inflation adjusted, of 60% in our electricity bills over the last 10 years. This has almost coincided directly with the build out from 3% of our electricity being produced by renewables to a 34% production by renewables. Now, on paper, this looks great. We've added about 15,000 megawatts of nameplate capacity to the NEM, but 85% of this has come from intermittent and renewable sources. At the same time, we've only added about 2,500 megawatts of dispatchable electricity, which has primarily come in batteries, which don't operate 24/7, need to be charged, and gas turbines, which is more expensive in Australia than coal plants. At the same time, we've seen about 4,500 megawatts decommissioned off the grid, meaning we've lost about 2,500 megawatts in dispatchable capacity from the grid. Now, New South Wales experienced the challenge of this last week. When we had risk of blackouts, we had the AEMO pulling emergency procedures in order to stop certain large industrial operators to stop blackouts from happening, and a huge surging spot price of around $17,000. The truth is, whilst we've pivoted away from dispatchable capacity, that dispatchable demand is still required in the grid, and coal still makes up about 60% of the NEM's electricity generation. So this question of dispatchable electricity that's cheap, reliable and secure is at the heart of what I think this discussion is about and the trajectory that we should go on. Looking at gen costs, both last year's and the most recent report that came out this year, there are a couple of figures that we found quite startling regarding the projected costs of building a nuclear industry here. I think I agree with others on the panel that whilst SMRs are exciting, they aren't necessarily the cheapest pathway for Australia. And actually, if you look at large reactors, multiple units on one site, that seems to be the most cost-effective way to do it. If you're in government, it's not your job to average out lots of other different nations and see where they have got to. You have to select a provider and partner with them that you think is going to deliver you the best possible product. And one of those providers that we looked at was KEPCO. Now, from KEPCO's example, we came to some quite interesting findings. So for a start, they produced their Baraka reactors in the UAE at 35% cheaper than Gen Cost projects. Now, this is despite the fact that it required over 20,000 modifications to allow for the UAE's quite arid and harsh circumstances, including 26% higher seawater temperature than the Koreans are used to, maximum summer temperatures of another 26%, 37% salinity in their seawater they were used to cool. And so despite all these modifications, able to produce it 35% cheaper than the CSIRO predicts. And then if you look at the Shinkoya reactors within South Korea, some of their most recent reactors, they come in about 2.6 times cheaper than what Gen Cost predicts. There's a couple of reasons for this. They haven't been stop-starting as a lot of Western producers have been doing, be it France or the UK or the US over the years. Since the 70s, they've continuously built nuclear reactors. They've gotten better and better and better at it, safer and safer and safer. They have warm supply chains, which means that they're able to get their kit on spec and on time. And in talking with the KEPCO representatives, they assured us that the $24 billion that was budgeted for when they clicked go on Baraka, it came in under budget and on time. The other important thing to notice here is around the timelines. And from that first Unit 1 in Baraka, 56 months from first concrete pour to electron. I noticed in another submission from a member of this panel that they challenged that and made the point not to get confused between construction time. But again, I haven't Googled this. We went to KEPCO directly. It's quite easy to do. They've got a subsidiary in North Sydney. That was from first concrete pour to electron 56 months. It wasn't hooked up to the grid for another couple of years because of operators within the UAE. The unit was delivered, it was functional, but they were staggering the other units that they wanted to build, and they said, great, thanks, good, we'll get this hooked up in a couple of years when we're ready. It had nothing to do with the construction time to build that. So that was mid-2017. I'd also note that by mid-2018, Unit 2 was 94% of the way built. Unit 3 was 86% of the way built. And so getting it hooked up to the grid and producing electricity consumers is a very different prospect to how long it actually takes to build one of these reactors. I suppose the key takeaway here is when you're thinking about how we plan for the next couple of years, plan for the next decades, is, well, what kind of grid do we want to have? Do we want to have a grid that is based on reliable, dispatchable baseload power, as all of the rest of the world is pivoting towards, or do we want to be the experiment? Do we want it to be the petri dish of the kind of worst excesses of utopianism, that we can produce a grid that completely defies the physics and engineering constraints of every other grid in the world, that is relied purely on intermittent and unreliable power, that follows the demand of the weather, not the demand of consumers. And so I would put it to the inquiry that you have to replace like for like, and that if you want to replace reliable baseload power in coal plants, then the natural off-ramp to that is reliable baseload power in the form of nuclear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. We'll all have 5 minutes each to ask our questions, and we'll be sticking straight onto time. I'll be cutting people off halfway through if we have to. Mr. Burnell.
Well, thank you for that warning, Chair. Runs a tight ship here, you can see. Thank you all for providing evidence today. I want to go to Mr. Holmes. Do you mind if I call you Simon?
Go for it.
Thank you. Look, a lot of people probably know you for your political exploits over the last few years, but like myself, prior to coming onto this committee, didn't really understand some of your background, and I'm keen to get to your academic expertise, especially around energy analysis. So I'd like to start off with what risks to system security would arise from large nuclear reactor plants, and how would it result in additional costs for consumers? Can you explain what a reactor over 1 gigawatt would do to the reserve margin of Australia's grid, and why that matters?
Sure. So it is possible to integrate large reactors into our grid. I won't object to that, but there are challenges with our grid to maintain reliability, or so to retain system security. At all times, the market operator must ensure that there is a reserve margin that is at least the size of the largest unit that could trip. So if the largest unit in the NEM at the moment is Cogan Creek up in Queensland, if that were to trip, then instantly, that same second, we have to get into the grid an equivalent amount of power that is lost. So if we were to increase, say, from that 740 megawatt largest unit to, say, a 1400 megawatt, AEMO at all times will have to contract an additional 700 and something megawatts of energy, and that's a cost that is smeared across all consumers. Now, whenever Cogan Creek trips, you can see the frequency disturbance in the NEM all the way through to Adelaide. You can see that frequency drop. It's manageable because they keep these reserve margins, and it is possible. It's a good thing we now have large-scale batteries, because they can act as a shock absorber in the grid. And in fact, with the new nuclear power reactor in Finland, Olkiluoto 3, the grid operator required a battery be situated next to the reactor, in order to act as a shock absorber. So it's absolutely possible, but it increases work has to be done, additional work, to maintain security. One of the biggest issues, though, we have on security is if we take a pause in the energy transition right now. As I mentioned in my opening, we have electricity demand set to double between now and 2045. At the same time, we have 90% of our coal fleet disappearing in the next, say, 10 to 12 years. That opens up a massive gap of generation, both capacity and energy shortfall, if we don't fill it with something, and that something would have to be expensive gas, which we don't have, and extending the life of coal. So that gives us security or reliability issues if we don't keep the pedal to the metal with the energy transition that's going on now.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain why you see the 2044 timeline that you used in your opening statement as a more realistic timeline for the development of nuclear in Australia? And I want to emphasise too that whilst a lot of people that might be in the room are probably energy experts or quite invested in it, it's also helpful if we use language that mums and dads back home can understand, so that they can better understand the important subject matter we're discussing today.
I'll do my best on that.
Sorry.
No, it's good. I spent a lot of my time trying to communicate the complexities of the energy transition, so I'll give it my best shot. One of the biggest confusions that we see in the debates around energy is how long it takes to build nuclear. My learned colleague to my far left talked about 5 years from start of construction to operation of the Baraka reactor. And while he might have been told that, the numbers reported to the International Atomic Energy Agency, which are highly regulated, tell a very different story. One of the important thing to understand is when the nuclear industry talks about the start of construction, what they mean is the first concrete, nuclear-grade concrete poured under the reactor or the nuclear island. Often sites have started construction 4 years in advance of that. If you look at aerial photographs of, say, the VC Summer or the Vogel plants, 3 years before construction starts, they are massive construction sites, and up to a quarter of the cost of the construction project has already been expended before that first concrete. All the rebars in, all the civil works are done in, site roads, much of the supporting infrastructure of the nuclear power station is in, and they mark the end of construction when the reactor is connected to the grid, not when it starts generating, but that first moment. That timeline that we heard before in the UAE, from when the first nuclear concrete was poured to the reactor becoming critical, so no energy can be generated until the reactor becomes critical, that alone was 8 years, 8.1 years, and it took another, I believe, 12 months after that before the reactor reached commercial operation. Now, before construction, in the UAE, it was pretty fast. It was it was about 12 months from groundbreaking to that first nuclear concrete, but generally we see in the Western world, it's more like 4 years for the civils on site. Now, that's just for the civils on site. I'll give you an example.
Really quick here, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, I'll be really quick. One of the newest nations to sign up to nuclear, and with the Koreans, is Czechia, former Czech Republic. They decided in 2022 to build a new reactor. They put it out to tender, took 2 years to come back. They're going to spend a year to sign it. They expect to break ground a couple of years from now, start pouring that nuclear concrete in 2029 for first commercial operation in 2038. Now, this is a country that's got 66 years of nuclear experience. They started good 2 years ago in making the decision we're going to go do it, and they're not going to have it till 2038. So there's not a hope in hell that we're going to have nuclear before 2040 in Australia. And I've shown with a set of fantastical assumptions, such as bipartisanship across federal and state level of government, with that and a whole lot of other fantastical assumptions, 2044 is an optimistic schedule.
Thank you. Mr. Chester.
Thank you, Chair. And I note Mr. Holmes Court is appearing today as an individual, but he's also the convener of Climate 200. And the successful Teal Party candidates in the last election all live in metropolitan areas, which none of them have large-scale renewables planned for more coal or nuclear power stations. So I guess my questions are more directed towards the Page Institute, which focuses on rural and regional areas. And I'm interested in your feedback in relation to a conversation I've had with one of Australia's almost nuclear experts. Is we have somewhat of an Anglo bias, a bit of an Anglo arrogance in this conversation, and we should be looking more closely at the Korean experience. And from your submission, you have focused a lot on the Korean experience. Could you expand a bit more on how that may be transferable to an Australian environment?
Just before you do, Mr. Holland, Mr. Holmes Court.
I'd just like to raise an objection. Mr. Chester made a reference to, I think he said, the Teal Party. There is no such thing as a Teal Party. Climate 200 has supported 23 candidates across the country at the last federal election, many of them in regional and rural areas, and we will be doing the same at a slightly larger scale at the next election. But yeah, there is no such thing as a Teal Party. I'd like to correct the record on that.
Thank you. And can we just make sure for all of us here as committee members, can we just make sure we're respectful to the witnesses that are here to do today, please? So, Mr. Holland.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Mr. Chester. I think fundamentally what sets KEPCO out from other providers is they have a very integrated supply chain. They act as both the prime contractor and then rely almost exclusively on Korean corporations for their architecture, engineering, nuclear steam supply systems, turbine generators, construction, nuclear fuel and commissioning. And so KEPCO essentially ensures cohesive project management and then cultural alignment. So if you were to partner with a South Korean body such as KEPCO, it would really be up to us how we decide how we want to play that. Do we want them to come in, deliver it on time, on budget, cheaply, utilising their own systems and supply chains, and to really sort of smash that Anglo bias that you mentioned? Or there's a really good case that actually, no, we'd want to do a lot of the concrete, the rebar, the steel, the fabrication, etc. here, because it would produce jobs for local communities. But again, these are political decisions more so than engineering concerns. I think what the KEPCO example proves is that you can do it in 56 months. There are political concerns around that and the choices you make, but these are the realms of politics, not necessarily in the realms of engineering.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. It was also put to us by one of the US experts that Australia has a very sophisticated construction sector, and a lot of the work in terms of construction, civil construction activity could be done by the existing workforce. There was a less specialised work required than perhaps people anticipated. Is that what your understanding is? A lot of it's civil construction activity?
Yeah, I think so. I think Australians should be proud of our construction sector, and we have some of the best workers in the world. Ironically, the challenge to our construction sector is not our workers; it's the cost of energy. And the reason that construction costs have ballooned over the last couple of years is because we've pursued a route towards more intermittent and non-dispatchable sources, and are reliant on peaking fuels such as gas. As we sort of turn up and down our coal-fired power fleet. So the way to get construction cheaper is to get cheaper energy in, but I have a lot of confidence in our construction centre as being well-beating and easily able to do this. I mean, we've proved that we've been able to put 30% of the renewables into the grid in the last 10 years, so there's clearly no challenge we can't do. That same know-how we could easily apply to a nuclear industry.
Time's against us a little bit, but I just want to refer briefly, if you could, to the regulatory framework. It's been put to us by a nuclear lawyer in Adelaide that the regulatory framework could be achieved within 12 months if there was a political will. But we've had a bureaucrat in Canberra, I can't remember the exact agency, tell us it would take 8 years to establish the regulatory framework. Do you have any reflections at all in terms of the regulatory framework and how advanced Australia is already in terms of its role in the global nuclear industry?
So I'm slightly more pessimistic on the regulatory framework, and I think it does come back down to a question of political will. In another neck of the woods, when we've been looking at national security, particularly with our place in the AUKUS alliance, I've been talking to national security experts, particularly in the US, who are quite concerned about where we are at with our regulatory framework with regards to nuclear, and there is a serious risk that Australia might get booted from AUKUS if we don't get our skates on. So completely independently of nuclear energy generation, there's a lot of work and a lot of catch-up that we need to do in order to make sure that we're ready to receive these nuclear subs when they come in the next couple of years. And so again, that does come down to political will, and my understanding is the current government have been dragging their feet. But if we actually decided we wanted to do this, it wouldn't take long to get that process. And again, we can learn from the Brits, we can learn from the US. We might have an Anglo bias, but we also have an Anglo friendship, and we have partners who actually want to see us do this and want to see us do this in a timely manner.
My final question is in relation to levels of community support, and I'm not sure whether Page has done any work in this regard. I am aware of a poll that was done in the Gippsland electorate of 1,300 people, and 55% of the people said they would support a nuclear power station being built at the Loy Yang site. Have you done any poll, any research in regional areas to inform the debate in terms of what level of community support there is or isn't for a transition which involves nuclear and renewable energy?
I can't necessarily speak to polling, but I can speak to my personal experience. So I've spoken at a number of events in Lithgow, in the New England, in the Riverina, particularly about this question and listening to community concerns. And I've only experienced an enormous groundswell of support for a nuclear industry. I think particularly in Lithgow, they're really concerned about what happens to that community once coal gets run down, as apparently is currently the plan to decommission these sites. And there's dead high streets that are looking for new investment, and renewables can't provide that. They're fly in, fly out jobs that need a bit of tweaking and maintenance every couple of months. All the construction crews come in and go out. A nuclear industry would be 60, 80, 100 years, however long you want to go, of regular 2,500 jobs. Plus all the technicians, and it's also they're multi-industry jobs as well. You've got everything from your boiler makers and your welders and your security guards, all the way up to nuclear physicists, technicians, and of course all the educational opportunities that produce around that. If you've got, say, Charles Sturt University, starts actually training people in becoming nuclear technicians. So when I'm in regional communities, they're saying great, a lot less transmission across our farmland, a lot less construction and wind turbines across our hills. And a lot of jobs for the next 10, 20, 30 years. So
thank you, Mr. Chester. Mr.
Thanks,
Kennedy.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you all for coming and giving testimony. Apologies if I cut in because I know we're very short on time, so I might, if I wrap up, if you've answered the question. But Ms. Downey, nice to see you again. Blueprint did a report, noting it did note it requires substantial uplift in renewable energy and storage, but it also talked about how it cannot alone power the grid. I think on page 6 of the report it says the results highlight the near impossibility of the dual goals of relying on variable renewable generation and avoiding extended blackouts. Could you explain why Blueprint believe a level of nuclear could be helpful as we decarbonise the grid in that report?
Yeah, so thank you. That report looked at the question of, if you look at a 2050 grid, what would the cost to decarbonise that grid be to a 99% level? What we found was that it would save consumers $39 per person to include one small modular reactor in the system. We found that it would cost $70 per person more if you didn't have gas with CCS. The thing that's important to understand about grid security is that the costs become important only as you approach that peak. So solar and wind are very cost-effective technologies.
Yep.
And as you said, we absolutely need to be continuing and in fact increasing the pace of the renewables rollout to ensure that we have a cost-effective transition. But I would also say that so what we didn't find was that there was an economic rationale for including large-scale nuclear into the grid. We did find that there was an opportunity potentially to save, as I said, $39 per person in 2050 if you included a small modular reactor. We disagree with the premise that you need to replace like for like, in part because the grid has already changed. So the thing that is impacting transmission costs is the nature of energy that we have in the grid today, the intermittent nature of that power. That's also impacting the acceleration of ageing coal-fired power plants.
Could you just talk a little bit about, because it's something we've heard a lot of different testimony on, and just be good to get to get Blueprint on the record. What is it about a intermittent solar renewable grid that adds to that cost, and it gets brought down if you add something like nuclear or others? Can you just explain the rationale for that for that to us?
Yeah, so just to be clear, I'm not saying you'd add any nuclear. So
no, but in that modelling, how does that work?
The inclusion of one small modular reactor as being the most economic.
So why does that reduce it? Why does that reduce it, and why is intermittent energy?
What that does, and this was this was a really specific set of scenarios, and I believe you've already had some discussions with the colleagues that we work with who produced the MEGS model, Mr. Bongers and Boston. The intermittent nature of solar and wind mean that at different times they'll be producing. You would have heard a lot of this we get production in the day, we get production from solar, we get production from wind at night. They do have a smoothing effect, so when you put the two curves, you lie them on top of each other, that sort of smooths and settles down. But it does mean you need that there will be certain times, and so this modelling was looking at the extreme cases in which you have wind and solar droughts, which is an event that can happen every 10 years. Mm-hmm. In those cases, as you approach that last 2% of decarbonisation, it is cheaper to have some kind of firming capacity. The current proposal, the national proposal at the moment, of course, includes firming capacity, and it includes storage. One of the big unknowns is what the cost of storage capacity will be in 2050. What we do know is that the cost of storage capacity is coming down. We do know that the cost of nuclear is not trending down globally. That may change. So what I would say is that's looking at a really specific point in time in 2050, but it says nothing about what needs to happen today.
Mr. Holland, okay, all right. Mr. Holland, we just talked about cost. We heard other evidence from some of the witnesses to your left saying it's, you know, it's not going to be cheap. It's going to be more expensive. Could you just talk a little bit about, because it's something we've heard a lot of different testimony on, and just be good to get the Blueprint on the record. What is it about a intermittent solar renewable grid that adds to that cost, and it gets brought down if you add something like nuclear or others? Can you just explain the rationale for that for that Thank you. Ridiculous cost, and then saying, you've been working with KEPCO, who, you know, supply 70% of South Australia's energy, that I think you've given evidence they could be a PPP provider to build this. We've heard different evidence from costs throughout this inquiry. Could you just comment, given your experience with KEPCO, what you see as, you know, on cost and why CSIRO or others may be missing things that KEPCO's not?
Well, I think the important thing is I don't understand CSIRO, GenCost, AEMO, or even our Energy Minister, Chris Balmain, have ever actually approached KEPCO and asked them what they could produce and to ask for a quote and get them to spec it. My experience...
You know that's the case, sorry?
I would. My understanding is that's the case.
Okay,
yeah.
wow.
It wouldn't be hard to do. They've got a subsidiary in North Sydney. They've been nothing but welcoming, and I would strongly encourage Mr. Bowen to make those inquiries, because I think he would find that they're able to promise something that hasn't been provided by GenCost. And again, their track record is they deliver on that. They are a provider who can do that. Talking about costs and that variability, why are they able to do that? So South Korea have much cheaper energy than us, despite the fact that they're a net importer of nearly all of their imports, and nuclear is the cheapest in their grid. The fact is, the way that our grid is set up is, as Leanna mentioned, if you keep building more renewables and you keep building more solar, they're all producing electricity at the same time. So that means the actual price of that pushes down. Negative prices aren't great if you've just spent a lot of money building a wind turbine. It means that you're now not paying off that asset. So the taxpayer has to come in and scoop that up. And so that's what's currently happening. You're also competing with rooftop solar. So the competitive and financial viability of these projects is increasingly minimal. And I understand we've sort of hit that peak at about 20%. Most of the best sites have been taken. And so additional infrastructure is coming on the grid to produce electricity for a lower margin in less ideal sites. And so that's why you're going to see that variability. That's why you're going to continue to see that fluctuating spot price, is because rather than building dispatchable power that's reliable, you're building power that, to Mr. Holmes' point about if a unit goes down, where's the backup? Well, what happens when you have, like in 2020, 2 weeks of a wind drought? What happens when you're in the middle of winter and you have low sun for continued periods of time? Then it's not one unit that you have to replace, it's an entire grid. And so this is why it's very hard to beat dispatchable power, where you, the producer, choose how much electricity you get out of the back end, as opposed to a grid where Mother Earth decides how much electricity you get.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. How come you focused your views on KEPCO, Mr. Holland? How come they're the only ones you focused on and nobody else?
Have been in discussions with KEPCO, have also been in discussions with Hatch, who are a Canadian engineering firm. We've got a piece of work coming out in partnership with them in a couple of weeks. Essentially, we want to understand, how do you actually deliver this? We don't have a particularly ideological affinity to any particular energy generation. There's a question that needs answering. How do you produce it cheap, reliable, secure, and steward our natural environment? And that goes beyond just carbon emissions. That looks at land use, farmland use, and national parks. And so we wanted to understand, well, what's the deal? And obviously Baraka is one of the newest plants that have been built. The Shinkori are some of the newest reactors that have been built in the last decade. So we went knocking, and these were the findings that we came up with.
No worries. Have Hatch or KEPCO made any financial contributions to Page Research Centre?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Have you advised the Liberal Party on nuclear policy, either before they made their choice of going down the nuclear pathway 7 months ago, or after?
No, I've been an advocate of this pathway since I was doing a lot of work on national security in my previous role at the Legatum Institute, and then at the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. And on the record back in 2023 was talking about my serious concerns around the renewable build-out, particularly with regards to rare earths and critical minerals and the way that China dominates those supply chains, and that's what got me looking into nuclear.
Thank you. And companies like KEPCO, if they came over here to build a nuclear reactor, how much of the workforce would actually be with KEPCO?
That's all a political decision that we would have to decide. So if you wanted to produce jobs in local regions, and this is what our piece of work that we commissioned Hatch to looks at, is what is the economic benefit of bringing nuclear industry to Australia. We particularly looked at the Hunter region. That piece of work will be coming out probably mid-January. And so that assumes a 50-50 split. But again, this is a political decision that we're putting in to get a number out the back. That would be up to the people who decided that they wanted to bring that industry here.
And you said that Lithgow would benefit from 2,500 jobs. with a nuclear plant, how do you know how many jobs would be there, considering we don't know what reactors they're going to use, we don't know how big the reactors are going to be, we don't know what water they're going to use, we don't know how long they're going to take to build, we don't know how much they're going to cost? How can you come up and give 2,500 people in Lithgow the hope that they're going to have a job?
Well, so I'm not sitting here saying that there'll be 2,500 jobs in Lithgow.
Well, you did say 2,500 jobs earlier.
Okay, let me clarify. So when we looked at what it would take to bring 4.2 to 4.4 gigawatts to the Hunter, so that's a like-for-like replacing Liddell and Rewiring, you come out with that figure of about 2,500 jobs. Now, there's plenty of water in Lithgow that you could do the same thing there. To be honest, if I'm looking at it and I'm looking at the 7 sites that the coalition has identified, I don't think you need them all. I think the cheapest pathways is to pick 2 or 3 of those sites and go big on those sites. I envisage a scenario where actually you have different sites competing with each other because they want the jobs, they want the labour force, and they want the energy. So that could be Lithgow, it could be the Hunter, it could be Gladstone. That again, these are all political decisions to be made.
Thank you very much. And Ms Downey, just a quick question for you. Do you think that the renewable rollout should be slowed down to wait for the nuclear process to possibly happen?
It would be absolutely economically irrational to slow down the rollout of renewables. If you're interested in cost, you must continue and in fact increase the pace of renewable rollouts in the country, regardless of what happens in nuclear.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your time all today. Appreciate you coming.
Chair, can we just can we put some questions on notice, just because of how short that was, and then maybe if they've got additional evidence, they could table it.
Yep, you can definitely do that.
Yep,
Put that
okay.
to the Secretariat.
All right,
That's
we'll
never
do
an
that
issue.
now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for your time. If you do have anything you want to put forward to the Secretariat, you're more than welcome to as well. Thank you. Cheers. And we will suspend now until 1 o'clock. Thank you. I declare open this public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I now welcome Australian Energy Council, Cauldron and Squadron Energy to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee? We'll start with you, Mr Fisher.
Yeah, Jonathan Fisher, the CEO of Cauldron Energy. We're an ASX uranium company.
Thank you.
Louisa Kinnear, the CEO of the Australian Energy Council.
Thank you.
David Feeney, General Manager, Wholesale and Environment for the Australian Energy Council.
Thank you.
Jason Willoughby, Chairman of Squadron Energy.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party, a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
Yeah, not union, not political party. I'm a shareholder in my uranium company, and I was formerly involved in Telus Holdings, which developed the radioactive waste repository in Australia, so I retain a minority interest in that.
Thank you.
No, nothing from
Nothing?
me.
Nothing.
No, other than being chair of a renewable energy company.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussions. We'll start with you, Mr Fisher.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. My name is Jonathan Fisher. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm here today as I've actually got, besides being here as the CEO of Cauldron, I've got varied experience across the radiological value chain. And so I thought I would focus my submission on those parts of the value chain where I do have the most experience. In addition to being the CEO of Cauldron, I was instrumental in driving the approvals and financing of Australia's only radioactive waste repository, which is a Telus Holdings Sandy Ridge facility operating in WA. I therefore have experience with respect to siting a facility in accordance with the International Atomic Energy Agency site selection criteria and the economics behind a radioactive waste repository and our abilities to do it safely in this country. This is an important aspect, I feel, given some of the previous evidence before this committee, as well as previous comments by members of our government, including the Energy Minister, who suggests that radioactive waste is a problem which cannot be solved. There is broad international consensus that action is needed to decarbonise the global economy. There's also broad international consensus, although perhaps not in Australia, that the world will not hit net zero without nuclear energy. Now, Australia may or may not choose to build reactors here, and I think it's what we're talking about today. But even if we don't, we have a moral obligation to mine our uranium, and we have more of it than any other place in the world, and supply it to our strategic trading partners and our allies who are desperate for it. In this bifurcated world where energy security of supplies are paramount concern, there is an alarming shortage of Western-aligned sources of uranium, as well as actually Western conversion enrichment. Recently, the Triple Nuclear Pledge has been signed with many hundreds of gigawatts of new baseload carbon-free energy to be delivered. A lack of available uranium is one of the many factors which could mean that that target may not be achieved. If we are serious in helping the globe to decarbonise, after all it's global warming, not Australian warming, perhaps we should not only focus on reducing Australia's relatively small emissions in a global context, but we also must maximise the assistance we give to other larger economies so they can decarbonise. In fact, the WA Labor government is of that view, where we should do this even at the expense of increasing our own emissions. This has been in the context of selling more gas from WA to help global reliance on coal from our trading partners. This argument works a lot better if you start talking about uranium for coal substitution, in fact. If we remove the uranium mining bans in WA and Queensland and let our industry flourish, we can help other countries offset more emissions than Australia's entire carbon inventory of approximately 444 million tonnes of carbon. So let that sink in. The impacts of uranium export and therefore more nuclear energy globally, not necessarily in Australia, are considerable. With increased uranium mining helping others to decarbonise, it provides more flexibility on the apparatus we may choose in Australia to decarbonise our own economy if we already know that we're making a massive impact on the world's other emissions. Uranium represents the most concentrated form of green energy on the planet. Our government wants to be a green energy export superpower, in fact, and they say that to do that through the export of hydrogen. Now, we can do it, but we can much more likely do it through uranium. We already have heard from Geoscience Australia and earlier in this committee that there's absolutely no scientific basis for uranium bans. So if our federal government is serious about climate change, it can perhaps help in changing those state-based issues. In the event that Australia does build nuclear reactors, it makes sense for Australia to have a stable and domestic source of uranium in order to provide energy security. An area where I understand that the community may have more reservations, to some extent built upon frankly deliberate misinformation or perhaps unconscious bias through absorption of incorrect information through cultural phenomena such as The Simpsons, is radioactive waste. As I have said many times before, rad waste is not green, it's not sludgy, and it doesn't leak out of drums. As a member of the team that delivered the holistic suite of approvals and financing of development of Australia's first commercially operated radioactive waste repository, I have confidence in our ability to handle this material in a world's best practice manner. We should focus here on where Australia is a world leader. We are one of only a handful of countries where the private sector has been successful in building a rad waste repository, which is a credit actually to the innovation of our private sector, but it's actually a credit to our government and our laws that allow such facilities to be built. And that gives us an extraordinary head start as we look to build infrastructure for the next stage of the nuclear industry in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just got a brief statement that I'll read out. The Australian Energy Council welcomes the opportunity to contribute to the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. The AEC, representing businesses in the wholesale and retail energy markets, supports a net zero emissions target by 2050 and a 55% emissions reduction target by 2035. I should say that our members also supply energy in retail to almost 10 million customers across Australia. So while we acknowledge the potential role of nuclear energy in Australia's energy future, the AEC would like to emphasise the need for careful consideration of its implications. While the AEC advocates for a technology-neutral approach, nuclear energy should be subject to rigorous cost and capability assessments before any further decisions are made. Furthermore, we would like to stress that the energy transition needs to continue at a significant pace to ensure a cost-effective, low-emissions transition as thermal generation is phased out. This means that the current focus should be on ensuring the right investment signals are in place for new and replacement generation needed over the next 10 years, such as wind, supported by firmed energy from gas, pumped hydro, and other forms of long-duration storage as they emerge.
Thank you. Mr. Feeney, do you have anything to add, or you're okay with that?
Good,
Thank
thanks.
you. Mr. Willoughby.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to address the committee. I'm here representing Squadron Energy, Australia's leading renewable energy company. We are a 100% owned, Australian-owned company. We have 5 operational wind farms, 3 in New South Wales, 2 in Victoria, and we have a further 2 wind farms under construction in New South Wales and Queensland. What we aim to do is our vision, if you like, is to protect the environment for future generations by leading the energy transition. And at the heart of what we do is making sure that the communities that we are located and that we operate in share in the long-term benefits of this energy shift. To date, Squadron Energy has generated enough electricity to avoid 7 million tonnes of CO2 emissions. We've created 2,100 jobs, and we've injected $350 million into regional communities. We sell renewable power to key corporates like the Commonwealth Bank, ANZ, Woolworths, Nestle, Fujitsu, amongst others. And we have a pipeline of projects in development for both wind, solar, as well as battery and gas firming projects. Importantly, we also have Australia's only energy import terminal located down at Port Kembla, and I'm proud to say that we have officially completed construction of that facility this week. That's going to be a really important facility because that is going to facilitate gas into New South Wales and Victoria, which is going to be required to help firm up the renewable generation that we're going to be building out in those states and help address some of the looming gas shortfalls that have been identified in both of those states. And importantly, it will be able to do that without requiring new gas field developments in either New South Wales or Victoria. At the moment, Australia relies on coal generation for about 2/3 of its power. And the vast majority of those coal-fired power stations are nearing the end of their technical and economic life. and replacing those coal generators. It's what we, when we refer to the energy transition, that's essentially what we're referring to. We think that the energy transition is crucially important for two reasons. The first is an environmental reason. In 2024, we've experienced some unwelcome firsts. We're on track to have the hottest year on record. In Australia, we experienced our hottest winter day in August. The majority of our emissions, a third of our emissions in Australia come from the power generation section. If we're going to reduce emissions, we have to address the emissions coming from our power generation sector. But there's a second, equally important and equally urgent reason why the energy transition is important, and that's an economic reason. As I said, we rely heavily on coal generation for our power source, and the reality is that those coal plants are getting older, they're aged, they're becoming increasingly unreliable and expensive to operate. The consequences of having a power system which relies on such aged infrastructure was really evident in 2022. And we saw that a third of the coal generation fleet wasn't able to operate, either because of issues at the plants or issues at the coal mines that supplied them. And as a result of that, power prices went to unprecedented levels. And for the first time in its then 24-year history, the national electricity market needed to be suspended. I just want to emphasise that point. The high power prices that were experienced in 2022 and the consequences that we're feeling in 23 and 24 were due directly to the inability of the coal plant to perform and to be essentially being unavailable to operate. We've had a lot of discussion recently around replacing those coal generators. There is an urgency. If we want to step away from an environment where we're going to have continued high power prices, we need to step away from those old age coal plants. We need to replace those coal plants as quickly as we can with the lowest cost generation solution that's available. And the lowest cost generation that is available today is wind and solar and battery firmed by gas. There's been a lot of discussion around cost of nuclear, but I think there's a general consensus that the absolute earliest that you would see an operational nuclear plant is in 15 years. Waiting for 15 years for a nuclear plant is locking in higher power prices for 15 years. There is an urgency that is required to address the power prices created by these old coal plants. And when we look at the importance of the transition comes back to how quickly can we replace the coal generation with the lowest cost solution that we have today. If nuclear was economic and if it was available today, we'd be looking at it. But it's not, and we are focused on replacing the coal plants with that wind, solar, battery, firm generation solution, whilst at the same time putting the communities and local regions at the centre of everything we do, because we don't have an energy transition if we don't look after the communities.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby, and we'll go to Mr. Kennedy first. He's got some things he's got to do shortly. So, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question's to Mr. Feeney. Mr. Feeney, we've heard extensive contributions about how nuclear power plants can be built safely from earthquakes and natural disasters. We've not had the same level of feedback about waste facilities. Could you comment on how safely we're able to store and manage spent fuel in facilities such as Sandy Ridge or other facilities?
Who was that for, Mr. Kennedy? Was that for Mr. Feeney from the Australian Energy Council? Was that Mr. Fisher from Cauldron?
Probably me.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was for Mr. Fisher. My apologies.
All good, buddy. We're just double checking.
That's
it. It fits in a little bit better.
No, not Cauldron. That was for my mistake. I'm sorry. I don't have you all in front of me. I'm trying to look from my my notes. Excuse my.
Yeah. So,
Mr. Fisher.
Yeah. Earthquakes and waste storage. Yes. Sandy Ridge went through. And to be clear, Sandy Ridge is a low-level waste facility, but it went through a full International Atomic Energy Site Selection Criteria and a full radiation safety case, and the level of approvals is quite staggering. And the modelling done on on Sandy Ridge and any other waste facility, an earthquake in Australia will not be an issue whatsoever, notwithstanding if there was a much larger earthquake than you've seen on the East Coast. In addition, we did things like strange human intrusion event models like flying a 747 into the facility. Which is something that you do obviously after 9/11, and the facility parts with flying colours. So, earthquakes is absolutely not an issue with respect to waste.
And then Australia's already got, already is a nuclear nation with Opal. We use it a lot in medical. We've signed up for AUKUS. The Albanese government is already looking for a permanent facility for waste. Can you sort of talk about what Australia's future requirements are to store fuel from what we already have committed to?
Yeah, so we don't have, we will eventually have high level spent fuel from submarine requirements. Obviously, the way submarines are designed and the new ones, you don't have any of that until the end of life of the submarine. But on the way that AUKUS is currently going, I think we get some second-hand submarines to start with, so they'll come along in, say, 20 years. And those higher level wastes would need to be permanently isolated at a federal higher level waste facility, which the government has committed to building. It would make sense, and again, having built a radioactive waste repository, it makes sense to maximise the amount of tonnes you can put into the one facility. The overall amount of waste movements back and forth are quite de minimis. It's not as if you can have 3 trucks rocking up at one day. And so you can have the same sort of level of receival infrastructure and just handling one shipment every so often from civilian as well as military. And so while there may need to be some physical separation on the site to fit within the Defence Department's requirement for be on the future defence estate, that can certainly be done. So from a cost perspective, it would make sense to basically co-locate.
Final question from me. The inquiry's heard evidence that it's not usual for opposition parties to consult government agencies on opposition policy. Geoscience Australia stated earthquake risks are extremely low in Australia compared to other nations that host nuclear power. They noted that Australia is one of the most geologically stable continents going round. Given all this information, do you believe some actors in Australian society, potentially the Labor Party too, if you want to comment on that, have been trying to stoke fear about the extreme hazards, earthquakes, and the risks, hurricanes, tornadoes, and the risk that will bear with regards to nuclear?
Just before you answer that, Mr. Fisher, I don't think that we need to start throwing stones here, Mr. Kennedy, because if you want to do that, we can play the game quite well back. So I think we should just reframe that question a little bit differently and
answer it differently,
and just ask the question again a little bit differently, and then you can answer, Mr. Fisher.
Yeah.
Okay. Reframing it, we have heard evidence, and we've heard a lot of questions as well about whether Australia is geographically stable enough to host nuclear. Do you think these are real concerns, or do you think these are inflammatory concerns?
I think there's absolutely zero concerns whatsoever around the geological stability of Australia. To be clear, there are issues that we're all here talking about. How does nuclear fit into the grid? And that's a relevant discussion. I think it would be beneficial if all of us tried to focus on those kind of things, and maybe we could provide some calm words around the fact that these other matters are not. If we've only got a certain amount of time to debate this, they're not the issues we should talk about. We should talk about the real issues.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Chester.
Thank you, Chair. Willie, just in relation to your evidence that regions are the centre of everything you do, can you just run through for me what sort of code of conduct or best practice you have in place in terms of consultation with communities? Because evidence we've heard, particularly from central Queensland, was there some level of concern in the community about the way some of these larger scale industrial renewable projects were treating local communities. I'm interested to know on your approach as a company.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chester. Our company's been in operation, the origins go back to 2007. We've been doing consultations with communities for a long period of time, and it's really evident to us that the success of a project really depends on the success of the support within a community. And we look at a community it's not a homogenous environment. There are folks who are going to host infrastructure, there are neighbours to folks, and then there's the local communities. And they all have different requirements, different needs, and they all need to be addressed to make sure that there is sufficient and broad support amongst all sectors of those communities. From our perspective, one of the things that we're very proud of is that the very first interaction that you have with someone from Squadron is a permanent employee of the company. Our shareholders, Andrew and Nicola, are both from the country. Their bush pedigree, their focus on regional areas really flows through the values of the company. So it's a high priority for us to make sure that the first engagement, the ongoing engagement that the communities and landowners have with people from Squadron represent the values and the engagements that we want to have in long term. And we're looking for long-term relationships. This is not a transaction. We're long-term owners of projects. We're here for the duration and want to be a valuable member of communities. I think one of the key areas, I guess, that we're focused on, particularly in the Central West around Dubbo, we have a number of projects around there, is coming up with solutions that address some of the pinch points that come for communities in regional areas. So, for example, one of the initiatives that we are rolling out around our Yungala project, which is currently under construction at Wellington, is to really focus on improving internet connectivity for all of the population within a 20-kilometre radius of the wind farm. And we're doing that by rolling out a mesh network, providing the infrastructure, paying for that, paying for the data that's going to be used, and then providing some grants to those landowners who want it. It's a voluntary program for them to invest in agricultural technology, because we think there's a real opportunity there to support the farming communities to improve productivity, whether it's from a time perspective, checking on water tank pumps and levels to soil temperatures or moisture levels. So
just to be clear, that Mr. Wood, that is a decision by your company, not a legislated obligation by the state or federal government.
That's correct, and it's just one of the things that we're trying to do is set a standard for others to follow. And we think it is important that there are standards. We think that it is important that there's a code of conduct, and we've been working with a number of representatives to come up with a industry-wide code of conduct. We believe absolutely that the industry needs to perform to the highest standards to give the certainty and engage in the right manner with communities, so that they don't feel that they're getting a poor outcome because they're engaging with renewable energy owners.
Is there any transparency around how much a landholder would get paid, for example, per turbine from company to company, or are they subject to non-disclosure agreements?
I think it depends a little bit per company. I mean, from our perspective, we think transparency is really important. One of the things that we do, for example, is when we talk to landowners for prospective projects, we'll take them to one of our existing projects, introduce them to the existing landowners, and leave the room. I think it's
there's no set schedule where a landholder who's approached by a company will know in advance that a turbine of a certain capacity should return a certain amount to the landholder. There's no actual schedule of payments that a landholder should expect.
I don't believe there's an industry guide sheet with that sort of information, no.
So I guess I'm getting to this point about code of conduct and best practice. I don't see how the regional communities can have confidence if they don't have that transparency around what an individual landholder can expect to earn or what a community can expect to benefit from, unless it's legislated in some way. So I guess I'm floating the question, should that be legislated in some way?
Look, it's really important that the standards are raised and maintained. If that requires legislation and regulation, we'd be supportive of that.
Thanks, Mr. Willie. Sorry, Mr. Fisher, just returning to the questions my colleague around the hesitation around waste disposal and safety issues. What feedback have you received or from communities impacted by any of the projects you've been involved in around radioactive waste disposal activities. Has it been a positive experience? Can you expand on that at all?
Yeah, I can. Echo what you said. Community consultation is absolutely critical, and that's something that we did as TELUS over a prolonged period. Additionally, we signed a native title agreement with our Indigenous owners, and that agreement is going well. We've had no issues with respect to waste management. It is all done to an extraordinarily high degree. I often joke that you can take diesel, for example, you can truck it up the road in a normal canister. As soon as you call it diesel contaminated soil, you have to triple line it. There are very high standards that go for waste management, and our communities have been broadly supportive.
I was also interested in your comments, and without wishing to paraphrase, but basically suggesting that part of Australia being a good global citizen in terms of this global challenge would be to remove bans on uranium mining in various states. Can you expand on that at all? I mean, what would that do? Would it mean that Australia would end up exporting more uranium, be more job opportunities, or do you think it'd be business as usual? What would actually change if some of these bans were removed?
So right now we export around 5,000 to 6,000 tonnes, and that all comes out of South Australia. When the Northern Territory was producing, we got as high as around 12,000 tonnes, so it's come off about 50% roughly. And there are bans in WA and Queensland. Now, even at around 5,000 tonnes, ASNO does a calc, which assumes a uranium for black coal substitution, and it says that the 5,000 tonnes of uranium that we export at the moment helps avoid 200 million tonnes of carbon a year. And so, based on our current carbon inventory, which is, I think at the last reporting was about 450 million tonnes per annum, if we remove the bans on uranium mining in WA and Queensland, and we can quite easily, get mines in operation, which would see us go from back up to 12, maybe up to 20 million pounds of uranium a year, Australia hits net zero on that machination, right? Where we're helping our trading partners decarbonise. So it's an extraordinary high leverage thing we can do. We hope that the federal government, it is mostly a state-based issue, but there are things the government can do to help move that along.
And just finally, thanks, Chair, just finally in terms of the safe operation of uranium mines and the workforce required and their remuneration, can you reflect at all on are these well-paid jobs? Can you operate these mines best and safely with the existing workforce, or what's required?
Yeah, so uranium's been safely mined in South Australia for 40 years. No one's going to shy away from the issues that have happened in the Territory, where there's obviously the rehabilitation rangers going on at the moment, and that has been a difficult project, subject to approvals that are just well outdated. We wouldn't build a project in that way, shape or form now. And yes, uranium jobs are well sought after. They're highly paid, and we can, taking a WA experience, the CCI WA put out a report last year or earlier this year that said there could be 9,000 jobs in that, which helps offset job losses that have been occurring in nickel, lithium, and iron ore in WA. So it can be a very good benefit for the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. Just following on from a little bit of this, Mr. Fisher, what's the global demand currently for uranium?
So usage in a reactor?
Demand. Just demand.
180
is demand
180
being
million
reached
pounds.
right now?
180 million pounds.
Yeah, okay. How much is being mined around the world right now?
Last figure's about 134 million pounds.
Yeah, okay. So there's a little bit of room there. Very good.
So to be clear, so we're not mining enough of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
And just following on from one of Mr. Kennedy's questions, do you think the Geoscience Australia needs to make sure that the 7 sites around Australia. They need to do the right studies and do the right inquiries to make sure that land is actually safe to have a nuclear power station on. The reason why I ask that, because in the Hunter, we've had over 50 earthquakes in a 3-month period, and people are genuinely concerned.
Yeah.
So do you think they need to go and do that work, or do you think it's just okay to go and build one there without doing that?
So I'm not sure if you've ever built a major project, Dan, but obviously geotech's, one of the things that you absolutely get right. Whether it's Geoscience Australia or a consulting firm, I don't know who does it, but that geotech absolutely will be done. And it'll pass with flying colours. Australia is a geologically stable country. They build reactors, on the Rim of Fire. We can build one here geologically, at least.
Yeah. No, thank you. I just wanted to follow that on from Mr. Kelly's question, because there's genuine concern in my area. That's
I think we can give your constituents absolute comfort, but we probably need to be proactive in giving them those positive messages.
Thank you. And do you also supply critical minerals into the renewables energy supply chain as well as mining uranium, or do you just mine uranium?
So I would like to mine uranium. Uranium's banned in WA at the moment, where our project is. We've got a lot of uranium, but we can't extract it at the moment. We have a early stage exploration project for nickel copper in WA as well, but that's not currently being invested in, given the global market for nickel at the moment.
Yep. Do you support a slowdown in renewable energy generation?
Do you mean a slowdown in the rate of increase, or a slow? I do not support a decline in the renewable energy generation. No.
Okay, that's good. And are you concerned with the state-owned nuclear power policy that could slow down investment in renewables in this country? Are you concerned about that?
Yeah, the state-owned concept. And that is a model that you've seen around the world, where the governments can backstop certain things under the construction, and then quite often, which is what has happened, like in the UK, is federally they build it, and then after a period of operations they sell it. I wouldn't be surprised if we did that.
Okay.
Am I concerned that would impact renewable energy? No.
Do you think the coalition should be honest with the Australian public then, if they, as you just said then, that usually a government would build it?
Say usually, I said it can.
Yeah, it can happen. Yeah. Do you think they should be honest with the Australian public and say whether they're going to keep it in their hands or whether they're going to move it on?
Look, I think governments, that whole sort of concept of privatisation and recycling and capital is something that happens across industry. I obviously, honestly, do not know if they've had that in their thinking heads or not. I haven't spoken to them about it. But it's something that, for example, if we ended up having, I don't know what their policy is, 10 reactors, and you end up selling off a couple, which would be extremely valuable to then finance the next 2, so you could start recycling your capital. I mean, from a commercial perspective, that would make sense.
We're very unsure at how many reactors they're going to have as well, because there's no detail on it.
I believe that's coming, yeah.
Yes.
It will be good to see.
Ms. Kinner and Mr. Feeney, do you think nuclear power could be deployed in Australia on a time frame that would see nuclear play a significant role in replacing the existing coal-fired power stations? Before 2040?
Yeah, in the current environment, no, we don't.
Yep.
Our view would be that, while you shouldn't necessarily, I think, exclude nuclear from a technology mix over the longer term, to be able to replace those ageing thermal assets, really in the next 10 to 15 years, it's highly unlikely that nuclear is going to be a viable replacement.
Mr. Feeney, do you have anything to add to that?
The only thing I'd add is that the closure profile, is an obligation that asset owners need to let AEMO know, well in advance, and so
4 years, I think it is. Yes.
Yeah, so that's publicly available, information about what that closure profile looks like, and a lot of the closures happen well ahead of the availability of nuclear.
Thank you. Are you concerned about the impacts of a plan for the Commonwealth to build, own and operate nuclear plants would have for private investment in generation and storage? Do you worry that such a nuclear policy, if implemented, would stifle investment, and what would be the consequences if it did for reliability and affordability for power, given the answer above about that?
Yeah, look, something I think that we're very cognizant of is we need to get the signals for investment right now. In a transitioning market like the one that we are in, we know those investment signals aren't quite right at the moment. And knowing that really we need to have sufficient existing and new replacement generation in place over the next 10 years, it's really a decision that needs to be made quite quickly and very soon around what those investment signals are. And certainly I think they're just the signals required really for mature forms of generation that we know work well in our system and are complementary to the existing mix. So things like wind, long duration storage like pumped hydro or other emerging technologies, and certainly gas are most likely to deliver the lowest cost solution.
And how do we encourage that investment when you said that there is an issue in the market right now with that investment coming in?
Yeah, so I think we're already seeing activity around that. So obviously you've got the capacity investment scheme, which the current government has introduced. That's certainly stimulating that investment. Now we just need to make sure that investment is fully realised. Obviously we've got the Future Market Design Task Force that's just been announced, and I think that's going to consider a range of investment mechanisms. But certainly I think the other thing that we've seen is South Australia governments come out, I think, with their own capacity investment mechanism, which includes gas. That's something that we very much welcome, and we're looking forward to having those conversations.
Do you think the Coalition's 5-page policy, do you think that is concerning some of these investors and the investment coming in, or do you think it's just a bump along the road?
I think what we would hate to happen is for progress on the transition to be stalled because we're focused on technologies that may not be available at this point in time. So what we would hate, I think, is for investment to be slowed or decisions on investment be slowed down as a result while we, I think, assess a technology solution that could be viable but should probably be viable under the same investment signals as other generation that's currently available.
No worries. How would you describe the private sector's appetite for investing into nuclear energy?
Look, I can't speak sort of for individual members. It's certainly not being considered by our membership base at the moment on the basis that there is a ban in place. For example, I think, if that ban was removed, and the investment signals were right, it may well be something that members would consider into the future, but I wouldn't say it's top of mind for them right now.
Yeah, okay. And my final question before I go to Mr. Burnell. Do you believe that nuclear power plan that has been put forward before Australians would lower their energy prices, or do you think it's at risk of doing the opposite due to discouraging other investment into the renewable energy market?
I think the thing that we all have to realise is that we are going through a really significant energy transition, and I think, as Mr. Willoughby pointed out, that transition is focused around replacing ageing thermal assets. So regardless of what generation source we choose to replace those assets with, there's a cost, and that we're going to incur that cost. And ideally we want to do it in the lowest cost way, and we do believe that that is in relation, I think, investing in things like wind, long duration storage, pumped hydro, gas. But it's very hard to speculate on exactly when prices will go up and down because there are so many variables.
So you think that's the cheapest form of energy is wind, solar, storage, backed up by gas?
But we certainly support, I think, the investment signals that support investment in those, because we do believe that they will result in a lower cost pathway.
No worries.
Whether that says that energy is cheaper into the future versus what people are paying now, I think is up for debate.
Thank you. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. I just want to follow on to that discussion around investment into nuclear energy pathways and private investment specifically. Do you think that your membership are going to be knocking on your door when you look at equivalent standards across the world, or examples across the world, where you've got the Flamanville 3, which was a €3.3 billion project, blew out to 13.2 billion or 27.6 billion Australian. Hinkley Point C blew out to 89.7 billion. Vogel was 9.7 billion, ended up around 37 billion Australian. Is this part of the reason why the proposal being put forward by the opposition is to be owned by the Australian government because it's unlikely that private capital is prepared to risk that sort of cost blowout?
I think private capital will look to where the investment signals are kind of pointing to, right? So I think to some extent, capital's technology agnostic, and then it's around, okay, well, what investment signals are going to I guess, provide the best return on that capital. I think the challenge we've got, particularly around baseload generation going forward, is that for baseload generation to make a return on investment to warrant, I think, investment from the private sector, it needs to be generating for long periods of time. And we're transitioning into a market that may not need significant amounts of baseload generation, which is why I think a mix of energy sources around wind, long duration storage and gas, which can flex up and down quite easily, are likely to be better investments for private capital going forward. The other thing that you think you need to remember about the Australian market, and it's quite a unique situation that we're in, is we've got 4 million households with rooftop solar. So we have the highest penetration of rooftop solar installations in the world. And at the moment, those rooftop solar installations combined actually act as one of the largest generators on the grid. So that in itself is displacing significant amounts of existing generation, including coal and particularly baseload generation. So the likelihood of us needing generation sources that run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week into the future is very limited. So unless something like nuclear can begin to flex in a way, and maybe small modular reactors get there at some point, it's unlikely that that investment is going to warrant a significant return.
Thank you for that answer. I guess with the way that people are changing behaviour, or with the way that the energy market's behaviour is changing, is it feasible to think that as domestic consumers become more energy savvy and better energy informed through upgrading to energy efficient appliances, etc., in their households, that then the demand on the greater grid starts to drop off as we see the price in batteries come down, so household storage will start to go up, and then that offset will compensate the rest of the market? Or you got a different view to that?
Well, yeah, it's really interesting. So I think certainly there has been a decline in demand from the energy grid as customers have taken on things like rooftop solar and battery storage over the last 10 years. What we're now seeing in the forecasts coming out from AEMO and others is that there is the potential for that demand to grow again now, and that's predominantly driven by electrification of appliances within the home. Now, if those rates of electrification are realised, in accordance with the forecasts that have been put out, you would actually see quite significant demand growth. And I think if you take into account the potential uptake of electric vehicles into the future, and things like that, then I think the other driver is certainly things like data centres and being driven by increasive usage of AI and artificial intelligence. So certainly what we're seeing in the US is that is definitely driving an increase in demand, and it may well be the case for Australia that we actually see some demand growth rather than a continued decline.
Mr. Willoughby, have you got any thoughts on my first question that I put to the Australian Energy Council around private investment into the establishment of nuclear facilities without government support? Is that something that your company would be open to, given the high level of risk?
The national electricity market is a competitive market. What we're focused on, and to be successful in that market, you need to produce the lowest cost electricity that you can. All the analysis that we do, and we're doing it day in, day out, that's the whole core of our business. The answer is always the same. Wind plus solar, batteries, storage, firmed by gas. That is going to be the lowest cost source of electricity generation.
Thank you. What is the unique difference between Australia and, like, we've heard a lot of examples coming that, comparisons to California, to Canada, to Northern Europe. What places Australia so uniquely well to pursue a solar, wind, firmed with storage and pumped hydro, etc.? What places us in that position that's so different to the others? Is it because of daylight hours, because of climatic differences that we don't get the extreme winters that you see in the Northern Hemisphere?
I think every country has different fundamentals, from a population, from a land mass, from natural resources. Australia's really blessed with lots of natural resources, great renewable resources, great wind, great solar. When you look at the size of our land mass, where our population is, the size of our population, it really lends itself to a wind, solar, battery, firmed by gas solution.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else like to comment? Sorry, Chair.
No, I think we would agree with that. So, I think it's making the best of the resources we have, and I think we are very fortunate that we do have the wind and solar resources, and we should be leveraging them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today, everyone. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you. But yes, we just...
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Could we just take our conversations outside, please, and we'll invite the next witnesses up. I now welcome Climate Change Balmain Rozelle, Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action Burwood, Canada Bay, and Newtown Climate to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity which you appear before the committee, and we'll start with you, Ms. Firmenberg.
I'm Angela Freiberger, Government Relations Advisor with Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm Ken Enderby, the President of Climate Action Burwood, Canada Bay.
Thank you.
I'm Madeline Parker. I'm a committee member with Newtown Climate.
I'm Amanda Dawkins. I'm a committee member with Newtown Climate.
I'm Derek Bolton. I'm with Climate Change Balmain Rozelle, and I wrote the submission that we made.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament that giving a false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then we proceed to discussions. Would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party, a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries? Ms. Firmenberger.
Thank you. I've never been a member of a political party in Australia. In the United States, where I'm originally from, I registered as a Democrat. I'm not and haven't been a member of a union.
Thank you.
I do believe in putting my money where my mouth is, and I do hold some investments in renewable energy and renewable energy funds and companies.
Thank you very much. Ms. Enderby.
I've never been in a political party and never will be, and I am a member of the retired New South Wales Teachers Federation.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
I've never been in a political party. I'm a former member of the MEAA and also of the NTEU.
I was a member of the Labor Party. Please don't ask me when I let that lapse.
Good, yeah.
And member of the Retired Teachers, New South Wales Teachers Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
I'm a member of the Greens.
Thank you.
And retired.
Excellent, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions, and we'll start with you, Ms. Firmenberger.
Thank you very much. I would really like to thank the committee and support staff for your hard work on this matter, and thank you for the invitation to appear today. Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action is a nonpartisan community organization of people deeply impacted by bushfires, which are already worsening due to climate change. As a group, we have lived experience of losing homes, seeing our communities fractured, our natural environment destroyed. Our members simply want to feel safe, but we know risks are increasing under worsening climate change, so our overriding concern is to reduce that risk. I note my position here is not based on fear of nuclear technology. I'm a veterinary oncologist by training and have studied and performed radiotherapy. I have held a New South Wales radiation user license and used products of the Lucas Heights reactor to help my patients. I understand the risks and benefits of nuclear technology and am not afraid to use it when it's the right tool for the job. This is not one of those times. Our members know we need urgent, ambitious climate action to protect Australian communities and reduce the climate impacts that Australians are already experiencing. Because of previous delays, we are now in the critical decade to reduce climate pollution enough to avoid catastrophic climate change. This urgency underpins our position on this. We do not have the luxury of time to experiment with possible future solutions. All further emissions are already eroding the safety and well-being of Australians, not in the future, now. What we need is not further delay. Nuclear energy in Australia would be simply too slow, uncertain and costly to implement at a large enough scale to achieve the required emissions reductions and meet Australia's energy needs. When we have other excellent choices, it's just not the most practical option for Australia. What we need is to continue the clean, reliable nuclear energy transition that's already underway, proven and working now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Enderby.
Hi. Look, I'm with Climate Action Burwood Canada Bay. We're a community grassroots group based in the Inner West electorate of Reid and the state electorates of Drummoyne and Strathfield. We are not a protest group, we're an education and lobby group. We work with the local politicians and the councils on practical projects to reduce emissions and promote renewable energy. We're basically looking for practical action on climate change. We're not asking for the Roman Empire to be dismantled by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We don't see nuclear power as coming into that category, mainly because we don't think it's going to be available in time to replace our coal-fired power stations. We think that if we're going to do that, we might as well go straight to renewables. If we replace those power stations with gas, we're only just getting into the same old basket again of greenhouse gas emissions. Gas is basically methane. It's a little better than coal. The other reason we're opposed to it is on cost. I've for many years now been following the financial disasters that have been happening in Britain and the United States, mainly with Hinkley Point C in Britain, where they just put off the opening date by another 2 years. It was announced in 2007. It's now not going to open until 2031. Vogtle in the United States is a disaster. There's no nuclear reactors under construction in the United States at the moment. There probably never will be a commercial nuclear reactor under construction again. It's the notion that those countries with decades of experience in nuclear power could do it when we can't do it, and we're supposed to be able to do it from scratch is ridiculous. So we're opposed to it for those reasons. We also feel that nuclear is an industry on decline. The fact is it's gone down. It's halved in terms of its percentage of electricity production in the world. Even in China, the world's leader, with 29 of the 63 nuclear reactors under construction, added just 1.2 gigawatts of nuclear last year. To its grid, it added 278 gigawatts of wind and solar. That's the way for the future. That's where we should be going, and that's what we support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enderby. Ms. Parker.
Mandy will be making remarks on behalf of Newtown Climate.
Hi, my name is Amanda Dawkins. I'm a retired primary school principal and a committee member for Newtown Climate. Newtown Climate was formed by a group of local residents who are concerned about climate change, and we want to see what we can do to reduce emissions in our local area. I got involved because I have grandchildren aged 4 and 2, and I want them to have the same access as I've had to the opportunities and the fun that I have had in this beautiful climate that is unfortunately heating. We have a number of members who are renters, so low emissions technology is really important, but inaccessible for them often. A big part of what we do, therefore, is advocating for renters to have access to low emissions technologies that homeowners do. In our area, we have a large uptake on EV and solar. Those that don't have solar, it's invariably because their roofs face the same way, and as you can imagine, we're all heritage listed, but it is a big uptake with those people that can. We took the opportunity to make a submission to the inquiry because we're aware that nuclear energy is being held up as by a way to reduce climate pollution, and obviously that's something that the experts need to debate. But the issues that we see is that nuclear energy is slow. It's, up to 5 years. There's an innate fear based on Chernobyl, Fukushima. We've also had a lot of seismic activity in the Hunter Valley over the last few months, and that, I believe, is an area that is proposed for a nuclear reactor. It's more expensive long term. The storing of the waste is problematic, and there are ongoing expenses. And the thing is, the radioactive waste is still radioactive for thousands of years. So it's carbon free, but it's not a non-renewable resource. We see this beautiful country as a place with heaps of sun. We're surrounded by water, and surely we can be innovative by making things happen from our natural resources that are not going to make an ongoing problem for the next generation. I would also suggest that consulting with our First Nations people to dig up more uranium in areas where uranium and other mining has taken so much away from them is going to be time consuming, and really not very helpful. We've got a wealth of knowledge amongst our First Nations people that can help us with climate change. So there are other solutions for the government to pursue that's not going to cost us an absolute fortune, will be more timely, because it's imperative we reach our goal. And we don't believe that nuclear energy is the way to go. So thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Dalton.
Bolton?
Bolton, sorry, Bolton. Jeez.
Long day.
All right, it's been a long few weeks.
I have a scientific background, and I've never been opposed to nuclear energy as any matter of principle. In fact, I still look forward to fusion as a possible future. But when you sort of step back and look at what these technologies consist of, I mean, nuclear fission is basically a very old technology in the sense you just make heat to boil water and turn a turbine. We've been doing that with coal and gas for years. And there isn't that much opportunity for technological advance that's going to make a huge amount of impression on the cost. We look at something like, and the same is true of wind farms to some extent, because they've greatly improved the generation aspect, the modern magnets they use in the turbines. But I think that also is now to a great degree of maturity. When we look at solar and batteries, there's no obvious reason why they shouldn't continue to improve with quite significant technological advances. So if you take that sort of long-term view, you'd think, well, yes, it's going to be solar and batteries is going to be absolutely key. And it's the economics of the whole thing that really is what I've concentrated on. And I did sort of take a look at a couple of statements by one of the members of the committee in support of nuclear as a sort of a basis for what to respond to. So regarding mixing nuclear and renewables, a 2020 study in Nature found nuclear renewables uptake correlate negatively. And modelling by the International Agency of Energy Economics show that they compete because the higher fixed cost of nuclear favours its use as base load. You need a very high utilisation. And as soon as you start thinking of it as firming, you lose that, and so it becomes very expensive. And the other aspect was on following the crowd, the claim that lots of other countries are going towards nuclear. Well, from 2010 to 2020, costs driven up by rising safety standards and competition from cheap gas and renewables led to a decline in world nuclear output. And there is a predicted growth out to 2050, but it's mostly in China and other emerging and developing economies. Amongst the advanced economies, USA and so on, their decline is expected to continue, with retirements exceeding additions by 28 gigawatts by 2050. Now, each country has its own geophysical and political circumstances. Central and Southern Europe and the eastern half of China have weaker wind and solar resources than Australia does. The developing economies will necessarily buy their plant from advanced ones, and those advanced ones selling them may have ulterior motives for offering mates rates, extension of geopolitical influence, and maintaining domestic expertise applicable to weapons programs. All countries cap the liability of nuclear plant operators, and developing economies may opt for lower caps and thereby make the apparent cost of nuclear lower. Now, I did a chart here. Can I hand these to you? Is that okay?
You can table those, yep.
Yeah.
Secretariat will come grab. The Secretariat will come grab those. Stay there. Secretariat will come.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this first chart shows the growth of nuclear, hydro, wind and solar PV in China since 2008 in terms of the gigawatt hours contributed to the grid. And what really stands out there is that what the nuclear was starts off above both solar and wind, but by the end it's been overtaken by both. And not just overtaken, but the solar and wind are climbing much faster. In fact, if you look at the planned nuclear in China, according to each 5-year plan, what you see is a habit of falling well short. So in the table here, I see that in the 2010 5-year plan, it said that by 2015, they were going to build 32 gigawatts of new nuclear. In fact, they only managed 13. Then in the 2015 plan, by 2020, they were going to have another 35 gigawatts, and they managed 28. They got a bit closer. But then the 2020 plan said 29 gigawatts, and here we are in 2024, and they've only built 7. So the idea is that China's future plans show there's going to be huge growth in nuclear has to be taken with a substantial grain of salt. And that's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chesters, we'll go to you first. Mr. Chester, sorry, we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. Just, I'm sorry that I'm not there in person for all the witnesses, so this might be a little bit confusing to follow, but we'll see how we go. Just to be clear, I have a Saul High School education in Year 12, not pretending to be a nuclear expert. Mr. Bolton, you indicated you had a scientific background. Do any other witnesses have any particular expertise in nuclear energy or mining, or is it more involvement through community groups?
My background is mathematics more than anything else.
Okay, so no one's particularly expertise in nuclear. That's not a judgment, just trying to get any of the backgrounds.
I don't have any specific nuclear training.
No, not yet.
And in terms of the witnesses before us today, do any of you live near an existing coal-fired power station or a large-scale renewable project, actually live within 20, 30, 40 kilometres of those?
We'll just go to Ms. Parker first, Mr. Chester. She just was about to say something.
Oh, I was just going to jump in and say that I have a master's degree in sustainability, but that's
Thank you.
neither here nor there.
Yep, would you like to answer the last question Mr. Chester asked?
No, I'm not living close to a coal.
No, we're Newtown.
We're Newtown. We're in a city.
Okay, a lot of the evidence we've heard, regional locations from living nearby large-scale renewable projects has been concerned about the impact on the environment and a lack of respect being shown to them with this fast rollout of large-scale renewables. Are you surprised to hear that?
I'm sorry, it's a little tricky to hear you. Is anyone else having trouble?
If you could just repeat that question, Mr. Chester, please.
Thanks, Chair. A bit of feedback here wasn't there before. I'm not sure what that's about. The feedback we've received from a lot of the regional communities we've visited is concern about the rollout of large-scale renewable projects in their communities. There's been impacts on farming land, concern about the impact on the environment, degradation of the biodiversity, and a lack of respect shown to the communities. Given you don't live in those communities, are you surprised to hear that sort of feedback coming from those regional areas?
No. My husband was from Muswellbrook. We were actually in Muswellbrook a couple of years ago, and that community has been absolutely destroyed. The cattle industries, which was primarily dairy, is on its knees. When you go into the town, it's gone from a very thriving regional town to a very depressed regional town. And I have a feeling that they do not want nuclear in their backyard. We've got to find other ways to create innovative ways that people in regional communities can actually grow and develop, which doesn't include digging up and putting in infrastructure that can potentially harm the community. I think that's a big issue for regional people.
Ken Enderby here. Look, all economic development involves disruption. It involves damage to the environment and disruption to people's lives. That's a fact of life. It can't be avoided. You know, when the car industry was closed down in this country, which is something which I actually supported, it caused massive disruption. But that didn't mean it shouldn't happen. I mean, people ultimately did find other jobs. The key is to help them find other jobs. The same with the NIMBY principle. My next door neighbour has a stink pipe in the back of his yard, for God's sake. I don't like it being there. None of us like it. It looks ugly. But we've just got to put up with it. Everybody has to put up with something that's going on in their community. We need this rollout urgently. We are so far behind in terms of acting on climate. It is 1 minute to midnight, okay? We need to act as quickly as possible, and the quickest way to get there is with renewable energy.
Dr. Fernberg, you want to add to this?
Yes, thank you. Although I don't live near a major power station of any sort, I am from a regional area, and many of our members of Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action are also regional people. So I just did want to mention that. I also wanted to mention, in terms of the concern about large renewable projects impacting on agricultural productivity and biodiversity, certainly design of renewable energy projects needs to be done carefully. It hasn't always been done carefully in the past, and it can do better. There is progress being made in co-utilization of land for renewable energy and agriculture, both with wind and solar. There's some really nice progress being made with what's called agrivoltaics, which is farming sheep in the same space with solar panels. The sheep actually do better and produce more and better quality wool when they get to take shade under solar panels. And there's a great deal of progress being made on the impact of wind turbines on bird populations. There is not very much published data, but there is a little bit. And I have some statistics I can share from a US 2009 study into causes of bird mortality in the United States, if that would be useful.
You can table that to the Secretariat, please. That'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Chester, back to you.
Thanks, Mr. Henry. And I do agree that every development has an impact, and it's just important that we perhaps don't pretend there's no impacts in these regional communities of large-scale renewables. I do take some exception to suggesting that Australia hasn't played its part. We've met all international targets, and I think one of the witnesses indicated we have one of the highest penetration rates of rooftop solar in the world over the last 10 years. So there has been a lot of work done by Australian governments and residents. But my question more relates to this issue of whether there's a risk of overbuilding renewables, more renewables than you need to build because they don't actually have because of the intermittent factor. The evidence we've received is you do need some firming beyond batteries, and the question I put is, given a couple of witnesses have said they're not against nuclear per se, they're just worried about the timing. If you could be convinced that the nuclear timing could meet that gap, would you agree that overbuilding of renewables should be avoided because of the impacts on the environment? If you could get some comfort around the timing, or are you completely opposed to nuclear power ever being part of the Australian energy mix?
As far as the timing is concerned, I just want to give the example of South Australia, which has almost hit 75% renewable now. It's going to hit 100% in 3 years' time. The latest project that was only announced yesterday will get it to that point. If South Australia can get there, how can the rest of us not get there as well? I have completely converted my house to renewables. I've got solar panels, heat pump, induction cooker, battery, and an electric vehicle, and I'm making it pay in my own life. How can we not do this as a country as a whole? Of course we can. I'm not opposed to nuclear per se. I actually was an anti-nuclear activist. I changed my view on nuclear about 30 years ago, mainly on the safety grounds when the new generation of reactors came out and it became clear that they're much, much safer, that the waste disposal problem has technologically been solved. It's all a political problem now. But politically, it's such a minefield, it's a waste of time going down this path. We don't need it. We do not need it. We can go straight to renewables.
So you're not concerned at all about the price that overbuilding renewables, serious impact on the environment, also in the footprint of a nuclear power station?
I said before, all development involves disruption to the environment. When we were living in caves, some other creatures had to be evicted from the caves, for God's sake, to make way. There is some disruption no matter what happens. It's a fact of life. We all put up with it now. It's part of modern society. Renewables are going to do the same thing. Coal mines cause the same thing. Lithium mines cause the same thing. They all cause the same thing. The key question is, which is the most damaging? Damage to the climate or damage to a local environment? That's the point we have to look at. And in most cases, we'll find out the damage to the environment is the significant threat.
Ms. Parker, I think, just wanted to add to that. Mr. Chester?
Yes, I just wanted to add this this kind of theoretical point at which we overbuild on renewables. I think we're far, far, far from hitting that. In Newtown in particular, there's huge support and huge desire to take up rooftop solar. Unfortunately, Newtown has one of the highest rates of highest proportions of rental households in the country. At the last census, almost 60% of households in Newtown were renters, so they don't have the option to put solar on their roofs. There's so much more scope for urban take-up of renewable energy, and we'd love to see the government support renters and low-income families take up that opportunity before we can even think about talking about, oh, we've overbuilt renewables. That's still so far off.
No, the point I was making with top solar was the recommendation or the advice we received from the US that there was concerns about overbuilding large-scale, industrial-scale renewable projects, that if you had a portion of nuclear in the market, you would be able to avoid some of that overbuilding.
Can I just
rooftop solar whatsoever in Australia?
I would just like to go back to what I said in my statement. We have so much land in this country. And if we were to use renewables like solar and wind, we would not make the sort of impact that nuclear would. I'd also like to just raise, and I hope that's okay, the financial cost of it. You know, billions and billions of dollars to put nuclear in, and at what cost? And this is where the teacher in me comes out. Education, health, aged care, early childhood, all of those things that we're struggling with as it is. So why choose something that is billions of dollars more at the cost of the social infrastructure in here? I don't understand that.
Can I just add to the point about land use? The figure from the United States is that the amount of land needed to provide solar power for the entire country by 2050 is just 3 times the amount of land currently devoted to golf courses. It's bugger all.
We're talking about renewables versus nuclear, and I'm personally not comfortable with posing that as a dichotomy. I don't feel it should be an either-or choice, but in terms of the question before us today, in terms of environmental impact, it sort of sounded like we were accepting the premise that there's an environmental impact of renewable energy developments, but no environmental impact of nuclear power generation, which is, of course, a false premise. There's an environmental impact of nuclear power generation, and in fact, in those bird mortality statistics that I mentioned, the number of birds killed by nuclear power stations was about 15 times the number of birds killed by wind turbines. But going back to
To be clear, the coalition policy is not an either-or option. It's intended to be a balanced approach between large-scale renewables plus nuclear. That's what we're exploring. No one from the coalition on this inquiry has been suggesting no large-scale renewables. My point was just raising one bit of witness evidence that there's an opportunity to avoid overbuilding of large-scale renewables in the regional communities where there are some concerns of loss of agricultural land, loss of biodiversity. So there's an opportunity to reduce the overbuild if you had a smaller footprint of nuclear in some strategic locations in Australia. So that was the evidence we received from a US expert, not suggesting no renewables, suggesting that you could reduce the amount you needed to build and still achieve your emission reductions given there's no emissions coming from the nuclear power plant.
As I said with the golf course example, the amount of land is insignificant.
Mr. Bolton, you'd like to add to this?
Yes, I'd just like clarification on what is being meant here by overbuilding. It's always been understood that with solar and wind, you would want to build more total capacity than the peak demand because you don't expect to have a terribly high capacity factor.
I think we're in serious agreement. The best results from renewables around the 30 to 40% of installed capacity.
Yes, but what do you mean by overbuilding here? I don't understand.
Well, the point is you build more renewables to achieve the target of generation, given the intermittency of your source of generation. So
but that's not overbuilding. That's not overbuilding. That's building the right amount.
And listen, I'm doing this at my home and I'm making it pay. Yes, I've got overcapacity, but I can pay it all off. And I'm going to pay off the cost of my electric vehicle in 15 years as well. This is a really cost-effective renewables.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. Thank you. Just a couple of questions from me before I go to Mr. Burnell. Ms. Fernberger, just some questions around your members. Your members have been through extremely traumatic and dramatic times in their lives, obviously, with what's been happening around bushfires around Australia and everywhere. Do you have concerns if we don't move forwards with renewables that we will see more and more bushfires? And I'm from the Hunter, and we have had many natural disasters in our area, and I would love to see no more. But do you have concerns around that?
Absolutely. Our 2,300 supporters are from around the country, mostly in regional areas because they're people who have been impacted by bushfires. These are people and communities whose stories paint a picture of being personally harmed by climate change that is already happening. It's not in the future. To these folks, there's no longer any good enough on climate change. It is already upon us. What they're hoping for is to stop it from continuing to get worse and worse. All further emissions now are already worsening the problem. Even if it's ultimately decided to continue exploring the idea of nuclear generation for Australia, it would still be irresponsibly risky and short-sighted to delay, postpone, or obstruct continuing the current transition to renewable energy that's already happening. It would be reckless to hit the brakes on the renewable energy transition now, because we need to slash that climate pollution now to stop climate change from continuing to get worse and worse into the future. And that's going to continue to fuel those disasters that we've been seeing more and more of.
Thank you, Dr. Fernberger. And this is a question to the whole panel. Do you think it's acceptable that the Coalition announced a policy, which Mr. Burnell has here, a 5-page document plus a front cover, 7 months ago or 6 months ago, and gave 7 sites around Australia, but then has given no information since? We don't know what size reactors they're talking about. We don't know how many reactors per site. We don't know how much power they're going to generate. We don't know how much they're going to cost. We don't know how much water they're going to use. We don't know how long they will take to do the consultation period. We don't know what areas they're going to take shortcuts on throughout this process to try and get them done in that 10 to 12 year time frame that they're talking about. Do you think that's acceptable to the Australian public?
Absolutely not. It's not acceptable to the Australian population. It's certainly not acceptable to our members.
Yeah.
wouldn't be to us.
Not to us.
And it's actually a little contemptuous, if the truth be known, you know, not to have a clear roadmap of how they're going to proceed.
Okay, we are hearing things that we're going to have something coming out soon, but we'll just have to wait and see on that. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that it makes it so hard to have a proper discussion about, because you don't have any clear actual proposal to discuss. Every time you put up objections, oh, well, we'll do this instead. I mean, it's trying to herd sheep.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. I wanted to go to the public consultation piece, and there's been a lot of discussion around the need for the 7 regional areas that have been earmarked for the consultation to be able to have the right to veto. There's also been discussion around the next election sometime in 2025 being a referendum on nuclear energy. And I wanted to get your thoughts on, or get your thoughts around, if people don't have the ability to say no, then is it fair to say that they can't say yes? If you don't have the facts before you, how do you have an informed position? If you don't have the right to veto, then do you have the right to say yes? Because
if you don't know, say no.
Yes.
I heard of that somewhere.
Probably wasn't quite saying that.
Isn't it a reality that referendums don't get up in this country unless there's bipartisan support? And we saw that in October last year.
So I'm not saying that the coalition is saying they're going to have a referendum on nuclear energy, but it's been touted that the next election will be a pseudo referendum on nuclear power generation in this country. Does that not circumvent the ability to have clear, concise consultation with the whole of Australia's population, with the ability to have an informed position to make a decision on whether or not this country is in agreement as to whether or not to pursue a nuclear energy future? Yeah.
Well, I always think there's a problem with so-called mandates. You know, you can't, a party goes to an election with a policy platform, and if they win the election, then they can sort of claim a mandate on all these items, whereas in fact, if you tested each individually, it maybe was only one item everybody was really in favour and didn't like anything else. So I really don't see that can be interpreted that way.
I guess it's how do you ensure a really balanced view gets to the electorate? You know, who's going to manage that? Because it would depend on who's managing it as to how fair it would be.
And community consultation isn't consultation if the outcome is, you know, a foregone conclusion. That's not communities being able to make an informed decision and have a real say on what happens in their communities. It's just not.
Mr. Enderby?
It is difficult not to see this policy as just a way of postponing action on climate, to be honest. Just saying we can do it in 20, 25 years' time instead of taking action now. That's how we see it.
Just going back to the urgency piece. Without information on what the plans are, I don't see how the Australian people can be, or communities can be asked to make a choice. But community consultation can't be overemphasized, and as Ms. Parker said, community co-design really should be the model, but just can't overemphasize the urgency and the fact that, you know, even if and when the 7 reactors were to be built, they're still only generating a fraction of the needs, and other energy needs to come from somewhere else.
Just on a point of clarification though, we don't know if it's only 7 reactors. They haven't announced how many reactors, and I think we need to be clear too, small modular reactors are not commercially available to be built, and the 2 sites, so the site in my home state in South Australia, Port Augusta, and the site in Western Australia have been slated for small modular reactors. So the reality is there's probably only 5 sites are in play right now, but we don't know the number of reactors, and you know, it's been nearly 7 months since they released the policy, and we're still waiting on the actual proper details. So,
Point rightly taken. Thank you.
Yeah. Why should the taxpayer pay for this, for God's sake? You know, if we were to have any faith in this, you'd think the private sector would be stumping up money for it. The private sector is running from it 100 miles an hour, just like the private sector is in the United States. If private sector is finished with nuclear power in the United States, why would we be interested in it here?
Any other thoughts on that? No. Just my last question, just on the broader discussion around public consultation. Do you think 2.5 years is enough time to be able to do the right level of consultation with the public to reach a consensus view in these communities?
No.
I think particularly. I was just. I don't think that 2.5 years is enough time across the board. I think that particularly for consultation with First Nations people, that's not nearly long enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for coming today. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will suspend now until 2:45. I declare open this public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. And I now welcome Dr. Obbard, Ms Cook and Mr Parker to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start with you, Mr Obbard.
Hi, my name's Edward Obbard and I'm representing myself.
Helen Cook, and I appear in a personal capacity.
Thank you.
Mr Robert Parker, and I'm here as founder of Nuclear for Climate Australia.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then we proceed to discussions. Would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries? Mr Obbard.
I'm not.
Thank you. Ms Cook.
I am not, but I am a former non-executive director of Silex Systems, an Australian company developing uranium enrichment technology, and I'm the owner of G&E Advisory, a law firm that services the international nuclear community.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a former member of the Australian Labor Party, endorsed candidate for the seat of Goulburn.
Well, very good. Thank you, Mr Parker. And now I invite you to all make a brief opening statement. We'll start with you, Mr Obbard.
Thank you. So I'm the director of the UNSW Nuclear Innovation Centre, which is a group of 40 UNSW academics and their collaborators working to build responsible and effective nuclear capacity in Australia. This year, roughly 150 students took advanced nuclear engineering courses at UNSW as part of undergraduate, postgraduate and research degrees. Since the start of the 21st century, global fossil fuel use has risen relentlessly from 90,000 terawatt-hours per year to 140,000 terawatt-hours per year, which is an increase of over 50%. The only dips in carbon emissions occurred during the GFC and the COVID pandemic. And you can see in the two figures I've given you that the atmospheric CO2 concentration is not only increasing, but it's increasing faster as time goes by. On the right, you can see the global primary energy consumption. Last year, humanity collectively installed more renewable capacity and burned more coal, more oil and more gas than we have ever before. So the notion of a so-called energy transition, either in the past or in the future, results from a simplistic and wrong interpretation of history. The numbers simply do not support it. Current policy pretends that by making the right consumer choices, the right policy incentives, we can invert the colours in the graph on the right and then rotate the graph on the left clockwise by 90 degrees. In the next 30 years, I consider this dream to be dangerously unrealistic. Soon, as a society, we will have to confront the horrible reckoning that the energy transition has failed. Hopefully, before that day, our energy planners and government will realistically prepare us for the next 100 to 150 years of human history that will follow. This future is unlikely to resemble the present. Deglobalization, supply shocks, natural disasters, even war are realistic events through which our energy systems must keep working. We must both mitigate and adapt to climate change to survive, and the future of Australia depends on this. In a context of very high risks and uncertainties and probable loss of life and livelihoods, it is unconscionable that a developed country like Australia should rule out a whole class of the most powerful zero-emissions energy technology. We must take all possible steps to use nuclear energy and continue to develop renewables. Nuclear energy is expensive. Building nuclear power plants takes years. This is not contested. We should have started 20 years ago. It does not mean we can't start now. Small fractions of nuclear power lower the overall cost of a zero-emissions energy system because it reduces the need for overcapacity and poorly utilised storage in other areas. To compare nuclear to renewables is a false choice, and in fact nothing more than a clever way to procrastinate and delay the reckoning that I describe. The greatest challenge of using nuclear energy is developing the skills pipeline and community of expertise. At the UNSW Nuclear Innovation Centre, we are already working with trusted partners in the UK and USA to grow a skilled and expert nuclear workforce. We must not be irked by the mention of nuclear energy in research agreements, when our allies are openly exploiting its civilian benefits, and we should help them to do this because everyone's CO2 goes into the same atmosphere. At UNSW, our engineering faculty numbers approximately 22,000 people, and you will find that most young scientists and engineers are remarkably open to all forms of nuclear technology and will share an outlook something like I have presented to you today. It goes without saying that the UNSW Nuclear Innovation Centre is here to help, and you are welcome to visit us one day. And I would be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Obbard. Ms. Cook, Dr. Obbard, sorry, Ms. Cook.
Thank you. I'm an Australian and US qualified lawyer. I lived overseas for 13 years, including 9 in Washington, DC. And I've practiced in the global nuclear energy sector now for almost 17 years, both within the nuclear energy practices of large international law firms, as well as through my own Australian-based law firm. I've advised governments and government agencies on different aspects of nuclear program development and implementation, and I currently work on large nuclear construction procurement and construction projects, as well as working on the demonstration projects for small modular reactors. I firmly believe that the backbone of the world's future decarbonised energy system will need to be nuclear energy. In addition to the 32 countries utilising nuclear energy today, more than 50 countries are at various stages of actively considering nuclear or implementing new programs. Of course, countries close to home already have nuclear energy, such as China, South Korea and Japan. And many countries in our region have very active nuclear energy programs. These include the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam and Singapore. All other countries in the G20 utilise nuclear energy, are able to access it from neighbours or are actively developing nuclear power programs. For those that don't have nuclear today in the G20, Turkey has its first reactor in commissioning, Saudi Arabia is actively procuring large reactors, Indonesia is developing its nuclear energy program, and Italy has signalled a return to nuclear energy. Together with Australia, that leaves Germany, which of course neighbours France and can import electricity, and France generates about 70% of its electricity from its 56 nuclear reactors. Since coming home to Australia and in the context of my day-to-day work overseas, I'm concerned that our country is increasingly out of step with other industrialised countries and countries in our region. However, in my professional opinion, Australia is one of the best, if not the best placed country in the world to move ahead expeditiously and responsibly to implement a nuclear energy program. With sufficient political will, I believe the Coalition's policy of seeing the first reactor come online in 10 to 12 years is achievable. I have a front row seat to many of the challenges faced by the nuclear sector globally. But in assessing the viability of nuclear energy in Australia, specifically in reference to timelines, I need to address the remarks of Ms Claire Savage, Chair of the Australian Energy Regulator, when she said that it will take 8 to 10 years just to get the regulatory framework in place, and only after that can you proceed to construct reactors. I fundamentally disagree with this assessment. Ms Savage's comments appear to demonstrate a lack of understanding of 2 important factors. First, the existing status of Australia's legal and regulatory infrastructure for nuclear. Australia is already a contracting party to all the recommended treaties and conventions that a nuclear nation should have in place. And we implement our obligations in existing nuclear laws. We have a law covering nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear security, which is administered by the Australian Safeguards and Non-Proliferation Office. And in the area of nuclear safety, we also have a law, which is the jurisdiction of the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency, or ARPANSA. So we have national laws and we have existing, internationally well-respected regulatory authorities. Focusing in on ARPANSA, ARPANSA has a regulatory framework developed and utilised for the licensing and oversight of the Opal research reactor. Importantly, this framework is non-prescriptive, goal-oriented, and ARPANSA is required by law to draw on international best practice. ARPANSA interprets that in large part to mean drawing on IAEA safety standards. These safety standards represent international consensus, and Australia actually sits on the IAEA's Commission on Safety Standards. Our CEO of ARPANSA is the representative on Australia on this commission. And just as they were for research reactors, these IAEA safety standards should be implemented into Australia's regulatory framework as they pertain to nuclear power. This is an important undertaking, but it is not necessarily a difficult one. This is an expansion of our existing framework, and it can be done quickly. The second flaw in the 8 to 10 year concept is the idea that the entire regulatory framework is needed on day one. It's not needed on day one. First, the regulator needs to be ready to receive a site licence application. Then it needs to be ready to receive a construction authorisation application, then to oversee nuclear material arrival and commissioning and operations and so forth. The entire framework can be built up over time, and so too can the human resources necessary to implement it. A step-by-step approach is internationally accepted, and it's tried and tested. And to address one of the comments made by Simon Holmes at court this morning, he's right that the civil works, those civil works that are not nuclear safety related, can be commenced in advance of the receipt by the licensee of a construction licence. They should be started in advance. And as soon as the EPBC Act environmental assessment is undertaken and an approval from our Panzer for the site preparation works is given, those works could be commenced. So there's no need to wait to develop the entire legal and regulatory framework, something that I believe is straightforward anyway. Projects can be initiated and the reactor licensing can be commenced. And indeed, it should be commenced using the IAEA's roadmap called the IAEA's milestones approach. And if implemented, this approach should see in a parallel fashion all the different tasks needed to implement a nuclear energy program undertaken together. And in doing so, Australia can be on the lower end of the IAEA's own assessment of 10 to 15 years from first policy consideration of nuclear energy in a newcomer country to first electrons on the grid. I will also note that the current GenCost report refers to the 2015 milestones approach document and suggests that the IAEA's numbers of 10 to 15 years should be updated to account for an increase in the construction period for nuclear power plants. However, the IAEA had the opportunity to consider this increased global average construction time because they released an update to that 2015 document this year. It was released in June 2024, and I was actually a contributor to this document, and the IAEA did not amend the 10 to 15 year timeline. I believe Australia is in an enviable position compared to other embarking countries, in large part due to our existing legal and regulatory infrastructure and our highly experienced existing regulatory bodies. So finally, I encourage the current government in the strongest possible terms to support the overturning of the prohibitions and to give Australians access to nuclear energy. I also implore the current government to stop diminishing our existing and highly competent nuclear industry and our highly competent and existing nuclear regulatory authorities. And I also implore the current government to stop the misinformation campaign with slogans of risky nuclear and images of fish with 3 eyes and cows with 2 heads. Quite frankly, it's embarrassing and it erodes our well-established international credibility. But more importantly, it's also a disservice to the Australian people who want and deserve accurate information around all sources of energy generation, including nuclear. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms Cook. Mr Parker.
I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to address them today, and I'm in support of nuclear energy. The National Electricity Objective, as stated in the National Electricity Law, requiring all states and jurisdictions to achieve net zero by 2050 can't be met, even for electricity production, unless a system based on high levels of nuclear energy is employed. The National Electricity Law is in direct conflict with the laws preventing nuclear energy production contained in the RPANS and EPBC Acts. Systems based exclusively on wind, solar and hydro can't achieve deep decarbonisation because their embodied emissions are too high even before we add the burning of fossil fuels. It was reported in The Australian on the 13th of November 2024 by the Australian Energy Market Operators Chief Executive, Daniel Westerman, that natural gas will be the ultimate backstop for keeping the lights on, because weather-dependent generation can't deliver consistent power. He stated gas would be essential to secure the reliability of the eastern grid to 2050 and beyond, as the cost of trying to cover long periods of low wind and solar generation without it would be prohibitive. Westerman stated that we will have batteries, we will have pumped hydro, but we'll have times like we saw earlier this year when there is not much wind and there's not much solar, not much sun, and the gas-fired power stations are really required to back up the reliability of the grid. They're there as the ultimate backstop. The failure of wind and solar to power our grid economically and achieve ultra-low emissions is due to high levels of embodied carbon, high random variability of weather patterns, and the collapse of capacity factors when wind and solar have very high penetration rates on the grid. These conclusions are supported by the very large amounts of materials required to deploy wind and solar, which are 4 to 5 times greater than those required by a nuclear-based system. Finally, it is entirely feasible and accords with precedents that the NEM can achieve true ultra-low emission electricity at half the cost of a system reliant on wind, solar and hydro and gas backup. Such a nuclear energy system would contain around 21 gigawatts of nuclear in 2050 and about 30 gigawatts in 2060. Such a nuclear energy system would The policy outlined by the Coalition is an excellent first step in this pathway, and it certainly could be implemented successfully to prove that Australia could install nuclear reactors successfully. And along the way, we could cover off on proving that we could meet the administrative pieces, such as those described by Helen Cook. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Kennedy first up.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Cook, I've just been doing a quick Google of you, and I just see you were the chair of the World Nuclear Association Law Working Group. That's very impressive. And I heard your testimony on Claire Savage, 8 to 10 years is not credible. What do you think is a credible timeline to set up a regulatory framework in Australia?
Thank you for the question. I believe that our Panzer could be ready to receive a construction licence application for a nuclear plant well within 3 years. And I believe that this committee has heard from international regulatory experts who believe the same as I do.
On timelines, we've heard evidence, a lot of conflicting evidence of timelines to build nuclear reactors. We've heard 20 plus years, 25 years. We've also heard at the other end, 7 reactors in 11 years. What do you think is credible that Australia should be looking to do in terms of the speed and scale of nuclear rollout if we embark on this policy?
So, thank you for raising the 7 reactors in 11-year question. I also heard that question asked and answered, and I think it does need to be addressed. So, in the next 10 to 12 years, I believe that it is possible to get 1 nuclear reactor up and running in Australia. There is a lead time, and that's real. But I believe that 10 to 12 year period to get the first reactor up and running is feasible. Is it possible in an 11-year period thereafter to see 7 reactors come online? I believe the answer to that question is absolutely, and that's exactly the program that we should be looking to implement, because that's one of the lessons learned from overseas and all of the historical experience of building nuclear reactors. If you build in a fleet approach, so So you build the same technology over and over and over again. Time to build comes down and cost comes down. On your question of how long will it take to build sort of, the first reactor, that's an interesting question because, of course, we have the examples in the United States and Finland of projects that did go over budget and were well over the global average for nuclear builds. I think we need, and everyone who's familiar with those projects will appreciate that, and indeed Simon Holmes, I know, knows this himself, that these projects were first-of-a-kind projects. So they were the first demonstration of a new design after a period of not building new nuclear in the Western world, where we had atrophied supply chains, atrophied human resources, regulatory authorities that hadn't undergone licensing processes in quite some time. So I see these first projects as, if you like, doing the hard work for projects that are to come. And so with the tremendous momentum that I see around the world for the development of new nuclear projects, and the US government at COP29 just said it's going to have 200 gigawatt of new nuclear by 2050, 35 gigawatt of new nuclear by 2035. If we just take the AP1000, Westinghouse's technology, I think we will see a fleet rolled out in the United States. We know that they've got contracts to build in China, in Bulgaria, in Poland, in the Ukraine. They're shortlisted in Sweden, they're shortlisted in the Netherlands. So I think in about 5 years' time, we're going to see a very different world where we've got construction of these reactors all around the world, which will bring down time and cost to build.
So just to make sure I understood that, because I haven't heard that explained that way before, one reactor in roughly 11 years, but then you could build 7 other reactors in the following 11 years. That's your view. I hadn't heard that explained that way.
Absolutely. And if we look at, for example, countries that, or projects where we have 4 reactors on the same site, what you normally see is the first one comes online when it comes online, and every year thereafter, the next reactor comes online. So that's the intended plan.
That makes sense. And then, look, you're going to international experiences. I watched the debate between Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Bowen, where he said, look, the coalition's energy plan on nuclear is too ambitious. We're down the track of renewables. When you look around the world, you're starting to talk about all these countries that you have experience in and you've worked in. When you look at Australia versus the ambitions of other countries with how many reactors they're planning on building, how many they have under construction, the timelines they're aiming at, how does that compare, Australia versus the rest of the world?
Yeah, let's take a couple of examples. So if you just have a look at the newcomer nuclear countries, so they are the countries that do not have nuclear today but are planning a build out, there are a number of them that plan by 2035 to have electrons on the grid. The list includes Estonia, Poland, Kenya, Ghana, Uzbekistan, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, and Uganda. They are the newcomer countries. Then if you look at, I just said, the US has plans to build 35 gigawatt by 2035. Sweden plans to see 2 nuclear reactors on the grid by 2035 with a build out of 10 reactors thereafter to 2045. And when Sweden is told, well, that sounds ambitious, Sweden says, well, that's exactly the new build that we achieved between the mid-1960s and the mid-1980s. So they just want to replicate what they've done before. Holland plans to see 2 new reactors online by 2035. So, and that's just the start of the list. I could go on, particularly in the established nuclear countries, which are kind of ready to go. So there is a huge momentum globally towards nuclear energy and recognition of the contribution that nuclear energy can play to decarbonised, secure, reliable and affordable electricity grids.
Final question, Mr. Kennedy.
No, look, just a clarification. The coalition policy that I've seen announced is to build 2 reactors by 2037. So that's 2 reactors in the next 12, 13 years. Given you said 1 in 11 and 1 every year after that, that sounds roughly in line with your international experience. It's just a clarification. No need for a long answer there. I just want to make sure I was being clear.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Burnell. Oh, sorry, we'll go to Mr. Chester first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all witnesses. Just in relation to where Australia currently stands globally, and I'm interested in your comments about perhaps talking Australia down and talking down where our industry's already reached. How would you describe Australia? Do we have a small but highly capable nuclear capability, or where would you describe Australia on the current nuclear spectrum, I guess?
I would describe Australia, in exactly the language that you did. We have a very small but highly respected, highly competent nuclear workforce sitting in ANSTO. We obviously have a highly competent regulator in our PANZA, as well as a regulator in the form of ASNO. So all of our agencies and the way we do things is, it's highly competent, well respected, and Australia internationally has that reputation, and also within our region. We are seen as leaders, globally on topics of nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear security, but also on matters of radiation protection and nuclear safety, particularly in our region. We have de facto status as the representative in our region on the IAEA's Board of Governors. We're a very active participant in the agency's work, and we're very active in the region on topics of nuclear non-proliferation, security and nuclear safety. So we have an excellent international reputation. And having worked internationally, I've been in a lot of rooms and a lot of conferences, and it is actually amazing how many Australians are out there internationally doing work as well. The former Chief Financial Officer, CFO of the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation is an Aussie. I know there's an Aussie with a very senior role at the site at Hinkley Point C. There's lots of Aussies out working internationally in the sector who probably would enjoy coming home and working at home as well.
I'd be interested also. Yep, absolutely.
Mr. Parker?
Yep. Yeah. I had 37 years as a civil engineer and heavy civil engineering in Australia and internationally on very large dam projects. Australians, the majority of a nuclear power plant is not in fact the nuclear island, it's in fact the civil engineering and mechanical engineering components. This is fairly standard construction, with the exception of around about 20% which is pertained to the nuclear island. Given Australia's skill base on civil engineering, we are definitely very well placed to undertake this. And I cite projects such as the LNG plants that were built up in the northwest of Western Australia, which are actually harder projects to build than nuclear power plants. So our civil engineering project management and industry is very well placed to undertake this.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Just in relation to the capacity constraints, we've heard evidence from some of our witnesses that Australia doesn't have the skill set to develop a nuclear industry. But I was interested, Dr. Obbard, you referred to 150 students studying advanced nuclear courses already. Given the timeframes we're talking in the position being put by the coalition, do any witnesses have any comment to make in relation to our capacity to generate additional skill set in the timelines required?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I can give that a go. Well, it takes about 10 years to train a sort of qualified engineer or nuclear person. It takes about 20 years to train a subject matter expert. So for sure we would be relying on some international expertise in the beginning. But I think this really speaks to my point that procrastination is not really an option, because in order to have an option, we really have to start now with training people and providing experiences to achieve that subject matter expertise.
But could I also mention, please, on that, I've visited in Busan in Korea, King's School, which is the Korean International Nuclear Graduate School. And it was there, of course, they trained most of the operators that went into the UAE project. And that's a course that runs for about 2 years to train operators. Operators do not need to be PhD students, very much like an aircraft pilot does not need to be the designer of aircraft. And a similar metaphor works with nuclear power plants. They're there to do the job as instructed by the manual, but not there to redesign the nuclear power plant. So there are schools around the world, and Ms. Cook could probably mention others, that are in place where our future workforce can be trained.
Thank you. One other point I wanted to go to, we received some evidence from one of the US professors in relation to the active reuse of brownfield sites being retiring coal-fired assets. It was put to us that they were the ideal locations given the proximity of workforce and also access to transmission lines, or at least the transmission corridors. What's the international experience in terms of having a brownfields approach rather than looking at greenfield sites?
Okay, if I could mention a few of the fundamental issues around siting a nuclear power plant. You need to look at seismicity and geological. You need to look at hydrology, namely the availability of water, and you need to be looking at the transmission capability. You need to be looking at transport facilities, and you also need to be looking at an available workforce. One of the great benefits of brownfield sites, specifically if you conservatively size your nuclear power plants going into those, is you can take the same benefit of the existing grid, you can take the same benefit of the existing cooling facilities, and within a nation such as Australia, within the continent of Australia, we have no seismic limitations really on siting of nuclear power plants. So within Australia, and I'll also mention virtually all of those existing coal plants, we had the transport facilities there to take the original generators and transformers to those sites, which are a similar mass to what you'd have in nuclear power plants. So brownfield sites within Australian coal sites lend themselves very well to that transfer, provided we're quite sure that we have the cooling facilities. And by conservatively sizing them, we can make that as well.
And if I could also add, of course, in the United States, one of the advanced reactor demonstration projects being funded by the US Department of Energy is Bill Gates's TerraPower's Natrium reactor, which is being built at a former coal site. So that's a coal to nuclear transition taking place in the United States today. And the US Department of Energy has released a study that it's done identifying 300 coal sites in the US that could go for a coal to nuclear transition in the United States.
Final question. Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence. Helen, thank you for your evidence, particularly in relation to the regulatory framework. This will be sadly a desperate question from a Member of Parliament. What could we be doing to explain the position to Australians better in relation to Australia's capabilities, existing regulatory framework, and our capacity in this area? How do we explain this better to Australian people?
I mean, I think we need to start by explaining that we have a research reactor sitting on the outskirts of Sydney. I think most Australians, unfortunately, are not aware of this, and they're probably also not aware of the tremendous benefit that most Australians either get themselves or know of someone who has had some form of radiomedical isotope treatment for a cancer or some diagnostic testing done with through the use of the benefits of nuclear medicine, and that we have that reactor sitting in, on the outskirts of Sydney. So I think we need to start by talking about, that as a starting point, and then we can build out around that the idea that we have regulated the research reactors that we've had in this country for a very long time, that we are, world leaders on topics as rated by independent agencies like the Nuclear Threat Initiative out of the United States that consistently ranks Australia as number 1 or 2 on its assessment of countries and from their non-proliferation standing, their safeguards adherence and their nuclear security status. So, I think generally talking more about nuclear and actually trying to explain to Australians the benefits and challenges of every energy generation source, and being able to do that freely without being labelled as anti-decarbonisation or anti-renewables because you are pro a contribution of nuclear energy in our mix.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. Somewhat taking off from where you finished off. So, and this is a question to all three, I guess, what is your view of the right mix of nuclear energy? Is it to have what Some people have estimated to be about 4% of the energy mix by 2050. Is it more than that? Number of reactors? I'm keen to get your thoughts.
I might just kick off quickly. The analysis we've been doing, looking specifically at the cost model developed by my colleague Dr. Robert Barr. We look at, and within that we try to optimise not only cost but also emissions reductions. And so on that, we look at a base load nuclear mix which would run in at somewhere about 70%, 75% nuclear, and the remainder would be made up of wind, solar and hydro on the mix. So that would be what we see as the lowest cost situation. I'll come back to the point you made there that some people are alluding to there being only 4% nuclear would go into the mix. To achieve that, we do need market reform. At present, we have a market which is designed specifically to favour opportunistic provision of energy by variable renewable resources. Okay. And they drive out baseload systems. They do not have those sorts of markets in many jurisdictions globally, and they certainly don't have them, for example, in places like Ontario. So we do need to be looking globally at better models to derive low-cost, efficient, low-carbon generation into our grid, because at present our liberalised energy market is not achieving the results of investment unless you have other subsidies going in on top of it. Price is not the sole driver of entering that market.
Yeah, I mean,
Anybody else want to comment?
I could cite some modelling. This is not done by UNSW, actually. This is done by MIT, but the optimum nuclear sort of proportion was 60 to 70% for minimum cost and minimum CO2 emissions. So I think that would be something to work towards, which is essentially like replacing Australian coal with nuclear. But I think the important point of my submission today is that to constrain ourselves by this deadline which we've constructed, I think is perhaps a red herring, and really we should take a very long-term view and work towards that optimal system perhaps beyond 2050. I see no reason not to take that long-term view. And also we need to remember where the other 2/3 of our carbon emissions come from, which is industry. So there are nuclear technologies in development for producing hydrogen, for producing process heat, for thermal processes like making cement, making steel, and that's something that we really have to consider in the long term if we're serious about deep decarbonisation, because currently there are very, very few alternatives to those hard-to-abate sectors. So in terms of electricity mix, I've given an answer, but I think that question really needs to be broadened out to where our entire energy supply is coming from, because at the moment we really have no answer to that.
Those percentages, you're basing that off the 300 gigawatt projection by 2050, just for clarification, yes?
Yeah. We're finding that sort of percentage works across the mix, and the projection we did in the model we've got starts off with our current situation about 200 terawatt hours, projecting out to about 260 terawatt hours in 2050, and out to about 300 terawatt hours in 2060. So that's the sort of thing. But what we also see is maintaining the level of wind, solar, the renewables. Currently, about where they are, they're about the right fit.
So the reason why I asked that question is that if you go off the lower end, 60%, that's 180 gigawatt of the projected energy need by 2050. 70% is 210, 75% is 225 gigawatt. If we base it on an AP1000 reactor, that's 180 reactors around the country to hit your 60% mark, 210 to hit 70%, or 225 reactors to hit the 75%.
AP1000.
If you're basing off a 1,000 gigawatt reactor.
It's at 9 terawatt hours per year, and if you've got 180, you're trying to meet at about 20 reactors, I think.
You reckon 20 reactors?
I think you've got...
Yeah, I'm talking about gigawatt hours, not terawatt hours.
Well, terawatt hours. An AP1000 puts out about 9
right.
a year. And if you're trying to match off against, say, 180 terawatt hours, then you're talking...
So off your calculations, and how many reactors do you think we need to hit 75%?
Based upon about 260 terawatt hours in 2050, 21 gigawatts, about 18 large reactors would do.
And can we fit 18 large reactors across the 7 sites that have been proposed? Because the reason why I asked that question is because the actual factual information we've got to go by that's been released by the opposition, they clearly state on page 3 of their document, we have identified 7 locations. These are the only locations in scope, and the coalition has ruled out all other locations. There's nowhere else being considered in the country apart from the 7 listed sites in their policy document. So are we feasibly going to be able to fit those reactors on those 7 sites or not?
The coalition's current policy is a good first place to start. Would we need to expand those sites based upon 21 reactors, 20 reactors? The answer would be yes. You would need to go further afield.
Right.
I mean, I would have thought Australia's energy consumption will increase in the future as well.
My next question is about SMRs. So, Ms Cook, can you explain to me where commercially available SMRs are available that are operating?
In the Western world, we are currently in the demonstration phase. So, for example,
Where's that?
Ontario Power Generation is demonstrating the BWRX 300 reactor by GE. The Dow Chemical Company, together with X Energy, is demonstrating the XE100 reactor. Bill Gates's reactor is under demonstration. So we're in the demonstration phase.
Yeah,
they're not yet commercially available.
I'm not interested in demonstrations. We've been talking about SMRs for 20 plus years coming online. Where are they commercially available in the Western world currently?
They're not.
Okay. So 2 of the sites, the Northern Power Station in Port Augusta and the Mudgee Power Station in Western Australia, they are denoted for SMRs.
They're not commercially available today, but I don't think we're looking at procuring them today. So by the point at which we would be looking to procure them in Australia, based on my understanding, would be later in the 2030s, and the timeframes for the deployment of these demonstration units is either before the end of this decade or very early in the early 2030s. So there could, you asked if they were available now. No, they're not available now. You can get in the order books, and there are many companies and countries that have already placed orders with the reactor vendors. So, you know, getting in the order books is something that is happening right now. But by the time we come to procure, I believe that they could be commercially available.
But they're not available though. Currently they're not available. Everything's a possibility. They haven't been
constructed yet. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennell. Ms Cook and everyone, thank you for appearing today. You mentioned that the IAEA assessment that a country can progress from initial consideration of nuclear energy to operating its first reactor in 10 to 15 years. Does this factor in Australia's federal and state system, in particular the state's responsibility for energy laws, the consensus approach to the Energy Minister Council's decision making about electricity laws, and the state bans and federal bans on nuclear energy in this country?
The IAEA's roadmap is a generic toolkit that is available to every country. So, of course, it does not look at or address country-specific circumstances. Every country will have its challenges, and every country will have its reasons why nuclear energy will be easier in that country. For Australia, I've already outlined some of the reasons why I think we're in an excellent starting position, and we certainly are not one of those countries that is at the, has to create anything from scratch.
And you've said here that APANS, and they do great work with our medical grade reactor that we have here in this country, and they do great work. And they could have the regulatory framework done within 3 years. Does that include the states and territories and the federal government?
So I've said APANSA, which today has jurisdiction to regulate Commonwealth entities, and I understand this is going to be a Commonwealth program. That today, once the prohibitions are removed, in my opinion, could be ready to receive a construction licence application from a relevant licensee well within a 3-year timeline. They could be ready to do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that the entire regulatory regime is enforced, but in my opinion, it could be also enforced.
And so you said that you disagreed with Claire Savage's 8 to 10 years for how long it'll take to do the regulatory framework and get the states and territories on board and Australia on board. I just would like to give an example. So you do disagree with that, just to confirm?
I definitely disagree with that, yes.
Okay, so this is just a comment from her. When we did the National Energy Customer Framework, that was literally just developing the rules for retail energy market regulation in Australia, and it involved the Commonwealth and states and territories. I was in government then. We started it in 2004, which was a Liberal national government then, and it was legislated in 2012. Then the legislation began in 2013. Queensland didn't adopt it until 2014, and Victoria never adopted it. Going on that there, just that timeline of a small change in the market, how do you foresee that this could be done in a time frame of less than 8 to 10 years?
First, I think it's a little bit of a sad reflection of how we get anything done in this country, so we might want to take a look at that. But ARPANSA, as I've said, already has a regulatory regime in place, and it draws on, by law, it's required to draw on international best practice. That is taken to mean by ARPANSA drawing on IAEA safety standards. Those safety standards exist today for proven light water reactors, and they're international consensus standards, and Australia is on the committee or the commission that actually prepares and oversees the preparation of those standards. It would be a matter of adopting those standards into the Australian regulatory regime.
So just to go on top of that, how do we get the states and territories on board? Let's just say tomorrow this ban gets lifted federally. How do we get the states and territories on board when that took 8 years and some didn't even accept it?
Nuclear regulation around the world is seen as the purview of the Commonwealth, and under our executive affairs power of the Constitution,
we have a very different situation in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely, but quite similar, I think, to Canada, quite similar, I think, to the United States, where they have federal regulators that have jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction covers the field, so that the states, unless they have some agreement with the federal regulators, actually don't do the regulating. It's the Commonwealth equivalent of the Commonwealth agency that does the regulating. The United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the Canadian CNSC, these are the equivalent of the federal or Commonwealth regulator, has jurisdiction to cover the field when it comes to matters of nuclear non-proliferation, nuclear security, nuclear safety, and nuclear liability, if we were to set up a regime covering that. So I'm saying that ARPANSA, as the federal regulator, has jurisdiction in these areas.
You're aware we currently don't have those options in this country?
Because we have prohibitions, yes.
Yeah, and prohibitions federally and state and territory.
Yes, and I also would think that we have, and this is not obviously my area of expertise, Australian constitutional law. It's not what I practice. I practice international nuclear energy law. But I do understand that we certainly would have excellent lawyers within the Commonwealth government and our administration that should be able to deal with the constitutional issues that arise.
And so my concerns on this are around time frame, as everybody knows by the way I've asked all my questions. I live in the Hunter Valley. I'm an ex-coal miner. To get a coal mine extension on land owned by the coal mine that they're already mining in, takes anywhere from 5 to 8 years just to get that on land they already own. So this is a completely new thing, a new site. So site licence, to get a site licence to go and start to have a nuclear power station there, how long do you think that'll take?
I have no idea how long it takes to get coal-fired power plants. Anything in relation to them.
That's not a coal-fired power station. It's a coal mine.
Right.
Something that's done regularly in the area. And if we want to use another example, we were talking in South Australia last week. For a uranium mine, it takes up to 15 years to get that to be able to operate there. So how long will it take to get the operational licence to run a nuclear power station in the Hunter, for instance, or anywhere else in this country?
Well, we would proceed along the path that I've identified. First site, then construction licence, then nuclear material arrives and commissioning, and then you apply for your licence to operate when you're at the point of being ready to operate. In my opinion, getting that licence will take as long as the regulator, it takes, and that is not necessarily, and that goes to actually the readiness of the operator itself to operate the plant, as well as, the having verified throughout the construction process that the reactor is built according to the approved design. So there's no reason why, if we prepare early and we take the lessons, for example, of the UAE, and we focus on operational readiness early on, that operating license wouldn't be issued at the point where the plant is ready to operate.
Okay, no worries. And you do, so the UAE, I find it hard to use as an example because it is a dictatorship in that country. We don't have that. We have an open discussion here where over there they don't do that. So it's a very different market to be able to compare apples for apples.
Yeah, but that comes back to my point before, that every country will have its things that make it easy to do nuclear, and every country will have its things that are going to make it a little bit challenging to do nuclear. And so if you look at the UAE's starting point, they had one nuclear engineer in the country. They hadn't signed up to most of the treaties and conventions. We have. They didn't have a nuclear law. We do. They didn't have a nuclear regulator. We do. They didn't have any regulations. We do. So just in my area, our starting point is far advanced from where the UAE started, and yet they managed to do what they did. I understand your point that, they're not a democracy and we are, but I actually think you're spot on in terms of what the real obstacle is going to be to rolling out a nuclear energy program on a 10 to 12 year timeline. I think it is political will, and I think a lot of it is going to come down to whether the Australian Labor Party would get behind a democratically elected coalition government and support this, or whether they would do everything to derail and delay and therefore cost more for the Australian taxpayer.
Okay, so could... on that, Mr.
Yep.
The point you just raised over the democracy situation. If we look at the history of democratic elected governments and their ability to put nuclear into place, we're seeing currently this issue about the allegation that only dictatorships, for example, can put nuclear on the grid fast. The fastest and almost most industrial miracle that you've got is France. And they built 58 reactors, 63 gigawatts in a 22-year period. And each year of that period, at times they were putting out 6 gigawatts onto the grid. We had the province of Ontario. Ontario is equal to the size of New South Wales plus Victoria. And they built 20 nuclear power plants, about 18 gigawatts, onto their grid in a 20-year period.
If you don't mind me asking, how long were these ago, Mr. Parker?
Oh, probably 30 years ago.
Okay, so a very different time. We're not talking about the same time now.
No, it's not a very different time.
So it's,
they are
once again, not apples
democracies
for apples.
under the same laws, under the same regimes that we've currently got.
Okay, thank you.
What we do need is leadership to achieve it.
I just have one final question, and it comes into how Ms Cook asked about Labor's will to this actually happening. So, over 9 years of the opposition being in government, they had 22 different energy policies. Why is now the right time for nuclear when they're not in government? Why are they making that choice now?
I agree with what Dr. Obbard said, that it would have been great to do this a lot earlier.
Then why didn't
But that is not... I can't answer that.
Yeah.
I can't answer that. Maybe because we had prohibitions and that was seen as an obstacle to it. I don't know.
Now.
Yes. So now it's time for leadership. Now it's time to take a look at what the rest of the world is doing. Now it's time to get on board and make sure that Australians have the option to have nuclear energy in this country as we deserve, and to do that as quickly as we can.
Yeah, can I add? Citing a deadline as a reason for not doing something is a form of procrastination.
Absolutely.
I will just add the deadline is the issue for me mainly because I'm in the Hunter Valley. We've already had Liddell Power Station come offline. We're about to have a Rewiring Power Station come offline in the next 2 to 4 years. And then in 2032, we're going to have Bayswater Power Station come offline. What happens to the workforce in the middle of that time when there's nothing for them to go to?
No, I
this
see
policy that they're talking about here, their 5-page policy document, is giving them false hope, saying that they can go from a coal-fired power station working job straight into a nuclear power station job, when they're only going to have 2 facilities built first. Possibly. That's right, possibly, yeah. That's where my concern is.
No, I see your concern, but on a national level, I think that the government should be able to do 2 things at once. we should be able to build renewables and prepare for a nuclear energy program. The two are not mutually exclusive. And this whole argument seems to be concerned about weighing up one against the other. I think it's
Do you agree with
wrong.
Mr. Parker's approach that we need 70% nuclear in the market? Because you said 60%.
We don't need 70% nuclear in the market. Australia needs a nuclear energy capability to survive the future. There's many different ways to get there. We can get there without 70% nuclear in the market, but we cannot face the future that is coming without any nuclear energy. Because I'm talking about the next 100 years, right?
Thank you very much for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors. And if you have anything else you'd like to add, just get that in touch with the Secretary for that. Thank you very much for your time today, guys.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Good. We've got one more to come. We've got one more coming in. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you, Mr. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I now welcome Dr. Griffith to give evidence today.
Afternoon.
How are you, Dr. Griffith?
Oh, it's always nice to be the second best beard in a room.
For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Dr. Saul Griffith, Chief Scientist. Can we have a little bit of silence on the back, please? If you'd like to have a conversation, you can go outside.
Can we have the conversations outside, please, guys? Thank you. Thank you. We'll just do that again, Dr. Griffith, please.
Dr. Saul Griffith, Chief Scientist and co-founder of Rewiring Australia, also founder of Rewiring America.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then we proceed to discussions. Would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
Member of no political parties in any country I live in. I'm not an investor in renewables or nuclear as classically defined, but I do run a startup incubator in California and we develop renewable energy technologies, but we also have a fusion fuel cycle startup in our basement.
Excellent, thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
So Saul Griffith, I'm, by way of brief background, did metallurgical engineering here in Australia at the University of New South Wales. Worked in the steel industry in Newcastle and aluminium industry in Sydney for my first couple of jobs. From there I went on to MIT to do a PhD. I did that at the intersection of information theory and material science. While I was there, I was lucky enough to have friends in the nuclear engineering department. It's the only university in the world to have an operational nuclear reactor on campus, so you get to go and not quite spin the dials, but at least learn how it works pretty well. Had an extensive career doing projects with the Department of Energy, advanced research projects for new energy technologies, and have had extensive experience, including, probably relevant to this conversation, being on the advisory board of Duke Energy. They run 11 nuclear reactors in 6 plants in the Carolinas. I visited a couple of those plants and spent time in them. Also visited plants in the UAE that were just mentioned. Have authored now 3 books, just finishing a 4th on climate and energy. I'm aware of all of the climate science, but I'm really an energy expert. The book Electrify really outlines the case that our solution for climate change goes largely through electrifying all of our energy systems. So that means not just cleaning up our existing electricity, but roughly tripling the amount of electricity we deliver so that we can electrify transportation, electrify heating, electrify industry. So part of that work, I've studied a lot of countries all over the world, their whole energy systems. Just in fact this week completed a detailed study of the Taiwanese energy system. They have a fairly existential challenge to keep their semiconductor industry going, but they're a tiny island without a lot of room. So they're having an interesting nuclear conversation with Big Brother looking over their shoulder. So, you know, I have on-the-ground experience with nuclear and the conversation at nation-state level in a couple of places. Really as a conversation here in Australia, so a number of years ago, I drew a map of the world, which was population density versus energy required to run that country with an energy surplus roughly equivalent to America, which is one of the highest energy per capita countries in the world. The interesting thing about electrification with renewables is you'd only need to generate 40 to 45% of the energy we do today to be able to run the whole economy. That's the efficiency win of electrification instead of burning fossil fuels. But when you draw the map of all of those countries, one thing stands out. Australia sits in the very bottom lower right-hand corner, which means we have the most land with the lowest power requirements per capita. And you can draw 3 lines on that graph. Countries that need less than 0.1% of their land covered with renewables, just a 50-50 mix of solar and wind. And Australia is pretty much the only country, apart from Kazakhstan, that could use less than 0.1% of its land to power the entire economy with renewables. So we have the easiest run at and the easiest case for renewable electrification of any country in the world. A country like America would need 1 to 1.5% of its land to be covered with renewables, wind and solar, to power itself. That's achievable, but if you would like to imagine what that looks like, it means covering a land area equivalent to the land area covered by roads and highways. So if you've ever been in America, imagine every road you're driving on, there's a road next to it made out of solar cells and wind turbines. That's how much land you need. Then you get to countries like China that would need 10% of their land area covered with renewable energy if they were to live an American lifestyle and need 4,000 watts per person. That's probably difficult to imagine. And then you get to places like Taiwan where they would have to cover the whole island and some of the Chinese strait in between with offshore wind to do it with 100% renewable. That's why in the book Electrify, I said, you know, we can probably expect some of the future to be met with nuclear power, particularly in cold and populous countries. They might need it, or as in Europe's actually taking an efficiency approach, which might get them there. But I think you will see, you know, Finland just brought nuclear online. Pretty hard to get through a Finnish winter without it. But countries like Australia, Mexico, much of South America, we do not need nuclear at all to hit our energy goals, our climate goals. So that's just sort of baseline it in a physical reality. Just to list other concerns, the reality is nuclear is expensive and also difficult to pin an exact price on. If you take unregulated nuclear that the Russians are building inside Russia, it might be penciling at 5 cents a kilowatt hour, but in the US, new builds are going in at 20 cents a kilowatt hour. That's before it even hits the grid. In Australia, we have a remarkable situation where rooftop solar on our rooftops is delivering electricity to Australians about 5 cents a kilowatt hour. Even if nuclear energy was free, it would cost about 13 cents to get to an Australian household, and that's the cost of the transmission lines and the distribution lines and the other pieces of electricity infrastructure required to get it there. So you can say simply and definitively nuclear is not the lowest cost pathway for Australia to get to zero emissions. We are a water-starved nation. You need 1.8 to 2 litres of water per kilowatt hour of electricity you produce with a nuclear power plant. In many of the southern states of America, you can bring no more thermoelectric power plants online because they've run out of rivers that you can warm up. So what you do is you typically take cold water in from a river or groundwater. It heats up as it cools down the plant, and then you put it back in the stream, but if it goes above a certain temperature, it kills the fish. You might remember the heat wave in France about a decade ago that killed a whole lot of people just when they needed the nuclear power plants to work harder, to run all the air conditioning. The river water got too warm and they weren't able to cool them, so they had to throttle down the plants, and that's why they lost energy. So in a water-constrained country like Australia, nuclear is pretty difficult. Japan's solution to being water-constrained was obviously to cool it with seawater. That led to other problems. We don't have quite the earthquake problems of Japan, but I think there's going to be significant, in Australia with our love of coastlines, significant social licence problems with using seawater for cooling. It also increases the cost because you have to do corrosion-proof heat exchangers, etc., etc., etc. Just an anecdote, because I heard it mentioned from the previous people. When I visited the nuclear power plants in the UAE, I asked them about the water temperature of the local bay, which receives the output water, and it was at 52 degrees Celsius and was clinically dead. So no fish, no reefs, no nothing, because the 3 operational nuclear power plants were using seawater, and then they were dumping it into a bay, and the temperature was killing everything. So we should think about that. I remember an experience the first time I saw the control room at Catawba nuclear plant in North Carolina. It was a 45, 50-year-old plant, all run analog. You walk in, you'd say, oh, immediately I could halve the cost of this thing because since we built this plant, we invented digital microelectronics and control systems got cheaper and faster. So you ask them that question, and they say, well, we don't really want to do that because then you have to connect your nuclear power plant to the internet, and that's a problem. But the most telling thing when I asked the plant operator what was one of the more significant cost drivers of his plant, he said was the security detail. Once a year, they have to have a false flag SEAL Team 6 come at random and do a false charge of the plant. And I drive that anecdote because part of the reason they do that is America still has not found a solution for its nuclear waste. So basically, the low level and high level is stored in what amounts to a swimming pool at the back of the plant. And so they have to take a lot of care to monitor all of those. Anecdotally, there's a number of people who don't believe that the accounting is correct and a few of the things have gone missing. But, you know, as well as all of the other regulatory things we would need to do to have a real nuclear industry here, you know, I would question our capacity in the military sense to defend them in that sense. I think it's worth looking at the situation in Ukraine right now. Very, you know, for climate and geography reasons and historical reasons, nuclear heavy grid there, but that is precisely their weakness now that they're at war with Russia, and there's been constant battles and concerns over the nuclear power plants there, and a number of them are now out of operation. So I think people will use security arguments in favour of nuclear, but I think you can use as many security arguments against. Certainly watching the conversation of the Taiwan legislature, they are split evenly between, if we had a nuclear power plant running our computer chip manufacturer, that means China won't invade us, versus if we have it, the other half of the legislature thinks it'll invite them to invade us and we won't want to give in because it's too risky if it's run off nuclear. I think to sum up those in a finishing statement, just to keep my opening statement reasonable, if you model out the energy future possibilities for Australia, a lowest cost energy system very unlikely has any nuclear power in it. My personal opinion is that a lot of the advocates for this nuclear revival in Australia are unwittingly playing to the fossil fuel industry's hand, which is this is an extremely smart delay tactic to keep slowing things down. So that's unfortunate. Just when, you know, Rewiring Australia is going to, in January, put out a new study. If we went as hard as we could at rooftop solar and commercial solar in the next decade, we'd save Australia $1.7 trillion by 2050 and we'd hit our climate targets. You cannot say that of nuclear. It's not going to make the electricity system cheaper.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Griffith. We'll go to Mr. Kennedy first up.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Griffith. Thank you. Look, we've heard a lot of evidence from different experts and academics, you know, folks at Princeton University who worked on Australia's net zero plan and the US net zero plan. Their view was...
Was that Jesse Jenkins?
No, that was Dr. Greig. I think his first name was, I don't know, was it Tim? I don't know, Dr. Greig, Australian guy based in Princeton, who worked on both Australian net zero and US zero. I can try and find his first name, Dr. Greig. But he was one of many. We've heard a bunch of testimony earlier this morning as well. We heard from the former South Australian chief scientist, anyway, a whole host of folks saying they think it's going to be very difficult for us to hit our renewable targets, 82% by 2030, net zero by 2050. They said as we electrify, they even think that'll be even harder. And as we look to scope 2 and 3 emissions, it's going to be even harder still. And their view was we should be looking at nuclear. I think one of the witnesses said something, we had no chance in meeting us. And we need to throw everything at this problem. You seem to have a different view to all those people. Why? What are they missing? Chris Greig. It was Chris Greig. Chris Greig from Princeton. But yeah, what are they? So Chris Greig, the chief scientist from in South Australia, former chief scientist, a whole host. What are they? They're telling us that even, you know, there's been reports from Chris Minns and Matt Keane in the press saying, look, we're going to struggle. Why do you not share that view?
Oh, we will struggle, but it's not for technical reasons. We've known roughly what to do to meet our climate requirements for 30 years in terms of electrification and doing it with renewables or nuclear. And lots of academics have done those studies. Mark Jacobson from Stanford most famously did the How to Power the Whole World with water, wind and solar. That's 20-year-old work that still feels fresh and relevant. Whether you power this electrification with nuclear power or with renewables, there is no way that the free market can hit any climate target better than 2 degrees. And so part of the reason you're getting these answers from people, we need to throw everything at it, is nothing short of a wartime economy where the government takes control of economic levers to compel industry to build all of the solutions faster than industry would otherwise, will hit the target. I say that confidently because if you let every existing machine on the planet that burn fossil fuels to the end of its life, that takes us to 1.9 or 2 degrees. So that means you've got to shut things down early to hit any reasonable climate target, and you've got to replace it with something. Now, in World War II, America did that famously with something called the Arsenal of Democracy, where they offered 7% profit for any manufacturing firm that could manufacture any of the 7 critical war materials required to win World War II, which were boats, guns, jeeps, airplanes, and radio equipment. I think there was at least 5 out of 7. To be honest, and this was one whole chapter of the book Electrify that I wrote in 2019, was the only way America and the world can hit its target is if America takes the lead on doing a manufacturing effort like that. Now, it turns out that China has done a manufacturing effort that looks like that they began with the China Made in China 2025 policy that they started in 2014. That's why they are producing 90% of the world's solar cells, 90% of the batteries, and 30 or 40% of the world's cars. So they took it seriously, but that's because they didn't have a domestic fossil fuel industry. So buying from Iran or Russia or America, didn't matter where they were buying their fossil fuels from wasn't a great option, and they needed to clear their skies for public health reasons. So China is the country that's putting in the level of effort that is required, including building nuclear power plants, but as I mentioned before, they don't really have an option not to. But, you know, I think to say we're going too slow and it's too hard is, well, obviously that is true. Are you actually ready to be serious? And I think a number of experts could give you 3 or 4 different pathways to success if you were serious and you tried to do science-based policy to hit the target.
And look, this is probably, I don't know whether this was deliberate or a slip of the tongue. When I hear what you say about we need this wartime footing, we need to move extremely hard and have government run through barriers like we haven't before. I hear you on all that. You said one thing on whether that's nuclear or renewables. Given that sort of wartime footing, post-World War II manufacturing, why wouldn't it be nuclear and renewables and not slow down? Like, you know, why wouldn't we look at, no, let's go hell for leather. Let's take that wartime footing that you just described and say, let's push both of these things as hard as we can. Isn't the downside just oversupply and cheaper energy cost? Like, why would we not do that and do it as an and rather than an or?
You know, not to put my words in your mouth, but it's unscientific to say we want to solve climate change and we're not allowed to use one option. So I think Australia should be in the market of trying to make the new nuclear technology that might be the solution. But right now, we're trying to sell to the Australian public a solution that isn't real yet. So if we're honest and we say that this is that a next generation nuclear power is a research project and Australia should be in the game because we have smart young people, I would agree with that. Should Australia be in the game of trying to be at the forefront of fusion energy? Absolutely. I have 3 friends who are running nuclear fusion companies. They believe that they will have reactors running in the mid-2030s. I don't see anyone talking about why Australia doesn't have a serious fusion project.
Yes. So you're advocating for, look, let's push all technology.
I'm advocating you should push all technology, but you should not sell things that are not working technologies yet to the Australian public as working, that we know from where we are will be more expensive than other solutions.
Yes, but so taking that rationale, like, is it worth us doing the ISP again with nuclear as an option? Because I know we've got, you know, chunks of hydrogen in the 2040s in the ISP, and from what experts have told us, that looks increasingly uneconomic. Should we be looking at, you know, multiple scenarios rather than just a step change scenario with a host of different technologies? Is that, you know, couldn't the same criticism be leveled at that, or am I thinking about that?
No, you're thinking about that great. If you want to criticise the ISP, you should ask why the hell they even thought hydrogen was a good idea in the first place. I mean, you know, high school students could see the inefficiency of hydrogen would kill the economics 10 years ago. So it was the gas industry's hands on the people who write the ISPs who gave you those results. The ISP has a further problem that it doesn't model the lowest delivered cost of energy. The ISP only models the cost of energy as it exits the generator. That's because the ISPs are driven by EMO and they really only operate the market up to generation, the wholesale market. So that's why the ISPs took forever to figure out that this rooftop solar was cheap and these electric vehicles running off rooftop solar are going to be even cheaper, because they were not thinking of the delivered price of electricity. This unfortunately doesn't play well for the nuclear conversation, because we now know that even if nuclear is free, rooftop solar will be half the price. Delivered to customers across Australia.
So, and on rooftop solar and you know, consumer energy resources, batteries, EVs, whatnot, how do we think about that with, you know, there's a capital cost that consumers are going to have to bear. Not every consumer can bear that, right? Particularly right now in our land, politics land, cost of living is super hard. People don't have tons of capital they're sitting on. Yeah, and I know it's not costed in the ISP because they're saying, you know, that's not there. Other people,
scope,
you know,
right? It should be put in scope. Hopefully, we agree on that.
Yes. Yeah. So you think we should cost that? And do you have a view on the size of that? Yeah. So that just maybe you can clarify and expand on that.
I have a strong opinion, and maybe you'll enjoy hearing it. Australians will spend $2 trillion between now and 2040 buying vehicles, buying the kitchen hob, buying batteries, buying water heaters, buying space heaters. If they spent $2.1 trillion, they could buy all electric versions of those things because the costs are basically at parity right now, and if they aren't, they will be in the next couple of years. So for that extra $100 billion, they're going to lock in $1.7 trillion in savings. It's the biggest money-saving, nation-building effort that Australia could run. I've been shouting this from the rooftops for a couple of years now. It is such a good deal that the Australian government absolutely should be in the deal of using its super funds and other financial mechanisms to help every single Australian household afford it. The problem isn't if it's going to save Australian households money. It'll save the average household $4,000. Who does that $4,000 count the most to? It's not the people who can afford a Tesla in Toorak. It's the single mum in Western Sydney who's got a hell of a commute who would save $2,000 a year in an electric car. So what you need to figure out is how are you going to finance Australia to get into this fundamentally lower cost, renewably powered electric energy system? That's the debate we should be having, not about mythical technologies that might be on the grid in 2040.
And just to be clear,
Mr. Kennedy, final question.
Yeah, okay, final question. Yeah, just to be clear, so I understood your evidence on that last one. You're saying that the costing of that, which would enable that mum in Western Sydney to do that, is not in the ISP, and then therefore we should cost it because of those benefits. And if so, roughly how much is it? Just that's sort of it's a question there. I'm just confirming I'm following you.
It's a great question. I think we've done the best modelling, but I wouldn't want to say it's sufficient because, you know, we're a non-profit that's understaffed. But Australians will spend $2 trillion buying cars and appliances over that period, and if they spent $2.1 trillion, they would have all electric clean ones that would run much cheaper. The easiest way to understand it is it's $2 a litre to put petrol in your car. It's about 20 cents a litre equivalent if you're putting rooftop solar into an electric vehicle. So you're saving 9 cents every kilometre.
So that's a $2.1 trillion capital cost that you would say would have ongoing operating savings.
Think about it as the differential, right? We've got to spend a little bit more to buy slightly nicer things that save us money over the long run.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Saul, for providing evidence today. I just wanted to go to some comments that Mr. O'Brien's made on a number of occasions, because I note in your opening statement you talked about water being an issue here in Australia under the consideration of potential use for cooling of nuclear reactors. And the positions always, well, we can go to dry cooling reactors. I'm just interested to get your thoughts on the efficiency of dry cooling reactors. Do they have a place in Australia? Are there areas where they can work or where they won't work? And if we've got water restrictions, what is the alternate then?
So we were involved with a Department of Energy program that started about 8 years ago. I can't remember the acronym. They love terrible acronyms at the DOE. But it was, how do we do dry cooling, not just for nuclear, but all thermoelectric power plants? We believed, as did a whole bunch of people, that there are workable solutions. They suffer the problem of scale. So one of the reasons rooftop solars took off, batteries and electric vehicles take off, is you can get into the market and be selling them for fairly small investments and you can start making money. The very first dry cooling system you install on the first gigawatt thermoelectric power plant is going to be a couple of $1 billion worth of experiment. And so it's very hard to bring that type of technology to market. So ultimately all of the groups that were on that program had things that you would describe as interesting, but there was no pathway to market because people aren't building a lot of new thermoelectric reactors, and the new wind and solar technology doesn't need any cooling. So it is technically possible. Basically, it means you have giant heat exchangers, you have a giant pond, you run it through the heat exchangers, you store the water in the pond, you might use radiating it into the night sky, which would work in the centre of Australia pretty well. So the temperature of the sky is 4 degrees Kelvin, so you can radiate pretty effectively, but you have to hold the water until night time. So there's a few of those tricks that you could play, and that would probably be necessary if you were doing anything but a de minimis amount of energy with nuclear power in Australia, which is what I would describe the current plan is a de minimis amount compared to what we need.
Do you believe we need baseload power into the future?
Baseload power was invented to describe the problem of coal,
right?
Which is you can't turn them off. So then we changed shifts so that we couldn't turn them off overnight. Let's run a night shift. We designed modern society to work around the inertia of those systems. So what we really need as baseload power is a very, very small fraction of what is commonly known in the disinformation sphere. It's probably 5 or 10% of what you think. It's not 50.
Right. I'll just go to social licence. The coalition is saying 2.5 years for consultation with communities. Do you think that is the appropriate amount of time to get communities on board? And I'm mindful that also, and I'm keen to get your thoughts on this, but should communities have the right to veto? If the 7 communities that are being slated for these reactor sites, if one of them come out and say, you know what, all the facts are on the table and we don't want to do this, should they have the right to veto and say, no, it's not going to come here?
I want to go as close to not answering the should they get veto question as I can.
Mm-hmm.
I've just witnessed in my own community, which is Wollongong and North Wollongong, the incredible misinformation campaign that was thrown up against the offshore wind. It's hard to believe that we won't see similar hijinks around a nuclear conversation. I don't believe the public sphere can have a rational conversation. This is a larger question about the information ecosystem we live in. And so I'm unsure you can get social license for any of these projects, which is really, I think, probably the hardest problem about solving climate change. We've sown so much misinformation over 2 or 3 decades that people don't know what to think. And they're not armed, at least in America, they publish all of the Information Energy Administration publishes all the public data on energy use, so at least if you're a concerned citizen, you can go and look at it and figure it out for yourself, but we don't even publish all of our data here.
Right.
So I think it's pretty hard for citizens to be approached. My intuition, given that my phone is ringing off the hook and my email inbox is full of people who say, come and help us fight for nuclear. I mean, Dick Smith calls me once a week to say, why aren't I for nuclear? And then I've got as many other people saying, we're going to shut this down in our community no matter what happens. I don't think social license, that's why I feel really, this looks more like a delayed tactic to me than a serious effort to do nuclear power as yet. If it was a serious effort, we wouldn't be saying small modular reactor so often, right? When I was at Climate Week in New York this year, I spoke to the head of nuclear power for GE. They're a little company that builds nuclear power plants. Mm-hmm. And he said, he was very proud. He's like, we did a great job this year. We redefined SMR to mean 330 megawatts. So our existing light water reactors are now SMRs. So the reason we're going to get SMRs is because we're going to redefine a 60-year-old technology, right? We don't even understand where this stuff is in the conversation here. So it's a little hard to answer your question.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. I just got one question. Can and should nuclear power play a role in replacing our coal-fired power stations as they come offline?
They could. Technically, they could. I believe in Australia's capacity to build it. Do I think that we will do that without creating a lot of social disharmony? No. Do I think it'll lead to a lowest cost energy system? No. Do I think it's the best path to go at speed? No. Do I think we should at least run research projects into next generation nuclear or fusion that might solve these problems? Absolutely. We're a smart country. We should be in the game of trying to make the innovations that change the world. But we shouldn't be rebranding 60-year-old technology and crossing our fingers and hoping it works.
Very good. Thank you. I'll just go on to one more question just while I'm here. I've got a little bit of time. You said mis and disinformation. Is it hard right now to get out any information, considering we have a 5-page document with a front cover on it that's a nuclear policy from the opposition that says they're going to have 7 sites around Australia. They are the only sites they're going to have, but we have no other information. We don't know what reactor they're going to use. We don't know how many reactors on each site. We don't know how much water they're going to use. We don't know how much they're going to cost. We don't know how long they're going to take to build. Do you think it's hard to even get any information out when we don't have that bit to start with?
You know, I can't count 7 rivers on my hand that have a gigawatt worth of water flow in Australia. So 7 seems pretty hard unless you're putting them all on the Murray, and I think that's under stress. So it doesn't look like a serious attempt at energy policy to have this document in this way. I mean, I've been trying to get information about it. There's not enough there to seriously answer many of your questions because there is no detail. If you were to really be having this conversation, you should be talking about the demand side and the supply side. So how much electricity are we actually going to need? There can be a little bit of criticism of the Labor government as well as not doing a good enough job of telling us that, but they've done a better job than the party that's presenting this. But we should know where we're going and we should understand the trade-offs. And I think, you know, if you made reasonable assumptions about what those 7 sites would be, it looks like being 3 or 4% of our current electricity supply and maybe 1% of our future supply. So it doesn't add up to a credible national energy policy. And if their real goal is to do 70% nuclear, which I just heard here a few minutes ago, that's entertaining, then, you know, state it up front. Let's have a conversation about that. You know, science says, experience says nuclear works, but you've got to fill in details and you've got to be serious. And then in Australia, you have to compete it against an unbelievably low-cost renewable incumbent. Somebody just installed a battery in Western Australia last week. I think the total cost of storage on that battery is going to be 4 or 5 cents per kilowatt hour. With rooftop solar at 4 cents a kilowatt hour, that's 24/7 hardened electricity at under 10 cents. You can't get the nuclear electricity from the distribution substation to the house for less than 10 cents in Australia.
Would you say it's just a tactic by the opposition to divide Australia?
If I thought they were being tactical.
Thank you for your evidence today, Dr. Griffith. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If you will be sent a copy of the transcription of your evidence today to assist you with answering questions, and a copy of, you can request to get corrections to the transcription errors. I'd like to thank everybody who's been here today, the audience. I'd like to thank the witnesses. I'd like to thank our wonderful broadcasting team and Hansard for what they're going to do. I'd like to thank the Secretariats for all the hard work they put in, and thank you to the committee members that were able to show up today. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing whoever comes over to WA with us next week. Cheers, thank you.